Chapter 1281. Actually, Qin Zhao had only thought of it on the spur of the moment. He'd never thought about getting a plane. The association was doing well now, but there was no need to get a plane. Even the cheap Gulfstream G150 or G200 series would cost around $20 million. The association could afford it, but where would they put the plane? In an airline airport, it would cost $2 to $3 million a year. Plus maintenance and fuel, it would cost more than $5 million. If they built a small airport themselves, the one-time cost would be too high. It would cost at least tens of millions. This was because the association already had enough land and didn't need to buy land. Including the cost of land, it would cost at least $100 or $200 million. With the association's current scale, there was no need to get a small airport and a private plane. Moreover, the association didn't have many opportunities to go out. Even if there were occasional supernatural incidents that needed to be dealt with, it wasn't an urgent matter. In terms of cost-effectiveness, building a small airport and buying a private plane was too extravagant. The flight attendant's obstruction didn't make Jamie's shut up. After the flight attendant left, she started harassing Qin Zhao again. In the end, Qin Zhao asked the flight attendant for an earmuff and finally closed his eyes to sleep. After arriving in Los Angeles, Qin Zhao hurried home. He hadn't seen Fei Lai and Zhilin for more than 10 days. He missed them a lot. When Zhilin saw Qin Zhao, she tilted her head and looked at him for 3 seconds. Then she suddenly pounced at him and hugged his leg. "Dad, Zhilin missed you so much. Dad, do you not want me and Mom anymore?" Qin Zhao smiled bitterly. He'd told Fei Lai before leaving, but he didn't tell Zhilin. She actually misunderstood. Fei Lai smiled at Qin Zhao's return. "You're back." "Yes." Qin Zhao nodded. "Darling, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Fei Lai said. "I've been teaching little Nine a lesson these days. It won't be so reckless in the future." "Yes, it should be." Qin Zhao nodded. "Where is it now?" "I'll go teach it a lesson. It's playing with little 3 in the forest." "Okay, I'll go see them." Qin Zhao entered the forest. Before he even took 2 steps, he saw 2 black and white things. "Panda? Wait a minute, that's not right. Big bear and little bear?" Qin Zhao's eyes widened. Looking at the 2 little things, his face darkened. Fei Lai would never do something like that. Only little Zhilin could do it. But to be honest, Zhilin's dying skills were pretty good. They actually had some semblance of a human. Little Zhilin probably dyed them like this because she had watched cartoons. However, they were brown bears after all. Qin Zhao didn't want Zhilin to go overboard. He still had to wash the paint off their bodies. "Little Nine," Qin Zhao yelled. A whistling sound came from the forest, followed by the rustling of grass and trees. Little Nine, Little 3, and the others had already arrived before him. Because Little 9, Little 3, Little 2, and Little 1 ate and lived together, their relationship was the best. Little Nine's head had already grown to a very large size. It was nearly 25 meters long, and its 9 snake heads were raised high. "Little Nine, you did well that day. In the future, if anyone hurts Mom and little sister, they have to do the same." Qin Zhao tossed a demonic crystal to Little Nine. Roar! The 3 heads were all filled with envy and jealousy. Then, they looked at Qin Zhao with a wronged expression. It was as if they were saying, "If I were here, I would definitely do better than Little Nine. Little 3, Little 2, Little 1, you guys have to work hard too. Protect our family." Qin Zhao patted their heads. Little Nine was even more encouraged. Its intelligence wasn't low. It was even higher than mixed-blood demons like Princess and Walter. However, Little Nine wasn't a demon. It was a magical beast, a magical creature. But you can't hurt ordinary people, especially in front of Mom and little sister. Understand? Little Nine's 9 heads nodded at the same time. "Wow, hey, is so much bigger than Honolulu." Jamie's looked at the scenery along the way. The bus had been driving for more than an hour, but they still hadn't reached their destination. "L.A. is 6 times bigger than Honolulu," Darling said. A tourist city was a tourist city, after all. It couldn't be compared to an international metropolis like L. "Hey, boss, where are we going?" "The venue of the North American Psychic Contest. We're going there to report." The bus arrived at the suburbs of L.A. The vegetation was dense here. There was a building in front that seemed to be newly built. Jimmy was a bit surprised too. It seemed that the North American Illuminati had spent a lot of money this time. The venue was actually so big. A white-haired man walked out. He wasn't old, but he had a head full of white hair. Jimmy recognized him. He was the general manager of the North American Illuminati, Russell Nanda. "Jimmy, long time no see." Russell Nanda walked up and gave Jimmy a warm hug. The guards were only a supernatural organization in the Hawaiian Islands, but their strength and influence were quite good. So Russell Nanda naturally welcomed Jimmy and his guards at the entrance without holding back his enthusiasm. "Welcome to the new headquarters of the North American Illuminati, Mystery Mansion." "Huh? You're moving the headquarters to L.A.?" "Of course," Russell Nanda said. The original headquarters in Orlando was also a big city, but its influence wasn't as big as L.A.'s. There are more opportunities and room for development here. Plus, L.A. is a place with many supernatural incidents, so it gives us more opportunities. I heard that the supernatural organization's headquarters is in L.A. too, right? Jimmy asked meaningfully. "Yes, but do I care about them?" Russell Nanda snickered. Jimmy could tell how disdainful Russell was of the supernatural organization. Of course, he felt the same way too. The supernatural organization had participated in 2 of the previous North American psychic contests. In the past 2 years, the supernatural organization had made a fool of itself. Jimmy also looked down on the supernatural organization. Are they still participating this time? I did send them an invitation, but do they have the face to participate? Ha! Russell Nanda laughed. "Let's go. Let's talk inside. By the way, can you tell me anything about the competition?" Jimmy asked. Chapter 1282. The guard of the last supernatural organization to arrive. "I'll have someone arrange rooms for you. There's a meeting in the conference hall tonight about the first event." Okay. Russell Nanda indeed valued the guards and arranged the best rooms for them. The guards were envious and jealous of the headquarters of the North American Radiant Society. The environment here was much better than that of the guards. The guards had an office, which was used for meetings and meetings. But the headquarters of the North American Light Society had almost all the facilities. There were training grounds, entertainment areas, accommodation areas, offices, and so on. "Boss, when can we have a headquarters like this?" Jamie's asked. "We'll never be able to," Jimmy said. "A headquarters like this costs at least $10 million. It's already not bad if we can get $1 million a year from our cooperation with the Hawaiian government. After deducting the operation budget and the salary, how much money can we have left? And we only have 8 guards. Do we really need such a big headquarters?" Jamie's and the others actually knew that they wouldn't need it, but they still had some fantasies. Unfortunately, Jimmy didn't play along with their fantasies and said it directly. In fact, there were many organizations like them who envied the headquarters of the North American Light Society. However, this headquarters did make them feel the legitimacy and authority of the North American Radiant Society. Sometimes this was how the so-called authority came about. The North American Light Society was rich and powerful. Plus, it held all kinds of activities and competitions all year round. So most supernatural organizations recognized the authority of the North American Light Society. After dinner in the evening, Jimmy went to the conference room. When he entered, he found that the conference room was full of people. At a glance, there were at least 40 people. He knew some of them. Without exception, they were all in charge or decision-makers of various organizations. "Jimmy, sit here. You're here too. It seems that it's going to be harder for the Tide to win this time." The person who greeted Jimmy was a black-haired woman who was dressed very sexily. She was Serena, the big sister of the supernatural organization Tide. The Tide was a Canadian organization. Because there were fewer supernatural organizations in Canada, the Tide was considered an authoritative organization in Canada. There were 15 people in total. They had more people than the guards, but their strength was similar. The last North American Psychic Contest had been a battle between the guards and the Tide. In the end, the guards Jamies and Dorinko narrowly defeated the members of the Tide. Gimli sat beside Serena. "I should be the one with a headache when I see you." They were just flattering each other in business. Although they were competitors, they were not real enemies. In fact, Those who could participate in this competition did not have any real enemies. Ahem. All right, everyone is here. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone. On behalf of the North American Illuminati, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone. Russell Nanda stood in the middle of the conference room. I don't need to explain the reason why everyone is gathered here. First, let me explain the rules of this competition. This North American Psychic Contest is a team battle. No matter how many people your organization or team has, you can't have more than 10 people. Of course, if you have less than 10 members, I can only say that it's a pity that you are in a disadvantageous situation from the beginning of the competition. If there are 20 people, can we split them into 2 teams? Someone stood up and asked. No, Russell Nanda said. It's not fair to those organizations with fewer people. The second rule is that in this competition, there will be an elimination system for each event. Any team that does not complete any event will be eliminated until the 5th round. The remaining teams will compete in the final competition. All right, Mr. Russell, let's get to the point. What's the first event? The first event is a test of your basic skills. I believe that it won't be difficult for any of your teams. If you can't even complete the first event, I will have to doubt your skills, Russell Nanda said. Russell Nanda said, the first event is to capture evil spirits. The time limit is 48 hours. You must capture 10 evil spirits within 48 hours, and you cannot leave the city of Los Angeles. Starting at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, any team that fails to complete the task will be directly eliminated. That's too troublesome. Why don't we start tonight? This competition has a certain level of danger. Tomorrow, I will have to sign a life and death agreement and insurance to ensure that if any accidents happen during the competition, the North American Illuminati won't be blamed. How troublesome. Those who can participate in the competition are definitely well prepared. No one will blame the North American Illuminati. Most people felt that the North American Illuminati was too troublesome. Since when did Russell become so fussy? That's why they are an official organization. We are not, Serena said. To be honest, if Tide had the financial support and manpower of the North American Illuminati, I would definitely do the same. Is it really necessary to sign an insurance agreement? If your people are injured or killed in the competition, how much compensation can your guard provide? If there's insurance, even if there's an injury or death, we can still get a considerable amount of compensation. Why not? Serena said. Okay, that does make sense. Kimberly had to admit that the North American Illuminati's approach was correct. Take the guard's funds, for example. If it was just an ordinary injury, he could still afford the medical expenses of his team members. However, if there were serious injuries, the guards really could not afford to pay for it. But since even the insurance has to be signed, I'm afraid this competition is not that simple. Mr. Russell, a white-haired woman came to Russell Nanda's side. Do the participating organizations have any objections? No. Most of them agree with our arrangement. It's a pity that the supernatural organization isn't participating. Otherwise, we can use this competition to humiliate them. Mr. Russell, it's not like there's no chance at all. Oh, what idea do you have? I heard that when the supernatural organization purified Mapleville, they didn't kill the evil spirits. Instead, they convinced them to become their subordinates and took them away. So, the supernatural organization must have a lot of evil spirits. TSK. Russell Nanda said in disdain. These useless people can't even purify the evil spirits. In the end, they must use an embarrassing method to negotiate with the evil spirit organization. Chapter 1283. Serena, Jimmy said with a frown. We don't know anyone in Los Angeles. Where are we going to catch 10 evil spirits? They weren't worried about their combat ability. Usually, they dealt with evil spirits the most. However, they were dealing with supernatural incidents in Hawaii. They were completely unfamiliar with Los Angeles. They couldn't even recognize a single road. How were they supposed to find evil spirits? Evil spirits wouldn't wander around the streets. We have a girl in Tide. She can do divination. She can divine evil spirits? Jimmy asked in surprise. Of course, Serena said proudly. Jimmy's eyes lit up. Serena, why don't we work together? We'll eliminate the other organizations first. Then, we'll decide the winner. Why? You can't even protect yourselves right now, Serena said disapprovingly. Serena, how do you know that we won't be able to use our team's magic later? Are you sure your team can solve everything? Serena indeed wasn't confident. Just as Jimmy said, they had a good chance of winning if they worked together. All right, I promise, Serena said. Serena said, but if you go back on your word, we, the Tide, will fight to the death with your guards. Of course, Jimmy didn't plan to go back on his word. After all, they had already said it out loud. Moreover, this was a semi-public place. If he betrayed Tide and Serena in this competition, the dignity of the Royal Guards would be completely destroyed. A victory wasn't enough for him to go back on his word. Moreover, Tide wasn't weak. In fact, they were very strong. Serena had considered this too. If they worked together and supported each other until the finals, they could indeed minimize the risk. Hey, Serena, Jimmy. Just then, Russell walked to the balcony. What are you guys talking about? About the competition, of course, Serena said with a smile. Jimmy and I plan to work together. After all, Russell was the organizer and wouldn't be participating in the competition. So, Serena calmly told them about her cooperation with Jimmy. Of course, she had another consideration. Letting more people know about their cooperation would ensure that Jimmy wouldn't go back on his word. The two of you are working together? Looks like you've already secured the championship. Russell Nanda laughed. Looks like I don't need to help anymore. You've always been impartial. What will you help us with? Help us win the championship? Serena said disapprovingly. I can't help you win, but I'm familiar with Los Angeles. I know where the evil spirits are. Do you need my help? Serena and Kimley twitched their brows. They didn't believe that Russell Nanda would open the back door for them. This was almost like cheating. Based on their understanding of Russell Nanda, this guy would never do something like breaking the rules himself. Of course, if you want to talk about it, there's a road leading to the forest on the outskirts of Zyril. At the end of the road, there should be a lot of evil spirits. Don't tell anyone, or my words will damage the authority of the Illuminati of North America. Russell Nanda turned around and left. Do you believe him? Serena asked. Maybe there really are a lot of evil spirits there, but I don't believe that he'd be so kind as to tell us. Maybe he told every organization, Kimley speculated. Also, if the evil spirits form a group, it'll be very troublesome. Maybe Russell Nanda wants to use us to get rid of the evil spirit group. I won't work for him. There is indeed such a possibility. Perhaps his goal is to eliminate a few more groups of contestants. Yeah, that old fox. Russell Nanda looked young, but he was actually very old. He was more than 60 years old. But that's good. Some idiots will fall for it. It'll solve our problem. On the Elite, there's a big deal that needs you. This is the original contract. Make a few hundred copies. Oh, got it. Elite took the original contract from the manager. He glanced at it casually. A few hundred copies at once. It should be a big company. Although he didn't get the order himself, he could still get a considerable amount of income. Of course, Elite was more concerned about his job in the supernatural organization. Most of his energy was spent on the organization and how to improve himself. If he just bought insurance, he wouldn't get $10,000 a month. But in the supernatural organization, he could earn tens of thousands of dollars by doing 1 or 2 missions every month. Ever since Chun Zhao became the president of the supernatural organization, it had completely changed. Of course, Elite didn't give up his job in the insurance industry. It was mainly to hide his real job. If his family knew that he'd lost his job in the insurance company, they might be shocked. Plus, it wasn't easy for him to get to the position of manager. His normal work was easy and he had a lot of free time. He could also use a client as an excuse to go out and report to the organization. Also, after helping some people deal with supernatural incidents, he could send out an insurance policy. He could do both his main job and side job at the same time. Most importantly, unless it was a group operation, Chun Zhao wouldn't force an Elite to stay in the organization. During the Demon Army attack, an Elite had performed well and gotten a good result. For this, he'd even received $100,000. Of course, the ones with the highest bonuses were Gaia and Hell AIs. An Elite was envious of their bonuses, but he wasn't jealous. Chun Zhao had always been fair with rewards and punishments. He He wasn't as strong as Gaia and Helios. Plus, he'd been practicing his magic hard. Don't be fooled by the fact that he usually doesn't show off his abilities, but his strength has improved very quickly. He usually combed his hair back, wore a suit and tie, and carried an official bag. He looked no different from those insurance salesmen. But no one in the insurance company knew that he always had a pair of daggers in his bag. Doña Tienchi had made them for him. He loved them so much that he couldn't bear to part with them. Angelit came to the address the manager gave him. He looked inside and felt that the layout was like his own organization's headquarters. Chapter 1284. Angelit entered the headquarters of the North American Light Association. The person leading the way was a white-haired woman. Apart from her weird hair, she was still very pretty. "Sir, this way, please," the white-haired woman said. With the white-haired woman leading the way, Angelit came to a conference room. "Okay, miss, please call on the people who are going to sign the insurance." "Okay, please wait a moment." Soon, the white-haired woman brought in 20 people. Angelit realized that these people were dressed differently. They didn't look like employees of the same company at all. Instead, they looked more like members of the supernatural organization. They were also dressed differently. In the past, Angelit didn't think it was a problem. But now that he looked at them from an outsider's point of view, he suddenly felt awkward. Should he tell the president to have them wear the same uniform when carrying out missions? Sir, can we sign the insurance contract now?" Angelit came back to his senses. He had actually spaced out during work. But this was already normal. Now, Angelit focused most of his energy on the supernatural organization. "Okay, sorry. Let's start." 20 people took the insurance contract, glanced at it, and signed their names. Then the white-haired woman brought in another 20 people. Angelit did the same work over and over again. Angelit vaguely sensed that these people weren't ordinary people. They were all spiritualists. Although he couldn't sense most of them, there were always one or two who weren't strong enough and didn't have good control of their magic power. Angelit could easily sense their magic power. No wonder. This was a supernatural organization. But there seemed to be quite a lot of people. It was just signing the insurance contract and not negotiating, so it didn't take much time. But there were too many people. There were at least 400 of them. There were really a lot of people in this supernatural organization. But judging from Angelite's senses, most of the people in this organization were similar to him in the past. They were spiritualists who were just slackers. Of course, Angelit didn't dare to say that he would definitely win against anyone in the organization, but he could definitely stand alone against outsiders. Angelite's mentality was good. He felt that everyone had gone through that stage. But the strength of an organization had nothing to do with the number of people. The supernatural organization only had 20 to 30 people, but most of them were quite strong. Even Aduz dared to run out and take orders. Right? Aduz was about to be discharged in 2 days. He usually played with Aduz, so he should pick him up. The white-haired woman noticed that Angelit was distracted again. His impression of Angelit immediately worsened. However, the insurance contract had already been signed. "Mr. Angelit, let me see you out." "Oh, thank you." Angelit packed his things and was about to leave when he felt a bump on his shoulder. A man with a mohawk hairstyle purposely rubbed against Angelit. This man was the same as Morit. He wasn't a good person. Of course, after being taught a lesson by Chen Zhao, Morit had become much more well-behaved. After walking for 3 meters, the man's expression suddenly changed. He touched his pocket and realized that he had lost something. The Mohawk man turned to look at Angelit, who was holding onto his phone. "Sir, did you lose anything?" A look of surprise appeared on the white-haired woman's face. How did this insurance salesman take away that guy's phone? He couldn't even see it clearly. The Mohawk man's face was filled with anger. "Give it back." Angelit tossed the phone back into the Mohawk man's hand. So fast. The white-haired woman could vaguely see Angelite's movements. However, the Mohawk man wasn't happy. He felt like he'd been played. "Go die." The Mohawk man raised his arm and swung his fist at Angelit. Angelite's arm suddenly turned into a blur. The next moment, a dagger appeared in his hand. At the same time, the dagger was pressed against the Mohawk man's neck. In the entire supernatural organization, Angelit was the only one who could barely keep up with Chun Zhao's speed. In the past, Angelide's biggest weakness was that he couldn't maintain his super speed for long. But now, his speed had increased by at least 8 times, and his control of magic was even better. It wasn't a problem for him to last a battle. He even asked the members of the Lightning team to teach him fighting techniques. "You want to kill me?" Holding the dagger, an elite smiled at the Mohawk man. "So fast, too fast." The white-haired woman subconsciously took 2 steps back. If they clashed, and the distance was less than 5 meters, she definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. If she was within 5 meters, she would definitely die. She didn't even see how Chun Zhao had taken out the dagger and pressed it against the Mohawk man's neck. This guy was also a spiritualist. Furthermore, he was a very powerful spiritualist. "Say, sir, I'm joking with you." The Mohawk man was frightened. He could only bully normal people. He didn't expect an elite to be a spiritualist too, and a powerful one at that. Most importantly, he could feel Angelide's murderous aura. Speaking of this aura, an elite had learned it from Klaus. Apparently, Klaus had learned it from Chun Zhao too. When facing enemies or captives, one might not want to kill them, but one still had to maintain the murderous aura. This was to shock the enemy and make them submit and fear him. An elite obviously didn't plan to kill, but he'd learned 80% of the aura. With a smile on his face, an elite looked like a cold killer. An elite put away the dagger. The white-haired woman still couldn't see Angelide's movements clearly. An elite returned to the appearance of a commercial insurance salesman. The Mohawk man was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Even when an elite turned to leave, he didn't have the strength to stand up. He felt that he could really be killed. The white-haired woman really doubted which one was the real an elite. "Mr. An Elite, you should know where this is, right?" "No. This is the headquarters of the North American Light Association. Are you interested in joining us? We really hope to have a powerful wizard like you." "Sorry, I still prefer my job as an insurance salesman." An elite wouldn't reveal his true identity so easily. Even his family didn't know his true identity, let alone others. Chapter 1285. Join this North American Light organization? An elite didn't want to be a traitor. He also didn't want to become the useless person he used to be. Comparing the current supernatural organization to the past supernatural organization was like a sheep leading a flock of sheep. But now, it was like a lion leading a pack of wolves. An elite didn't want to be a lion in a flock of sheep because he felt that if he stayed in such an environment for too long, he would become a sheep too. In his eyes, the North American Light Organization was a flock of sheep. He only hoped to follow in the lion's footsteps. Only by looking at the lion's back did he know how to walk his path. Russell walked to the white-haired woman. "Zella, what are you looking at?" "That man is very powerful," Zella said. "I tried to rope him in, but he refused." "Oh, for you to call him powerful, how powerful must he be?" Russell Nanda looked at Zella in surprise. When she first met Zella, Russell Nanda's evaluation was only not bad, nothing more. Of course, the current Russell Nanda was different from before. If you don't use your secret technique, you won't be able to defeat him. If I clash with him within 5 meters, I'll be killed instantly. As for you, you can't even guarantee your own safety within 20 meters. Is there a way to rope him in? It's probably difficult. He's very powerful, but he's willing to disguise himself as an insurance salesman. This means he's not willing to participate in the supernatural world. Then forget it. Russell felt it was a pity when he heard Zella's words. It was rare to meet such a powerful spiritualist. It was such a pity that he couldn't recruit him. But they weren't an evil organization. They wouldn't use evil methods to force him to join them. "Oh, I've already leaked the information about the supernatural organization's evil spirit organization to the leaders of all the organizations, but I don't think many will really go." "Why?" Zella asked, confused. "I don't have a good reputation," Russell said helplessly, "but it's good to have a few." Crown and Dilla stood at the door to welcome Adu's back. The two of them were marginal characters and did not have much popularity even in the evil spirit group, but Adu's just happened to be of the same ilk. Now that Adu's was injured, the two of them wanted nothing more than to tear the people who hurt him to pieces. If they could win, even if Offit was locked up in the dungeon, the two little evil spirits wouldn't be able to defeat him. At this moment, Klaus's car drove into the headquarters, and Aduz alighted from the car. When Erdos was discharged from the hospital, it was Klaus who went to fetch him. "Crone, Dillas, how are you?" Aduz had been lying in the hospital for more than 10 days. He could have been discharged a few days earlier, but West kept saying that he would be under observation. That was why he was finally discharged after more than 10 days. Aduz excitedly hugged Crone and Dillas passionately. Sure enough, only by returning to this place could he feel the value of his existence. The hospital was too boring. Aduz even felt that the hospital wasn't a place he should be at. Whenever he went to the courtyard of the hospital, a group of old men and women would come over to complain to him about their pain. Aduz felt that he was different from them. He was not one of those damned old men and women. He was a true warrior. When the demon army invaded last time, he had killed a demon with his own hands. Last time, when that group of people attacked, he was only slightly injured by their sneak attack because he was careless for a moment. That definitely wasn't his true strength. "Hey, Aduz, are you back?" Just then, Pamela floated over. "Don't come near me. If you come near me, my cold legs will act up." Aduz immediately jumped back. "Okay, I'm joking. Nice to see you again, Miss Pamela." Aduz breathed in the air. This place is still the most comfortable. Just then, Unleet drove in. "Aduz, why are you back? I didn't know you were discharged until I went to the hospital. Why didn't you tell me?" "It was Klaus who took me out of the hospital." "Klaus, that bastard. I can leave the hospital on my own. I'm not an old man. I don't need you to take care of me." Aduz was never one to be old, especially here. Klaus shrugged. "I was afraid that you'd be late. The president knew that you'd come today and left a lot of food. It's not available on the market." "Oh, where's the president?" "Someone attacked Miss Phalai. He's angry now." "What? Who dared to attack Miss Phalai?" "Crown, take out my weapon. I'm going to kill all those bastards." "All right, it's just a bunch of normal people. The president and Mr. West already went to deal with it." "Aduz, go inside. The party is about to start," Pamela said. "You can't miss the food. After all, even spirits liked the food that Chan Zhao had left behind. It was all magic food. It couldn't be bought on the market. One was even the immortal bird. Legend had it that eating the immortal bird's flesh would grant one immunity to fire. Of course, it wasn't that good in reality, but it did grant a certain level of heat resistance. It also had a certain amplification effect on fire magic. Magic food couldn't give normal people magic power, but there would occasionally be some special effects. It was like awakening, but not fully awakening. It could be considered a mutation. Of course, the chances were very low. Everyone mainly liked the taste and texture of the magic food. The sky darkened, and everyone started the party. Apart from the people locked in the dungeon, everyone in the headquarters came to the party, including the evil spirit group. However, there were 30 female evil spirits. They were in the process of turning into banshees, so they couldn't join the party. Also, because Chun Zhao wasn't here, the evil spirits were rather relaxed. "Lady Pamela, let me toast you." Crown held his glass. It was the purple brew that Chun Zhao had provided. It was extremely expensive outside, but they could enjoy it freely here. Pamela responded to Crown's toast. After drinking, she took a deep breath. The wine was filled with magic. It was really irresistible. Suddenly, Pamela raised an eyebrow. Just then, Klaus also put down his glass. He heard the roar of a motorcycle outside. Chapter 1286. The door of the headquarters was smashed open by a car. Just like the last time Offit broke into the headquarters. There was no greeting at all. This was a naked invasion. It was an enemy. There were a few commercial cars behind, all filled with people. They jumped out of the cars as soon as they broke into the headquarters. Pamela appeared in front of everyone. "Look, there's an evil spirit. There really is an evil spirit. Looks like Mr. Russell South didn't lie to us. This mission can be completed easily." One of the psychics had a weapon that looked like a gun aimed at Pamela. Bang! The gun didn't shoot bullets or energy. Instead, it was a net. The net covered Pamela directly. Pamela could feel that the net was special and had rune power on it. Pamela's expression immediately changed. Pamela screamed at the person in front of her. Boom! The person's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Instantly, All the spells poured toward Pamela. Pamela was even angrier. Her warning didn't work. She looked at the 30 or 40 people before her. Cold air suddenly surrounded Pamela. Her body suddenly relaxed, and she let out another shrill scream. The cold air turned into thousands of icicles along with the screams, spreading in all directions. The spiritualist at the front was the first to be hit. The moment he touched the icicles, his soul was pierced and his body shattered like ice. Seeing that things were bad, the spiritualists behind hurriedly used defensive spells. But they still underestimated how terrifying Pamela was. The tens of thousands of icicles destroyed everything. They were as unreasonable as a metal storm. The defensive spells could block one icicle or two, but they couldn't block 100 or 1,000. In an instant, the bodies and souls of the 40 spiritualists were shattered. Only puddles of ice were left on the ground. Just then, the car at the back suddenly started. It turned and fled out of the headquarters. There were 2 other people in the car. They'd come to join in the fun, but they'd never dreamed that they'd encounter such a terrifying evil spirit here. No, it definitely wasn't an evil spirit. There couldn't be such a terrifying evil spirit. That definitely wasn't the power of an evil spirit. It was a demon. Dozens of spiritualists were slaughtered in an instant. They didn't think they were hunting. He was sending himself into the tiger's den. Pamela saw the escaping car and shrieked again. The MPV was dismembered. Pamela floated above the car. After checking, she saw a pool of blood and flesh on the driver's seat. After confirming that there was no aura of a living person, he slowly turned around and left. After Pamela left, someone crawled out of the car. This person looked in the direction of the supernatural organization's headquarters and ran into the darkness. He was frightened, truly frightened. Odenkirk fled back to the North American Light Society headquarters. Odenkirk, how come you're back so soon? Did the mission go smoothly? Russell saw Odenkirk return, but things seemed to be different for what he imagined. Odenkirk looked a little disheveled. Did something happen? Russell, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Odenkirk suddenly lost control and pounced at Russell Nanda. Russell Nanda quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Odenkirk, I won't go easy on you if you do this again. It's you. You killed my friends. You Astra Shoal, you're sending us to our deaths. Death? What happened? You don't know. You did it on purpose. You told us that there were many evil spirits there, but we only met one. But that evil spirit, she, what happened to her? There's so many of you, and you can't even catch one evil spirit, right? She killed all of us. Not just my people, but everyone who went with us. They all died. They all died to that evil spirit. In just one move. She killed all of us with one move. What? Russell Nanda looked at Odenkirk in shock. How is that possible? You're not normal people. How can this happen? That's the truth. That wasn't an evil spirit at all. It was a monster. My friends, my brothers, everything I had is gone. Odenkirk roared and cried. Russell Nanda was deep in thought. His expression also became very ugly. How could it be? How could an evil spirit have such terrifying power? Could this be the reason why the supernatural organization couldn't cleanse Mapleville after so many years? If that was the case, everything would make sense. If such a terrifying evil spirit existed in Mapleville, it would indeed be difficult to destroy. In the end, they had to negotiate with the evil spirit group in Mapleville. But this way, the supernatural organization got a bargain. They'd actually obtained such powerful combat power. What a pity. If only this evil spirit could join the North American Illuminati. The next day, Chun Zhao came to the headquarters of the supernatural organization. He realized that the entrance was a bit messy. What happened? President, you're here. Adu saw Chun Zhao and immediately went over to greet him. What's going on? Last night, we had a party at the headquarters, and then these people broke in and attacked Lady Pamela. Then Lady Pamela got angry and killed everyone. Who are they? Chun Zhao didn't care about their lives. I don't know. Lady Pamela was too fast. When we came out, the battle was already over. Oh, forget it, Chun Zhao said. If something like this happens again, leave at least one alive if the conditions allow. At least we'll know who sent them. Coming to his territory to behave atrociously, he deserved to be beaten to death. Chen Zhao didn't mind. What a pity, Adu said regretfully. Lady Pamela was too fast. I wanted to teach these bastards a lesson myself. He really wanted to prove that his injury last time was an accident. President. Carrying a backpack, Helith came out. Seeing Chen Zhao, she went over to greet him. Where are you going? I'm lacking some summoning materials. I heard that there's an abandoned cemetery in the southwest. I plan to go there. I probably won't be back tonight. I know that cemetery, Chen Zhao said. It's quite far. I'll take you there. Subconsciously, he still treated Helith like a child. Chapter 12, 87. Chen Zhao drove Halleys to the abandoned cemetery. Chen Zhao sensed that there were a few powerful spirits nearby. However, he was only slightly stronger and posed no threat to Blackie. Moreover, he could feel that Gila's perception of the dead was stronger than his. She must have felt it too. How long are you staying here? Chen Zhao asked. 1 day should be enough. We just need to find some skeletons. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow, or call me when you're done. Guild leader, I'm not child. All right, I'm leaving. Helly's was speechless. Everything about her president was good, but he treated her too much like a child. It was probably because he was not strong enough that the president always felt that he needed to be taken care of. Gila's style of doing things was very planned. Whatever she did today, she would do it tomorrow. He would enter the training tower's 4th floor twice a week. Then, he spent the next 2 days meditating and studying black magic. In the extra time, he would carry out various combat missions to enrich himself. When Chen Zhao returned to the city, a bus suddenly passed by. Then Chen Zhao heard a scream. Looking back, he saw a head poking out of the bus window. It was the girl named Jomais. Hi, uncle. Chen Zhao immediately pretended not to see anything and left. Jamies immediately said to the bus driver, Stop the bus, stop the bus. Amy, where are you going? Let's go out and play, Jamie said. We're on a mission right now. We're competing, Kingsley said. It's just capturing a few evil spirits. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Gimli looked at the other members of the Tide Guild, but Serena said, It doesn't matter. We're just capturing a few evil spirits anyway. We don't need so many people. Can I go with you? It's my first time in Los Angeles. I didn't even get a chance to go out and play, a female member of the Tide said. I'll go too. I'll go too. Several members who were about the same age as Jamie's all wanted to go out and play. With Jamie's taking the lead, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Kinley looked at Serena. Serena looked helpless as well. He had thought that Xiaomi was alone. In the end, after she took the lead, a group of people followed suit. Forget it. All of you can go. You can play however you want. Billy, stay here. We need you for our operation. Yes, big sister. Billy nodded. Come back at night. Don't spend the night outside. Gimli was still a little worried about the children. Xiao Misai and the other young people all got off the car and went out to play in groups of 2s and 3s. Dorink had always been Jamie's follower. Jamie's, where are we going? Let's go find that uncle. He should be very familiar with Los Angeles. Let him take us there. We don't know him that well. Who said we're not? We even saved him before. Have you forgotten? That doesn't count as saving him. The person who kidnapped him didn't intend to kill him, said Dorink. I don't care. We saved him anyway. Let me see where he is now. Jamie's closed her eyes for a moment before opening them again. Turn right at the intersection ahead. We have 2 legs. He's driving a car. Can't we hail a taxi? After driving for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly felt a car following him. He glanced at the rearview mirror. It was a taxi. Chen Zhao parked by the roadside and saw 2 girls run out of the car. Chen Zhao immediately wanted to run back, but it was too late. Hey, uncle, we meet again. We're really fated. Who's fated with you? How did you know I was here? Would you believe me if I said we know magic? Chen Zhao had already known that they were witches at the airport in Hawaii. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising that they could find him with magic. You really don't believe me. Jamie's looked at Chen Zhao smile. But it's normal. Most people don't believe that magic exists in this world. Why are you looking for me? Take us out to play. I'm not free. What do you want to do? Work. What do you do for a living? University professor. Liar. There's no professor as young as you. You finally admit that I'm young. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. The food here is really good. Jamie's wiped the grease off her lips in an unladylike manner. This place must be really expensive, right? It's all right. The minimum spending at Marina Restaurant was $800. Those who could come here would usually spend more than $3,000. It was noon, so there weren't many people in the restaurant. But at night, it was hard to find a table here. Uncle, you're rich, right? From Jamie's point of view, Chinzhao must be very rich since he took them to such an expensive restaurant and a private room in a first-class cabin. Yes, I do have some money. Do you want to sponsor us? If you have any trouble in the future, we can help you solve it. No need. I believe I can solve any problem myself. If I can't, you probably can't either. That's not for sure. You don't even know our abilities. Well then, go kill the one in the White House. See? If I can't do it, you can't do it either. Don't joke around. We're not terrorists or killers. Does that mean that apart from that, you could do everything else? Of course. We don't kill people. Okay, I need money. Go rob 100 million from the bank and give it to me. But if I have that ability, why would I need your sponsorship? See, I need money. You can't do it either. Asterisk Shoal, you're messing with us. No. Look at my serious eyes. Why don't I see your serious eyes at all? Okay, are you full? I have something else to do. I'm a man of my word, Jamie said. If you really have something you can't solve, you can find us. Chinzhao looked back at Jamie's and Dorinko. He only smiled and left. At the same time, the bus stopped outside the abandoned cemetery. Kingsley, Serena, and Billy alighted and realized that there were 2 more buses parked in front of them. Just like their bus, they were both from the North American Illuminati. The drivers were also from the Illuminati. Serena frowned. Someone got here before us. Are we still going in? Kingsley asked. Billy, are there many evil spirits inside? Chapter 1288. How strong? If it's the 3 of us, we might be able to take care of one, Billy said. But if a few strong, evil spirits gather together, we'll be in danger. The group that went in before us should be able to attract the evil spirits' attention. I don't think they have the ability to capture all the evil spirits individually. Are the evil spirits here really that scary? Jimmy had never encountered such a strong, evil spirit. The evil spirits here must have devoured all the evil spirits in the graveyard, leaving only a few strong ones. They can't do anything to each other, which is why they're so scary, Billy said. As long as we're careful, it'll be fine, Serena said. All right, the 3 of them entered the graveyard. Because it had been abandoned for a long time and no one had taken care of it, the tombstones were all over the place. After walking for a while, Billy suddenly stopped. What's wrong? An evil spirit disappeared, Billy said. Was it destroyed? Huh. Another one disappeared. Another one disappeared. Is the group that went in first very strong? Jimmy asked in surprise. No way. I didn't see any particularly strong group this time. Serena glanced at Jimmy. Except for your guards. Just then, a terrified scream came from the graveyard. Then, the 3 of them saw more than 20 people running away in panic. Behind them, there were 4 more evil spirits. Huh? They're being chased by evil spirits. No, they're running in different directions. They're not being chased by evil spirits. They're running together, Serena said. Only then did Gimli realize that they were indeed running away. But so were the evil spirits. What's in there? So scary. There's an aura. A very strong magic power has appeared in front of us, Billy suddenly said in fear. Kingsley and Serena also sensed the powerful magic. They looked into the depths of the graveyard and saw a girl in black standing there. The 3 of them backed away in fear. The girl in black was emitting a terrifying aura. Let's go, Serena said. We can't stay here any longer. That girl is very scary. We'll be killed by her. Kingsley and Billy thought so too. This magic made it impossible for them to resist. It was better for them to escape as soon as possible. The 3 of them left the cemetery. Fortunately, the girl in black did not chase after them. Another group of people had also escaped. Some of them could no longer stand up and were lying on the ground, panting. Are you body from the new era? Serena looked at one of them. She recognized one of them. She had interacted with him before. Serena, why are you here? just like you guys. What's going on? We heard that there were evil spirits here, so we came to capture them. When we arrived, we discovered that the evil spirits were surrounding that black-clothed girl. We wanted to help, but that black-clothed girl chased us away. I wanted to teach her a lesson, but what was the result? That black-clothed girl accidentally killed 2 evil spirits. Slip up? What do you mean? She wanted to capture the evil spirits alive, but because of our harassment, she ended up killing 2 of them. Then, she took it out on us, and even injured Nyan. What's with that black-clothed girl? Do you know her? Is she also one of the contestants? I don't know her. I've never heard of such a terrifying witch. I don't think she's one of the contestants, Kimley said. If she is, we don't have to compete anymore. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, just the black-clothed girl's aura alone was enough to make them stop. According to Body, the girl was actually facing a few powerful evil spirits by herself, and still had the upper hand. Moreover, if the black-clothed girl wanted to eliminate those evil spirits, she should be able to do so easily. Let's go. Let's leave this place. If that black-clothed girl comes out, it'll be troublesome. Everyone hurriedly returned to the bus and left the abandoned cemetery. Looks like L isn't as simple as we thought, Kimley said. The world is so big. It's not strange to have 1 or 2 powerful spiritualists occasionally, Serena said. Maybe she's the only one in all of L. Hey, don't you know what happened last night? Know what? 4 organizations went to the place Russell Nanda provided, but only 1 escaped. That survivor has been sent to the hospital by Russell Nanda, and he doesn't allow us to contact him. What about the others? They're all dead. The person who asked for it was screaming along the way. Many people heard him. Russell Nanda probably wouldn't do that. Even if he wanted to eliminate the contestants, he wouldn't send them to their deaths. I suspect that even Russell Nanda didn't expect this. Things have gone out of control, Kimley said. Maybe Russell Nanda's initial goal was to eliminate a few groups of contestants, but something unexpected happened and caused casualties. Looks like we have to be wary of Russell Nanda. Be careful not to be led into a ditch by him. Indeed, I don't know what kind of enemy they encountered. So many people died. For example, that black-clothed girl has the ability to kill all of us. Yes. Luckily, we escaped quickly. Luckily, they had an evil spirit compass like Billy. Within the 48 hours, they finally caught 10 evil spirits. However, there were many contestants this time, and they all had their own abilities. Even the stupidest method was to find a local guide to find the so-called haunted houses or haunted places. So, most of them completed the mission. When they gathered in the conference hall for the second time, Kimley realized that half of the people were gone. Seems like many teams have been eliminated, Kimley thought. Russell Nanda came. He acted as if nothing had happened. First of all, congratulations on completing the first event. Now, there are 25 groups left, which is 250 people. Now, I'll explain the second event. Chapter 1289. I passed. An elite ran into the front hall of the headquarters excitedly. There weren't many people there today. An elite couldn't find anyone to share his joy with. Then he ran to the guard booth at the entrance and pulled Aduz aside. Aduz, I passed. What did you pass? First level of the Tower of Trials. I passed the first level. An elite shouted excitedly. He became the 4th person to pass the first level after Gaia, Norma, and Hell AIs. Moreover, he was the first male to do so. Congratulations. Aduz also had a trial ring. He'd even tried a few times. Everyone knew the result. If he went in alone, he usually wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. But Aduz also knew how difficult it was to pass. He also knew how terrifying Chun Zhao, who'd passed the 7th level, was. The fact that an elite was able to pass the first level showed how powerful he was. But Aduz didn't expect an elite to be the first male to pass, except for Chun Zhao. That day, an elite didn't go to work at the insurance company anymore. He would talk to whoever came to the headquarters. Joy had to be shared. If no one shared it, it would be meaningless. Of course, if someone was happy, someone would be sad. For example, Jalanesh. She'd always thought that she'd be the 4th person to pass the first level. Most people in the association thought so too. The first 3 were all female, Gaia, Norma, and hell AIs. This proved that witches were indeed more powerful than wizards. But she didn't expect that an elite, who'd always kept a low profile, would be the fourth person to pass the first level of the Tower of Trials. Everyone could see Angelide's strength. Angelide's magic was speed. He was also the only one who could compete with Chun Zhao in speed. But no one expected an elite to be the fourth. But this also caused the association members to start a crazy trip to the Tower of Trials again. In fact, many of the members were not far behind. Take Jalanash, for example. She had originally thought that she would be the fourth, and it was not without reason. She could kill around 90 monsters now. She believed that she'd be able to pass the first level soon. However, an elite beat her to it, which made her really angry. There was also Giselle, Morid, and more. They were not far from Jalanash and were all very likely to make it to fourth place. Only West and Patya were unperturbed. The two of them were complete support. It was basically impossible for them to pass the first level alone. Get Kira and Donya Tianchi belonged to the last batch of members to join the association. For the time being, they were not ranked, so the two of them could only compete with each other. This time, I'll go in and kill a few more, and tomorrow, you'll go in and kill a few more. It's a competition. Next was Alice. Although she also knew offensive magic, she was generally classified as a support type witch or a functional witch. Panin and Eric were in the second group, about the same strength as Jalanash and the others. The first group consisted of Gaia, Norma, and Hallis. The strength of the three of them was indisputable. There was also Moraz. She had only entered the Tower of Trials once and never entered again. She was originally Offit's subordinate and was forced to join the association. Her strength was not outstanding, and she was purely a support. She could not adapt to the battles in the Tower of Trials at all. The 5 members of the Lightning team were not spiritualists, but they had been baptized by strengthening potions. They also had extremely strong battle awareness, so they had always worked together to attack the Tower of Trials. Their current best result was 60 monsters on the first level. After all, it was very difficult for a team of 5 to enter. They had also formed their own battle style. If one of them could not do anything, the 5 of them together would definitely be able to do it alone. Of course, there was also an invisible member in the association, Asalisa. However, she was still a two-faced person and basically had no contact with the association. She would occasionally send messages to Chun Zhao and West. Moore and Morid were also quite dissatisfied with Angelite's sudden increase in strength. They said that they would all be mediocre together, but you're secretly becoming strong. On this day, Jalanash and Morid reached the second level almost one after the other. Jalanash had wanted to be proud, but Morid also broke through, which greatly reduced her excitement. Forget about on the lead. What was going on with Morid? Either way, Jalanash was very upset. When Chun Zhao heard that 3 people had broken through the first level today, he was very happy. He praised the 3 of them and even gave them a raise in salary and benefits. In the current society, one could not rely on personal worship to form a team. Without proper treatment, why would people follow you? Actually, Chun Zhao had seen their hard work. Jalanash's breakthrough was natural, but Chun Zhao did not expect an elite in Morid's breakthroughs. It was not that he looked down on them, but they did not usually show it. Gaia, did you hear? An elite, Jalanash, and Morid all broke through the first level. Oh, that fast? Looks like I have to work hard too. I'll try to break through the second level this month, Gaia said. Although Gaia was busy filming the movie, she did not stop cultivating. Whenever she could enter the Tower of Trials, she would go in immediately no matter what. Come back quickly tonight. There's a party at the headquarters. Okay, I'll come back after picking up Evans. Come back directly after you're done, Chun Zhao said. I'll go pick up Evans. Okay. Gaia was not worried about Chun Zhao. Moreover, Chun Zhao had picked up Evans for her a few times. Gaia had finished filming her scenes long ago, but her work was not done yet. She was mainly in charge of directing the movements. Of course, she would also help the crew with some small problems. Woof! As soon as Gaia hung up the phone, she looked down and saw a fat Alaskan dog biting into her pants. Gaia picked up the puppy that had probably just been weaned and walked into the crew. Whose dog is it? Everyone in the crew asked, but no one answered Gaia's question. Since no one wants it, I'll bring it back. Evans should like it, Gaia thought. After finishing today's work, Gaia carried the puppy back to the headquarters. Chapter 1290. The dog is in the car in front. Yes, that's what the North American Illuminati's magic beacon shows. The North American Illuminati is really troublesome. If they give everyone a tracking magic beacon, what's the point of the competition? The North American Illuminati wants us to fight for the same goal, the driver said. The driver said, if each team can only find 4, then all the participating teams will be eliminated. However, this will definitely not happen. There will definitely be a few strong teams that will gather first, and the slightly weaker teams will have to compete. The North American Radiant Club wants to ensure that those with potential advance first, and then eliminate the weak teams. Boss, are we a weak team then? We're Wolf Deity, the big man in the passenger seat snorted. We're not those weaklings. Their organization was called Wolf Deity, and they were different from ordinary supernatural organizations. Wolf Deity was a mercenary, so they had rich combat experience. The second event of the North American Psychic Competition was to find and capture 5 mixed magical creatures. Wolf Deity's boss, Lone Wolf, thought that every member was an elite and did not need to search in groups, so the 10 members were divided into 5 groups of 2. Hey, Lone Wolf suddenly saw another car drive past. Fuck, competitors are here. Boss, they seem to have a lot of people. What should we do? Chase the car in front and stop it, Lone Wolf said. Here, of course, hurry up. Grab the thing and leave, Lone Wolf urged. There's no one else on the road. Oh, okay. The driver could only speed up and rush to the car in front. He turned the steering wheel and stopped the car in front. But just then, the car that had been chasing the same target also stopped. It was not the group that Lone Wolf had found, but 4 or 5 groups that had all bumped into each other. Gaia saw that she had been stopped by an unfamiliar car and frowned. After she left the set, she had felt a car following her. She just could not figure out who it was. Revenge? Or some kind of robber? Gaia carried Jamie out of the car. Just then, a dozen people got out of the 4 or 5 cars. There were men and women, dressed in all sorts of strange ways. Gaia was a little confused. Were robbers nowadays so unconventional? Kinley and Serena cooperated as usual. Both sides had agreed that after one team found 5 hybrid magic creatures, they would help the other team search for them. There are so many competitors. How could it be such a coincidence that they are all gathered on the same target? Serena said in a low voice. I reckon there will be a huge battle soon, Jimmy said with a frown. This was only the second round, and they were already going to start fighting? Don't do anything first. We'll take over after they're done. Serena clearly wanted to reap the benefits. They're not idiots. Who wouldn't want to reap the benefits? Gimli said, There's really someone who's an idiot. Ha! The person who stopped the car, Lone Wolf, is an idiot who only knows how to use force. He will definitely rob it later, and after that, the others will definitely stop him. Serena said. Indeed, just as Serena had guessed, Lone Wolf swaggered toward the woman. Who are you people? Gaia shouted. None of your business. Give me the dog in your arms. Lone Wolf walked in front of Gaia and reached out to grab Jamie, who was in Gaia's arms. Gaia single-handedly grabbed Lone Wolf's wrist. Is this dog yours? Cut the crap. Lone Wolf raised his leg and kicked Gaia's stomach. Gaia took 2 steps back. Lone Wolf was a little surprised. He was an enhancer. Even though he hadn't used his full strength in that kick, it definitely wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. However, this tall woman only took 2 steps back. Not bad. You can withstand my kick. Lone Wolf suddenly sped up and charged toward Gaia. Gaia was already enraged. She looked at the charging Lone Wolf. Bang! With a punch, half of Lone Wolf's face caved in, and he lay on the ground, motionless. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of something cutting through the air. Gaia twisted her shoulder, but she couldn't dodge the sneak attack. Her shoulder was cut by a crossbow bolt. Gaia's expression immediately darkened. These weren't ordinary people. The surrounding atmosphere had also become heavy. Gaia's body emitted a violent aura. This aura brought with it an oppressive feeling. Everyone was out of breath, and it also stimulated everyone's nerves, making them restless and agitated. So scary. This woman isn't ordinary. Kim's expression changed slightly. Serena's face twitched slightly. She was trying her best to resist this violent feeling. Kill! Everyone roared at the same time and charged toward Gaia. They were forced to do so by her aura. But in the next instant, a wave of heat erupted from Gaia's body. There was also an oppressive feeling that was 10 times more terrifying. Scram! Everyone was instantly sent flying. Rings of fire appeared around Gaia's feet. Everyone fell to the ground pathetically as they looked at the godlike Gaia in horror. Even Gaia was somewhat surprised. She had actually comprehended a deeper level of bloodline power, Dragon's aura. In the past, Gaia could also release Dragon's aura, but it was different now. In the past, her aura was restrained and not released. Now, however, her aura had been achieved. Gaia looked at the injured people on the ground and snorted coldly. She returned to the car and drove away. For the dozen people present, this was definitely an extremely humiliating experience. But they were filled with despair toward that tall and big woman. That godlike power wasn't something that humans could hope to achieve. Too scary, Kim was the least injured, and he was standing at the back. He helped Serena up. "Serena, how are you?" "I'm fine." Serena suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But this mouthful of blood had spat out the pent-up pressure in her heart. Her body was a lot more relaxed. "Damn it, who is that woman? She's too scary. Is there anyone in this world that could be her match? Maybe the girl in black we met in the abandoned cemetery during the day can. There are two such terrifying spiritualists in the same city. I can't imagine it. Los Angeles is more dangerous than we thought." Kim and Serena weren't in the mood to look for mixed-blood magical creatures anymore. They dragged their tired bodies back to the headquarters of the North American Light Association. Russell Nanda hurried over. "Kim, Serena, I heard that you met a powerful spiritualist outside." "Yes, very powerful. You two can't defeat her even if you join forces." Russell Nanda had heard about this from others. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful spiritualist in Los Angeles that he didn't know about. Chapter 1291. Russell Nanda walked in the garden of the headquarters on his stomach. Just then, Zella appeared behind him without any warning. "Sir, what are you thinking about? The supernatural world in L is deeper than I thought," Russell Nanda said emotionally. Russell Nanda sighed. "Let's not talk about the spiritualist who sold insurance a few days ago. Today, I heard that two extremely powerful spiritualists have appeared. One is a girl in black, and the other is a tall woman. Logically speaking, these two people shouldn't be unknown, but we have never heard of them before coming here. Yet they are so powerful that it makes one's hair stand on end. Why don't I ask around and see if I can recruit them into our team?" "Go." Before Russell Nanda moved his headquarters to Los Angeles, he had asked around in Los Angeles. From what he'd heard, the supernatural world in L.A. seemed to only have a few weak people. To the North American Light Society, a big city like L.A. was a place with no supernatural forces. It was like a huge cake. As for the original force stationed in L.A., the supernatural organization, Russell Nanda didn't care about them at all. But who would have thought that L.A. would have such a master? "Oh, is there any movement from the supernatural organization?" "Nothing. I remember that West was the acting president, right? What about now? I looked into it a while ago. It seems like a Chinese is the president now. Do you have his information?" "Some. On the surface, he's a university professor, but he's an illegal doctor in private. He makes a lot of money by practicing medicine illegally." Zella pouted in disdain. "TSK. This supernatural organization is really something. They actually found such a person to be the president. I really don't know what West is thinking." Russell Nanda's laughter was filled with disdain. "Sir, do you want me to give him some trouble? Don't go to their headquarters. There's a powerful evil spirit there." Russell was still very concerned about the evil spirit that killed dozens of spiritualists. "Do you know where he lives?" "Yes. Go and give him some trouble." "To what extent?" Zella asked. "As long as you don't expose us," Russell Nanda said. "Make their new president homeless." Thud, thud, thud. Little Gerlin, stop hitting me. You're going to crack my head. Hanks felt a headache coming on. In the past, Hanks could still endure Gerlin's abuse. At most, Gerlin would hug his skull and bite it. But ever since Chan Zhao returned from outside and gave Gerlin a golden awl, everything changed. Of course, the truth was that Gerlin had stolen the golden awl herself. Chun Zhao had originally kept the golden awl as a decoration, to prevent Gerlin from getting it. He had placed it on a higher shelf. In the end, King Kong helped little Gerlin take it down. From then on, Hank's nightmare began. Hanks felt that his skull had been cracked by the force of the blows. Beautiful Miss Feilai, please save me. Please save me from the hands of this little demon. Hanks could only ask for help from Feilai. Feilai, on the other hand, was studying the Book of Changes, ignoring Hanks's pleas. Someone save me. Hanks wanted to cry, but had no tears. This pair of mother and daughter were really cold-blooded and heartless. Miss Feilai, do you want to hear my adventure stories? Hanks asked, not interested. Chin's adventure stories are better than yours. At first, Feilai was still interested in the so-called Treasure Island, but she slowly lost interest. Of course, the main reason was that she was pregnant. Hank's adventure stories were all the same. It was always about how he experienced difficulties and finally found the so-called treasure. You might as well watch those old-fashioned adventure movies. Just then, Chun Zhao returned to the living room after swimming. He saw Gerlin hugging the skull and the golden awl in her hand. He reached out to grab it. No, don't take my hammer. Don't. Little Gerlin fully displayed her talent of crying and throwing a tantrum. She hugged the golden awl tightly and refused to let go. Chun Zhao's face was filled with helplessness. In the past, it was fine if Gerlin hugged a skull, but the golden awl was too dangerous for a child. So, no matter how unhappy Gerlin was, Chun Zhao still took the golden awl. Daddy, oh no, I don't want Daddy anymore. Dear Chun, you're God's messenger. You saved me from this little demon's torture. Chun Zhao grabbed Hanks. Hanks, how did you find the treasure island in the first place? It was God's guidance. Thud. Chun Zhao knocked Hanks with the golden awl. Don't talk nonsense with me. Fine. Hanks said helplessly. I found a great witch. She helped me divine the location of Treasure Island. I passed through the mysterious sea, passed through 7 mysterious islands, and finally arrived at Treasure Island. What about the route? Just then, Feilai put down the book in her hand. Chun, you said that you'd wait for me to give birth, and then go find the Treasure Island together. You can't go back on your word. I didn't say that we're going now. I'm just asking. Let's uncover the secret of the mysterious Treasure Island together. That's more interesting. Aren't we together now? Nope. Then you can ask. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Hanks, let me ask you. Which mysterious sea are you talking about? And what are the 7 mysterious islands? The mysterious sea is not any known sea, only that which can guide a ship into the mysterious sea. In order to guide my ship into the mysterious sea, that great which turned into a petrel, after bringing my ship into the mysterious sea, she disappeared from this world forever. Now that satellites cover the entire world, there's no mysterious sea. I don't know what satellites are, but the mysterious sea doesn't exist in this world. When the ship entered the mysterious sea, my crew and I saw countless magical or terrifying sea creatures, as well as the 7 mysterious islands. Then tell me about the 7 mysterious islands. I've only been to the first island, the Petrified Island. I saw the legendary Medusa there. Half of the crew was petrified and stayed on the Petrified Island forever. After that, I didn't dare to go to the other islands anymore. I only let the crew go. We kept losing people along the way. When we reached the Treasure Island, only my dog and I were left. Why do you have to go to the island? You know that it's dangerous, but you still want to go? Because only by going to the island and finding the guide can we find the next island. Chapter 1292. Every island has a magical creature, Hanks said. If you find it, you'll be able to get it to guide you to the next mysterious island. Just then, Chun Zhao suddenly frowned. There seemed to be a guest on the other side of Mirror Lake. At the same time, 2 men and 1 woman came from the other side. All 3 had white hair. Zella glanced at Hoey beside him. Hoey, that person's house is in front. Destroy it completely? Yes, destroy it. Zella nodded. Okay, I understand. Hoey took a step forward and chanted an incantation. His arms began to slowly rise. Just then, waves appeared on the surface of the lake. At first, it was just a small ripple. But as the ripples spread, the waves grew larger and larger. When the waves were 100 meters out, they were already several meters high. Moreover, it was still rising. Hoey's arms rose higher and higher, and the waves grew higher and higher. Finally, the waves reached a height of more than 30 meters. Hoey suddenly pushed out his palms. A 30-meter-high wave could capsize even a medium-sized ocean-going ship in the sea. By now, Hoey was already having trouble, but he still persisted and kept releasing his magic. Go! Hoey yelled. The waves instantly sped up and rushed toward the villa. Chun Zhao's expression changed. He saw the waves coming at him. Chun Zhao's anger soared instantly. But seeing the waves, Chun Zhao could only release dark lava to cover Fei Lai and Zherlin. Boom! The waves hit the villa, and the entire front hall fell into darkness. But the villa was unharmed. After the waves receded, Chun Zhao was stunned. Apart from some water seeping in through the crack of the door, the villa was still intact. The waves just now were shockingly powerful, but it was clearly impossible to destroy the villa in one go. Robio had designed this villa meticulously. According to Chun Zhao's request, he designed it for hurricane, flood, and earthquake protection. Robio had helped Chun Zhao design it wholeheartedly. He hadn't done it half-heartedly. The impact, this time, fully showed Robio's intentions. Chun Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hugging Fei Lai and Zherlin gently, he turned back to look at Fei Lai. Chun, what's going on? It's fine. Maybe someone's messing around here. I'll go take a look. Chun Zhao handed Zherlin to Fei Lai. Hoey, why isn't it working? That villa is stronger than I thought. Hoey said helplessly. Can you do it again? Zella asked. I can't, unless I use a secret technique. Then, Zella was just about to use the secret method. Suddenly, she felt a dangerous aura. A three-headed hound had appeared in the forest by the shore. It was a Cerberus. Zella instantly bristled. At this moment, another white-haired man stepped forward. Appleton, stop it, Zella said solemnly. But at this moment, there was a rustling sound in the grass on the right. The three of them turned around and saw 9 huge snake heads poking out of the grass. The surface of the lake suddenly rippled, and a giant object rose from the water. That one was so big that it made one's scalp go numb. The moment Amon came out of the water, Zella, Hoey, and Appleton finally realized that they were in big trouble. Zella saw a figure standing above them. This person is flying? When did he appear? Chun Zhao slowly descended from the sky. Welcome to my house. Chun Zhao looked at the three with a smile. Can I know why you're here? And your identities? Sir, I'm sorry, Zella said calmly. We were practicing magic here. We lost control just now. Her tone was sincere and apologetic. I see. Chun Zhao scratched his head. My house has been damaged and suffered heavy losses, so I need some compensation. Can you tell me which organization you're from? At least I can ask for some compensation from your organization. We're just idle spiritualists, Zella said. We're not organized. Suddenly, a wave of heat hit them. The three were shocked. A fiery red figure charged over and pushed Hoey to the ground, opening its mouth to bite. Seeing that Hoey was attacked, Zella and Appleton were about to attack. But the next moment, a sword struck. Up. Zella's arm flew up. Sorry, my pet didn't seem to be full at noon. Chun Zhao watched as Abidos tore off Hoey's flesh. Hoey screamed in pain. Now, can you tell me which organization you're from? North American Illuminati, Zella said, holding his arm, his face pale. Chun Zhao took out his phone. West, gather everyone. That's right, everyone. I'm going to kill someone today. Oh, right, what's your address? You think I'll tell you? North American Illuminati headquarters. Russell Nanda's expression changed. Hoey's dead. Just then, 2 white-haired men rushed into Russell South's office. Sir, Hoey's dead. Yes, I felt it. What happened? Who killed Hoey? Where did he go? Russell did not answer his subordinates. He picked up the phone and called Zella. Hello. A stranger's voice came from the other end. Who are you? Russell asked, frowning. You sent people to attack me and my family. How come you don't even know who I am? How's Zella now? You'll know soon. I'm warning you, Russell growled. If you dare to hurt Zella, I won't let you go. Oh, I want to try my courage. The tone on the other end was frivolous. Stop right there, and then, Zella's pregnant. Hearing the words, Chun Zhao froze. He glanced at the pale-faced Zella. After a moment of hesitation, can you tell me your address? I want to return this pregnant woman to you. If you dare to come, then come. Russell gave the address to Chun Zhao. Sir, what's going on? Supernatural organization, Russell Nanda said, his face livid. Supernatural organization? They dare to mess with us? Gather everyone and prepare for battle. They should be here soon. Are they our people? Or are the contestants gathering too? Russell's eyes flashed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, No need. We have enough people. Russell Nanda was furious, but he had to calm down because of the situation. Chapter 1293. What's wrong with the North American Illuminati? They look like someone owes them money. I don't know. I saw them wearing a lot of weapons just now. It looks like they're going to fight someone. Whatever. It's none of our business, Jomiai said nonchalantly. Not only did Jomiai and Dorinko realize the problem, but many people in the North American Illuminati's headquarters also realized it. Nevertheless, they were the kind of people who didn't care about it. The headquarters of the North American Illuminati is so big. When can our headquarters be so big? We can have a few hundred people and it won't be crowded, Jomiai said enviously. We only have 8 people. Why we need to build it so big? The North American Illuminati only have around 20 people. They didn't build it so big. I think that if they have money, they should spend it like this. That's how they can show off their authority. Look, they're coming out. Dorinko, why do they all have white hair? Is it a trend to dye their hair white? No, it should be some kind of secret technique. Dorinko shook her head. But I don't know what it is either. Russell Nanda's expression was extremely serious. He didn't smile, just like a volcano that was about to erupt. His subordinates behind him were also filled with righteous indignation. At the same time, Chun Zhao was driving his car. Zella sat beside him, but her face was extremely pale and her body kept trembling. The 2 buses in front of them took the lead to clear the way. Zella was pregnant, but now one of her arms was cut off, and now she was in a state of collapse. Vaguely, she regretted attacking Chun Zhao's home without investigating him thoroughly. Just then, Wes called. President, the headquarters of the North American Illuminati should be in front. If we're going to attack someone's headquarters, we should just knock on the door, Chun Zhao said. In the previous 2 attacks of different degrees, the enemy had just knocked on the door. Everyone in the bus also felt that since they were going to fight, they should indeed appear like this. Boom! The door of the North American Illuminati's headquarters was knocked open. Jomiai and Dorinko were both shocked. Who is it? Is it an enemy? The North American Illuminati are preparing for battle and waiting for them. Dorinko was shocked. Huh? Amy, look at that person. Jamie's looked over and saw Chun Zhao. It's him? Why is he here? Jamie's had an incredulous look on her face. Chun Zhao got out of the car with his hands in his pockets. The members of the supernatural organization also got out one after another. Wes held a head in his hand and strode to Russell Nanda. He casually tossed Appleton's head in front of Russell Nanda. Mr. Russell, this is yours. I'll return it to you. What do you mean? Russell Nanda and his men glared at West angrily. That's what I mean, West said calmly. Bastard. Russell Nanda was furious. This is murder. Murder? You sent people to attack our leader. His wife and children are at home. You also sent people to attack our members multiple times. We are enforcing justice. Now, the supernatural organization is officially declaring war on the North American Radiant Society. West said coldly. Although West was usually calmer, even a clay figurine would have some anger. After being harassed so many times, West could no longer keep his cool. Moreover, they'd really gone overboard this time. They'd actually gone to Chun Zhao's house and attacked it. Even if they were judged internationally, they would still be in the right. As an authoritative supernatural organization, they were not allowed to carry out such attacks that involved ordinary people. This could even be judged as a supernatural terrorist attack. Russell Nanda's face was green. He didn't speak anymore. In this situation, words wouldn't be as effective as fists. Do it, Russell Nanda roared. Two white-haired men charged at West, but when they were less than 5 meters away, they suddenly paused. The next moment, an extremely fast figure charged out. The two white-haired men felt a chill on their necks, and their bodies fell to the ground. When everyone saw who it was, they were all dumbfounded. Elite, I seem to remember that your people didn't sign the insurance contract that day, right? Do you want another one now? Elite smiled at the people from the Radiant Society. Damn, Paco Luo, and it's you. Russell Nanda's expression turned serious. He remembered Elite. Back then, he and Zella had wanted to rope Elite in. He didn't expect Elite to be from the supernatural organization. Elite and Wester worked together seamlessly. It could be said that they were the complete opposite of each other's attributes and magic. West's slow field was extremely slow, while Angelite's speed spell was extremely fast. These two completely opposite magic spells brought them terrifying lethality. Who are those people? That uncle isn't an ordinary person. They're so cruel. They killed 2 people from the Radiant Society as soon as they met. Qinzhao turned to look at Jamies and Dorinko, who were standing on the grass not far away. He smiled. Dragging Zella, he walked toward the 2 girls. Hi, little girl. Qinzhao greeted the 2 girls with a sincere smile. I didn't expect to see you here. Seeing Zella in Qinzhao's hand, Russell shouted, Get Zella back. A white-haired giant charged at Qinzhao, holding a huge axe several meters long. Arg, kid die. Seeing the giant charging at them, Jamies and Dorinko paled in fright. Watch out, but Qinzhao didn't seem to notice the terror coming from behind. The next moment, a fiery red figure charged out. Just as the giant was about to attack Qinzhao's back, it crashed into him. The giant man flew dozens of meters away and smashed heavily into the wall of the headquarters. The entire wall collapsed with a loud bang. Gaia's entire body was burning with flames. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, like a god born from the flames. She emitted an inviolable dignity and surging pressure. When the contestants in the headquarters saw Gaia, many of them were horrified. They'd realized that Gaia was the terrifying woman from the previous night. You two are from the North American Illuminati? Qinzhao asked Jamies and Dorinko. Jamies and Dorinko shook their heads at the same time. No. Chapter 1294. The two glanced at each other, their faces filled with shock. Who are you? Why are you asking so much? Do you want to take revenge for them? Or stand up for them? Sir. Just then, Gimli and Serena ran over in a hurry. Qinzhao looked at them. Gimli raised his hands. We mean no harm. This has nothing to do with us. As soon as they saw Gaia, they knew something was wrong. At that moment, a green light began to appear in the surrounding bushes. Then, skeleton soldiers walked out of the forest. Gimli and Serena were shocked. They realized that there was a girl in black among the people Qinzhao had brought. It turned out that the girl in black and the huge woman were together. No wonder they were so strong. But who were they exactly? Also, what grievances did they have with the Illuminati? Gimli looked at Zella, who Qinzhao was dragging. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Sir, can you let Miss Zella go? No matter what, he and Zella were friends. Now that he saw Zella's miserable state, he couldn't bear to let her go. Qinzhao glanced at Zella and tossed her to Gimli. Logically, I shouldn't let her go, but she's pregnant and my wife is too, Qinzhao said calmly. At the same time, he looked at Zella. I look forward to your revenge, but if you want it, you better think about your child. Gimli held Zella and retreated. This man gave him a very dangerous feeling. Russell Nanda had never taken the supernatural organization seriously. But after the all-out battle, he realized that he'd underestimated the organization. No, more accurately, he'd overestimated the Illuminati. They had overwhelming power. Every member of the supernatural organization had the ability to crush anyone. Once they found a chance, they would attack. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the battle, but they had already lost 5 of their members. Stop! Russell Nanda was both anxious and angry. He used a secret technique, and his magic power began to rise rapidly. Gimli and Serena couldn't help but look at Russell South. So powerful. When did Russell become so powerful? No, he used a secret technique. Russell Nanda scanned the battlefield and finally fixed his gaze on Chen Zhao. As long as they could capture Chen Zhao, the battle would be over. Russell Nanda took advantage of the fact that no one was in front of him and charged at Chen Zhao without a care. However, it seemed that no one came to stop him. Russell Nanda was secretly delighted. He knew that even if he used the secret technique, he wouldn't be able to completely control the supernatural organization. Perhaps he had a chance in a one-on-one fight, but none of the members of the supernatural organization were weak. It was impossible for him to expel all of them. That was why he decided to capture the ringleader first. Jillian and Serena watched as Russell Nanda approached Chen Zhao. They wondered how Chen Zhao would react. However, just as Russell thought he was about to succeed, Chen Zhao swept his leg out and Russell flew away like a rag doll. Everyone's expressions froze. Was Russell Nanda that weak? In their eyes, Chen Zhao's kick was too ordinary. It was so ordinary that no one could find any highlights. This shouldn't be Russell Nanda's true strength. He shouldn't be this weak. Russell Nanda climbed up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, as well as disbelief. How is this possible? How could that man be so strong? Russell Nanda's body wobbled. He couldn't even stand properly. Chen Zhao's kick indeed looked ordinary, but it was powerful. But the key point was that the force was great. This kick almost shattered Russell South's ribs and shoulder blade. The fact that Russell Nanda was still standing was already a testament to his strong willpower. Finally, the North American Light Society surrendered. They couldn't take this kind of massacre anymore. All of their pride and courage had been destroyed by the supernatural organization's ruthless methods. They knelt on the ground with their hands on their heads. The people from the supernatural organization followed the rules. In modern wars, they weren't as ruthless as they were in ancient times. It was the same for most fights in the supernatural world. Do you still want to fight? Your subordinates have all surrendered. Chen Zhao looked at Russell Nanda. Russell Nanda finally couldn't bear the huge physical and psychological trauma. He knelt on the ground and struggled to support his body with his arms. He couldn't stop crying. Because of his arrogance and ignorance, the North American Light Society was greatly injured. Chen Zhao also felt that the massacre was enough. There was no need to continue. The people of the supernatural organization weren't butchers. They could fight with all their strength against demons, but they were facing humans now. Moreover, there were countless pairs of eyes looking at them. If they went too far, they might become the enemy of the entire North American supernatural world. After all, no matter where you were, it was hard to accept killing your own kind. From now on, the North American Light Society will no longer exist. At least in America. I don't want to hear your name, Chen Zhao said calmly. You have to agree to this request, whether you want to or not. I'm not asking for your opinions. I'm ordering you to do it. Also, Wes will talk to you about the compensation. Chen Zhao turned around and gestured at West. I'll leave him to you, Chen Zhao said. West and Russell Nanda were old acquaintances. But in the past, West had been humiliated by Russell Nanda more than once. West stood there, but Russell Nanda couldn't stand up. West stood there, but Russell South could not stand up. West stood there, but Russell Nanda couldn't stand up. There was no need to say anything. Russell Nanda was already humiliated enough. Or do you need to wait until your injuries are better? Russell Nanda raised his head and looked at West with a complicated gaze. Russell Nanda looked up at West with a complicated expression. Was it anger or hatred? The subordinates that he had painstakingly recruited and nurtured were killed by the other party. The subordinate he'd worked so hard to find and train had been killed. But he also regretted it. This conflict could have been avoided. Say it. Russell didn't want to lose his last dignity before West. Even now, he was almost fainting from the pain, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. From now on, the North American Light Society will leave America. Within 3 years, the North American Light Society isn't allowed to enter America. The supernatural organization must make a copy of their magic books and compensate them $20 million. Russell Nanda's heart was bleeding. He looked up at West. What if I don't agree? Chapter 1295. Violence could not solve all problems, but it could solve most of them. Russell Nanda and all the members of the North American Light Society were terrified. They no longer dared to think about the consequences of rejecting West's offer. The authority that the North American Illuminati had built up for more than 20 years had long since disappeared. On the other hand, the supernatural organization was transforming from a lamb to a tiger. No one dared to look down on the supernatural organization anymore. Throughout the battle, the supernatural organization had displayed unparalleled strength. Every one of them could be said to be the cream of the crop. West returned to Chen Zhao's side. President, he agreed to our conditions. I've gotten my revenge, and I've earned some face. It's about time to go. Actually, Chen Zhao had wanted to tear down the entire North American headquarters. However, there were many people in the North American Light Society's headquarters who were here to participate in the competition. If they really demolished the house, it was inevitable that they would accidentally injure others. Chen Zhao didn't plan to become enemies with the entire world. The current spirit world was pretty much the same as the so-called Jianghu. Originally, the North American Radiant Society was considered the leader of the martial arts world. But now, the supernatural organization had risen and defeated the Martial Arts Alliance Master. But that didn't mean the supernatural organization could do whatever they wanted. This was no longer a feudal society, but a society ruled by law. If it was just a small-scale conflict, they could still use the internal rules of the spirit world to adjudicate it. After all, they were the ones in the right. No matter where the North American Radiant Society sued, they would still be in the right. However, if unrelated people were involved, then even if it was reasonable, it would become unreasonable. Guild leader, now that we've established our dominance, the North American Radiant Club can no longer hold this competition. Should we take over? We take over? How much will it cost? Anyway, the compensation from a North American Illuminati is definitely enough for us to hold a competition. Chen Zhao looked at the headquarters of the North American Illuminati. Many people were watching from the windows. These participants are a mix of good and bad. What's the point of competing with these bumpkins? Expand the supernatural organization's influence. This is a rare opportunity. And then, if we expand our influence, there will definitely be more troubles. Apart from that, what else can we gain? For example, in terms of money or power. Chen Zhao asked. This. West hesitated, because it had always been his dream to develop the supernatural organization into a top-tier organization. But now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Chen Zhao objected. West had never considered the issue of benefits. Chen Zhao's question put him in a difficult spot. We are strong now mainly because we are using the elite strategy. Although we have a small number of people, every one of us is an elite. Although we have a lot of funds, if we want to expand our influence, we will definitely need to expand our scale. When that time comes, will our annual funding of $20 million be enough? Right now, all of us have high benefits, but if we lower them, what will the old members think? Chen Zhao looked at West. Chen Zhao wasn't talented in management. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let West manage it. However, Chen Zhao's mind was clear. He knew what the supernatural organization's position was. It's much better to gather our resources on our current members than on the new members who join us out of admiration, Chen Zhao said. Fine. West thought for a moment and finally decided to listen to Chen Zhao's suggestion. There was actually another reason that Chen Zhao didn't mention. That was trouble. The more people the supernatural organization had, the more influence they had, and the more trouble they would have. Right now, Chen Zhao planned to guard this piece of land. He wasn't planning to save the world or maintain world peace. As long as no one caused trouble in his territory, Chen Zhao didn't care who wanted to cause trouble outside. Of course, West had his own considerations. Why was the supernatural organization so strong now? It was because of Chen Zhao and the unity of the old members. If anyone was bullied, they just had to shout and the group would attack them. Plus, they had enough funds, so they had enough resources and good benefits. But if there were more people, the benefits and resources would decrease. Would the old members be happy? If there was such a situation in the organization, then it would be impossible for them to be as united as they were now. It wasn't just Chun Zhao. Most people in the organization didn't want to change this atmosphere. There was another point that West had to consider. There were fewer people now, so everyone helped each other. There were no conflicts of interest. But if there were more people, it was hard to guarantee that people wouldn't form cliques. Never overestimate human nature. There were only about 20 people in the organization now. Chun Zhao was in charge of everything. But if there were more people, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be some idiots who wanted to fight for power with Chun Zhao? With West's understanding of Chun Zhao might not choose to fight for power. Instead, he would choose to leave. Then, the people who had gathered together because of Chun Zhao might also fall apart. The supernatural organization might go back to their old ways. I didn't expect the supernatural organization to be so scary. Jimmy shook his head. In the past, I thought that our guards were strong enough, but any one of the supernatural organization's members can probably wipe out the guards. Where did the supernatural organization find such powerful members? There are always many strong people hiding in the crowd in this world. But why can they be gathered by the supernatural organization? I don't think their president is that strong. He can still defeat Russell Nanda easily after using the secret technique. I don't think he's weak. After Russell used the secret technique, I did feel that his magic power increased a lot, but it doesn't seem special. That's just what you think. I heard that even the headquarters of the Light Society covets this secret technique, but only Russell Nanda has it right now. What's so special about this secret technique? I can't say. Jimmy seemed to be afraid to talk about it. With our relationship, we can't talk about it? This is related to the grudge between the Light Society and the North American Light Society. It's not good for you to know too much. This battle was too sudden, and most people had yet to figure out what was going on. They didn't even know who was fighting the North American Light Society. This caused some rumors to spread among people. Or someone had purposely spread rumors, claiming that the attackers were a group of evil spiritualists. Chapter 1296. The North American Light Society had moved. In one night, everyone had left, including the competitors. But no one dared to come to the supernatural organization for now. The supernatural organization might not have the same authority as the North American Light Society in a short time, but they definitely had a bad reputation. If they had the chance, they would kill. Normal spiritualists would not kill, because killing someone was a very troublesome matter. But the supernatural organization was not afraid of it. As long as they had a reason, they would kill until blood flowed like a river. Russell Nanda gave the money without hesitation. They had to. Otherwise, none of them would be able to leave Los Angeles. After the battle with the North American Light Society, West realized the supernatural organization's position. As for the members of the association, they also realized what level they were at and the difference in strength between them and the other members of the association. There was another big thing, at least for the others in the organization. Gaia had passed the second level of the Tower of Trials. It was another party, although everyone had a good time at the party. But everyone was full of energy, especially those who hadn't even passed the first level. As for the people on the second level, there was still a big gap between them. Norma was the kind of person who didn't fight. If she could pass, she would pass. If she couldn't, she wouldn't risk her life. Because Chun Zhao had led the way, Harold had been struggling on the fourth level. She didn't plan on going down to the second level. On Elite, Jalanesh, and Morid had just reached the second level. They weren't familiar with the monsters there yet, so they were still far from breaking through. There were only two things that Chun Zhao cared about now. First, of course, was Fei Lai's belly. After 6 months of pregnancy, the baby in her belly would develop faster than before. At the same time, the belly would grow bigger faster. Fei Lai's belly would also get bigger and bigger every day. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai went to the hospital for a checkup. The due date was already known. It should be between June 27th and July 1st. Usually, the due date was calculated from the first day of the last menstrual period. After that, there would be 280 days and 7 days of menstruation. However, less than 5% of women could give birth on the day of the due date. Therefore, most hospitals would give 3 or 4 days between the due date and the due date, which belonged to the time limit of the due date. It was also rare to give birth outside of the due date. Chen Zhao also had to listen to the obstetrician about the due date. Chen Zhao himself couldn't be sure. After all, he wasn't very familiar with gynecology. Chen Zhao rarely went out these days. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't go out. The other thing was Evans. Although Evans had become a lot more cheerful recently, he still saw that thing. The thing that even Chen Zhao couldn't see. For now, Chen Zhao and Gaia were helpless too. There weren't many things that could make the two of them feel helpless, so it was even more uncomfortable. Of course, the current situation was not bad. Evans did not do anything out of the ordinary. "Mr. Chen, can you come to the beer factory?" Fellwood called Chen Zhao. "It's almost finished. Come and see if there's anything that needs to be changed." In fact, Fellwood didn't need to inform Chen Zhao. Because of the beer factory, Chen Zhao let Denver take care of everything. Chen Zhao had promised that he wouldn't interfere with the management and production. Apart from arranging for Bant to go in, Chen Zhao didn't really care about anything else. Even for the construction of the beer factory, Chen Zhao only went to the construction site occasionally. "Did you inform Mr. Denver?" "Yes, he'll come in the afternoon." "Okay, call me when he arrives," Chen Zhao said. "I'll go over then." They were less than 5 kilometers away from the beer factory. It wouldn't even take 10 minutes to drive there. In the afternoon, Fellwood called again to inform Chen Zhao that Denver had arrived. "Mr. Chen." Denver was quite satisfied with Chen Zhao's trust. He liked this kind of cooperation. For example, he could buy as many machines and raw materials as Denver wanted. Of course, the bills had to be written clearly. Chen Zhao nodded. Just then, Fellwood walked out to greet the two. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Denver, hello." Fellwood brought the two of them around the construction site. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Denver, do you have any plans to modify the main structure of the factory?" Chen Zhao looked at Denver. "I don't know about that. You can ask Mr. Denver. I just looked at the fermentation pond. It's 30 by 30. I don't think it's big enough, so I suggest expanding it or building another fermentation pond." Denver looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao would have to spend money to expand it. But just then, Fellwood said, "No problem. I'll arrange for 2 more fermentation ponds to be built in the next 2 days. I'll finish it on time, and it won't affect the quality of the construction." "How much do you need to increase the construction budget?" Chen Zhao asked. "Mr. Chen, the cost of the fermentation pond is very low. You don't have to pay for it." It was low, but one fermentation pond would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fellwood Cisco said that he would help Chen Zhao build 2 more just to give Chen Zhao a discount. Okay. If I have any more projects, I'll find you." Chen Zhao nodded. Fellwood was overjoyed. In less than 2 years, Chen Zhao had already asked him to do 4 projects. Fellwood didn't doubt that Chen Zhao would have new projects. "Oh, does your company have experience with island construction?" "Mr. Chen, what kind of construction are you going to do on the island?" Fellwood asked. "Private island," Chen Zhao said. Fellwood Cisco's heart almost jumped out of his throat. It was a huge project, but you might have to wait until next year, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao's private island was still moving. He had to wait for it to move to a suitable location before starting construction. "Mr. Chen, can you show me the structure of the island and the relevant data?" "Not yet," Chen Zhao said perfunctorily. "Plus, I haven't bought the entire island yet." Fellwood Cisco thought about it and agreed with what he said. If Chen Zhao didn't buy it, everything would be empty talk. Moreover, buying an island was indeed a complicated matter. It might take 1 or 2 years. Fellwood, on the other hand, had a plan in mind. He was going to find some relevant experts to train his employees. It would be troublesome if there were construction problems when he accepted the project. Chapter 1297. The construction of the beer factory was basically complete. Now they just needed to install the machines and then do some testing. The first batch of products would probably be ready by the beginning of May. However, the director of production, Bant, would be in charge of the production and flavoring. Anyway, Bant had promised Chen Zhao that if the taste wasn't good, he would pack up and leave by himself. Usually, Chen Zhao wouldn't put people under him. Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to fight with Denver. If he really wanted to scheme against them, Chen Zhao wouldn't give Denver those conditions. Moreover, Chen Zhao didn't think that he could beat Denver in this aspect. Instead of working together with a grudge, it was better to trust them wholeheartedly. At first, when Chen Zhao invested in the factory, he wanted to make a small profit. However, after a few interactions with Denver, Chen Zhao realized that if he managed it well, he could make a lot of money. Wang He lay on the bed, panting, with a woman in his arms. He hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. The filming was nearing its end. His scenes were basically done too. However, he still had to report to the crew every day. Sometimes he would have to reshoot some scenes. What made him the happiest was that his girlfriend had come to visit him these 2 days. Zhuo Xiao was also in the industry. Of course, she was a C-list celebrity. She wasn't very famous in the industry. Most of her roles were supporting roles and below. Some of the movies and shows that she had joined couldn't even be released. Wang He, when are you coming back? Zhuo Xiao leaned on Wang He's shoulder. She had to admit that Wang He had been like a wolf these 2 days. He didn't know how to control himself at all. She could also feel that Wang He's stamina was much better than before. In the past, Wang He was known as a little fresh meat, but Chen Zhao was a real little fresh meat. He would usually finish in 10 minutes. Now, Wang He and Chen Zhao had been intimate for an hour. After recovering, they would start again. About half a month, Wang He said. Then I'll accompany you, Zhuo Xiao said. I don't have much work to do recently. The only good thing about being a C-list celebrity was that she was free. She could take on 2 or 3 roles a year and finish filming in 2 weeks. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiao had gained some popularity recently. This popularity mainly came from Wang He. Wang He wasn't in the domestic entertainment industry, but there were legends about him everywhere. Meanwhile, Zhuo Xiao's popularity was basically because Wang He's fans felt that Zhuo Xiao was not worthy of Wang He. Yes, do you have enough money? Enough. Although Zhuo Xiao didn't take on many shows, she did go on a lot of shows, so she was quite well off. Zhuo Xiao was quite astute, at least more astute than Wang He. No matter how one looked at it, Wang He could be considered a quality stock. He had fame, wealth, and ability. Most importantly, he was quite single-minded. After dating Wang He for 3 to 4 years, their relationship was stable, and Wang He was completely devoted to her. Of course, Zhuo Xiao still wanted to make use of Wang He's reputation and connections. Wang He, you should know quite a few people in Hollywood now, right? Wang He gave a wry smile. How could I possibly know anyone? It was pure luck that I managed to land this role. However, Zhuo Xiao didn't think so. To be able to get a role in a Hollywood movie, especially as the male lead, how could it be luck? She was also in the entertainment industry, so she knew very well what a male lead in a movie needed. By the way, will Mr. Steven have an end-of-production party? Yes. Wang He immediately understood. He turned to Zhuo Xiao and asked, you want to participate? Yes. No wonder Zhuo Xiao was unwilling to return to China. Actually, Wang He could understand Zhuo Xiao's thoughts. Back when he did not accept the role, he and Zhuo Xiao had the same thoughts. Attending Hollywood parties everywhere and making friends with Hollywood bigwigs everywhere. Before the audition ended, he had attended no less than 20 parties. He knew quite a lot of people, but this so-called acquaintance was just a nod of acquaintance and a few drinks. But in the end, none of them were of use. At this moment, Wang He thought of that big demon king again. Would that person come to Mr. Stevens' end-of-production party? That seemed possible. That man was on such good terms with Steven, there was no way he wouldn't come. Looking at Zhuo Xiao's expectant eyes, Wang He could not refuse. He was not stupid. He knew that Zhuo Xiao needed to make use of his connections. This was not to say that they were making use of each other. Connections in the entertainment industry were meant to help each other, let alone a couple. You can be my female companion at the end-of-production party. Even though he knew that it would be useless, who knew? What if he got lucky? Zhuo Xiao knew that even Hollywood stars would want to attend this end-of-production party, even if they had nothing to do with this movie. Zhuo Xiao was overjoyed. The company gave her a long leave so that she could attend this party. If she was lucky and got to know the great director Steven, she might be able to soar like Wang He. By the way, don't run around in Los Angeles. It's not safe here, Zhuo Xiao said. This is a society governed by law. America is such a healthy country. Don't always confuse reality and movies, Zhuo Xiao said disapprovingly. Wang Yi smiled bitterly. What else could he say? Could he tell Zhuo Xiao that he had seen people being thrown into a meat grinder in the city? Let's go out to eat. Okay. The two of them got dressed and prepared to leave. However, they still wore the cap and aviator sunglasses that were usually worn by celebrities. Although this was Los Angeles, because of Wang He, there were still quite a number of domestic paparazzi. Even though the hotel Wang He was staying at was confidential, who knew if the resourceful paparazzi would be able to find him? This is the famous Marina restaurant, right? Yes, even Hollywood stars have to line up here. Just as the two of them were lining up, Zhuo Xiao saw a man and a woman walk past them. The man looked Asian and carried a child. Why aren't they lining up? Wang He looked up, and the woman also turned to look at him. Wang Yi's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Mr. Chun, you're here to eat? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Carrying little Jerlin, he entered the restaurant with Fei Lai. Wang Yi pulled Zhuo Xiao. Look at where you are. Don't talk nonsense. You might offend someone. Zhuo Xiao nodded. She wasn't stupid. From Wang Yi's expression, she could tell that even he couldn't afford to offend that person. She had spoken just now because she thought that the person wasn't Chinese and might not understand them. Wang He, is that person some big boss? Chapter 1298. Wang He and Zhuo Xiao entered the restaurant and sat down. Is he Chinese too? Zhuo Xiao asked. Yes, Wang He answered casually. He really didn't want to talk about that person. Zhuo Xiao didn't see through Wang He's thoughts and continued asking with interest. What does he do? Is he in the film industry too? No, don't ask. Anyway, we can't afford to offend that person, especially in L.A. He remembered that last time he'd accidentally barged into Chun Zhao's private room and encountered Chun Zhao's subordinates with a bunch of firearms. Wang Yi was doing well in the entertainment industry, but in his mind, Chun Zhao was an arms dealer. He didn't dare to offend him at all, even if Chun Zhao was in America and he was in China. How close is he to Director Steven? How do you know him? I don't know. Anyway, during the audition, Director Steven asked him who was suitable. He said I was, so I was chosen. Oh, didn't that person enter the restaurant? How come I don't see him? He must be in the private room, Wang He said. Since we know each other, should we go say hi? It'll be rude not to go. Wang He hesitated. No matter what their relationship was, Chun Zhao had at least helped him before. Whether it was in the country or abroad, there was such a rule. However, Wang He was really worried that he would see something he shouldn't see the moment he opened the door like last time. Forget it. He should be eating with his wife and child. He definitely wouldn't see anything he shouldn't see. Wang He picked up his glass and stood up. Zhuo Xiao followed. There was only one private room in Marina Restaurant. They'd been here last time too. Just as Zhuo Xiao was about to open the door, Wang He stopped her. Knock. Don't be rude, Wang He said. Knock, knock. Come in. Chen Zhao's voice came from inside. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, lady, Wang He said. I'm here to say hi. Oh, hello. Who is this lady? Zhuo Xiao. I'm Wang Yi's girlfriend. Hello. This is my girlfriend, Fei Lai. This is my daughter. When Wang He and Zhuo Xiao saw little Jerlin sitting at the table, they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of cuteness. Sit down. Let's chat for a while. Will I disturb you? Not at all. Please take a seat. Fei Lai didn't mind and invited them to sit. How's the filming going? My scenes are almost done, but the filming is still in the final stage, Wang He said. Speaking of which, I should thank Mr. Chun for helping me fight for this opportunity. It doesn't have much to do with me. It's mainly because your acting skills are good and you're very popular in the country. After the movie is released in the country, we need you to drive the box office. Mr. Chun, the filming is expected to end in 2 weeks. Mr. Stevens' party is scheduled for May 2nd. Will you be there? I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Little Jerlin immediately shouted with a terrified expression. Godfather wants to prick little Jerlin with his beard the moment he sees her. Everyone in the private room laughed, but Zhuo Xiao's heart was slightly moved. Is Director Steven the girl's godfather? I really envy her. Fei Lai, do you want to go? Chen Zhao asked. Not really, but if we don't go after he invites us, he'll come to our house again and disturb our time alone. I'll just prepare a gift for him. If he disturbs us again, I'll release the dog to bite him. Dad, can you not release the dog? If it hurts Godfather, he might not love little Gerlin anymore. Gerlin was conflicted again. I thought you didn't like your Godfather? Little Gerlin likes him, but she doesn't like him prickling me with his beard. Just then, someone suddenly appeared outside the door. It was Na-Fa Twain. Na-Fa Twain stood at the door and knocked. Hi, Chun, am I disturbing you? Hello, Mr. Na-Fa. Wang He and Zhuo Xiao both recognized him. He was a Hollywood A-list movie star. The two immediately became cautious. After all, this was a real celebrity. At least, Na-Fa Twain was definitely 100 times more famous internationally than them. Want to come? Chun Zhao asked. Chun, can we talk outside? Chun Zhao stood up and said to Wang He and Zhuo Xiao, Excuse me. Chun Zhao and Na-Fa Twain walked to the door. Mr. Na-Fa, how can I help you? Call me Twain. My friends all call me Twain. Okay, Twain. Chun, I want to ask if you have cash on hand. Chun Zhao was stunned. He looked at Na-Fa Twain, somewhat surprised. To be honest, he really wasn't familiar with Na-Fa Twain. Even though they owned the restaurant together, they'd actually met less than 5 times. Even before today, the two of them still used honorifics to address each other. But today, Na-Fa Twain wanted to borrow money from him. To be honest, the money from the treasure hunt hadn't been transferred into Chun Zhao's account yet. However, Chun Zhao still had $30 million in his account. As long as Na-Fa Twain didn't ask for much, Chun Zhao could still afford it. But the key question was, why? Why should he borrow money? If Na-Fa Twain selling of Marina's restaurant shares to him was considered a favor, then he was the one who owed it to Amelia and not Na-Fa Twain's recognition. Amira was the one who'd helped Chun Zhao negotiate. Na-Fa Twain didn't go back empty-handed either. Twain, you're an A-list superstar, Chun Zhao said, smiling. You should have more money than me. I invested in a movie recently, but the box office wasn't very good, Na-Fa Twain said helplessly. I have almost zero cash right now. Chun Zhao knew that tycoons with huge assets usually only had around 5% of their total assets in cash. For these capitalists, putting more than 5% in the bank was a loss. For example, Chun Zhao was currently converting his cash into investment projects. Of course, the difference was that he didn't borrow money from the bank. So if one of Chun Zhao's projects failed, it would just be a loss. It wouldn't affect Chun Zhao's credit. I need $30 million, Na-Fa Twain said. I can guarantee that I'll pay it back in 3 months, and the interest will definitely be higher than the bank, Na-Fa Twain said. Can you tell me where you need money? Chun Zhao asked. Chapter 1299. Sorry, Chun Zhao said. I'm a bit short on cash. If his friend needed money, he would take it out even if it was a loss, and he knew that he couldn't pay it back. Even if Guret wanted to borrow money from him, Chun Zhao would lend it to him. Because they'd been in close contact before, they knew each other very well. This way, Chun Zhao could evaluate if he could get his money back or how much he could get back. However, Chun Zhao didn't have much contact with Na-Fa Twain. Why should he lend him money? Moreover, Na-Fa Twain was an A-list celebrity. If he wanted money, he could definitely get it. For example, he could get a mortgage from the bank. Not only did he have the property, but his reputation was also very valuable. The bank was more than happy to lend money to Na-Fa Twain, as long as he was willing to pay a higher interest. Disappointment appeared in Na-Fa Twain's eyes. Regardless of whether Chun Zhao was telling the truth or lying, their conversation had reached an impasse. I can use the shares of Marina's restaurant as a mortgage, Na-Fa Twain said. Chun Zhao frowned and fell into deep thought. Firstly, Na-Fa Twain only had 30% of Marina's restaurant shares. It wasn't worth $30 million. However, this was based on the market price. In terms of industrial value and annual income, Marina's restaurant indeed had a lot of potential. However, 30% of the shares was still not worth $30 million to Na-Fa Twain. If 30% of the shares could be mortgaged for $30 million, then Marina's restaurant would be worth $100 million. This was obviously too high. Of course, normally, Na-Fa Twain's reputation was worth $30 million. If he could only buy 30% of the shares at a slightly higher price than the market price and control 100% of the shares, it would be worth it. However, $30 million was really too high. I need to think about it, Chun Zhao said. Chun, I'm really tight right now. I need to get the money as soon as possible. Twain, I also want as soon as possible, but even so, I still need to raise money. $30 million isn't a small amount. I need to see if the bank can lend me money. When can you give me an answer as soon as possible? One day. Give me 1 day to think about it. Okay. Nafa Twain nodded helplessly. I won't disturb you anymore. Enjoy your meal. After returning to the room, Chun Zhao acted like nothing had happened. However, when they were talking just now, the people inside also heard their conversation from outside the door. Of course, Shu Xiao and Wang He did not ask about this. After all, this had nothing to do with them, and it was likely to involve some trade secrets. At the dining table, Shu Xiao and Wang He behaved very politely. The four of them only talked about Hollywood matters. After the meal, Wang He and Zhua Xiao politely bade farewell to the Chun family of three. Only then did Fei Lai say, Chun, Nafa Twain wants to borrow money from you. Yes, but I need to ask a professional, Chun Zhao said. $30 million was not a small amount. Even if it was $3 million, he would calculate it again and again, let alone $30 million. Hi, Mr. Andrews. I'm Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, how can I help you? Do you remember Marina's? I remember that you have 70% shares of Marina Restaurant. Do you have any plans? Or are you going to use it as a mortgage? Marina Restaurant's revenue was very high. Its annual turnover was more than 12 million, and its net profit was more than 6 million. Moreover, it was not a new business, but a mature one. According to the calculation of unlisted businesses, the current market value of the business could be calculated by multiplying the annual net income by 10 years, then subtracting the 10 years and multiplying the annual depreciation of the dollar by 3%. For most companies or businesses, if they were listed, their annual market value could not increase faster than the depreciation of the dollar, which would be a loss. Unlisted companies could not exceed the depreciation of the dollar, which would also be a loss. In short, the listed companies depended on the stock price, while the unlisted ones depended on their revenue. These two were important standards for banks to evaluate the quality of their businesses. If Chun Zhao used 70% of Marina Restaurant's shares as a mortgage, the bank would be able to borrow 1.5 to 2 times the actual value. In short, banks were not afraid of borrowing money, but they were afraid of paying it back too quickly. The more money they owed, the higher the interest they would receive. No, I want to know the current value of the other 30% of Marina Restaurant shares. Huh? You mean the 30% shares of Nafa Twain's restaurant? Yes. The shares have been mortgaged many times. Mr. Chun, does Nafa Twain want to use the shares as a mortgage to borrow money from you? Yes. You're saying that the shares have been mortgaged many times? Usually, the first mortgage was for a high-quality business, while multiple mortgages required multiple restructuring. After each restructuring, the bank would borrow less and less money, and the interest would become higher and higher. In the end, the borrower would not be able to pay back the money. Moreover, businesses that had already been mortgaged couldn't be traded, let alone repeatedly. In other words, even if Nafa Twain mortgaged 30% of the restaurant's shares to Chun Zhao, if Nafa Twain's capital chain broke, the bank would have priority. Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to do anything then. At least in terms of legal means, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to beat the bank. Of course, if the shares ended up in the bank's hands, it would be a good thing. The bank would definitely sell it to Chun Zhao first, based on business principles. This was also because Chun Zhao's shares had clear ownership and the bank needed funds. Another possibility was that the bank would find a professional manager to take over the business and run it for profit. However, usually, when an individual had absolute shares, the bank would not find a professional manager because Chun Zhao had absolute decision-making power. Even a stock god would not have the right to order Chun Zhao around. How much does Nafa Twain owe the bank? $230 million. Chun Zhao gasped. How does he owe so much money? Chapter 1300. Chun Zhao was a bit angry because Nafa Twain had lied to him. He hadn't succeeded, but after thinking about it, Chun Zhao understood. So what if he lied to him? Did he have to take revenge? Nafa was probably in a terrible situation now. There was no need to add insult to injury. Nafa Twain was probably just trying his luck. He knew that the success rate wouldn't be high. Andrews, Is the 30% shares of Maryland's restaurant mortgaged to your bank? Yes. If your bank wants to sell the shares, buy it for me immediately. As long as it's within 40% of the premium, you can help me buy it. Chun Zhao had the priority to buy the shares. Of course, if it was a high-quality property, the bank might keep it as a profitable investment. Chun Zhao didn't have to get the 30% shares. As long as it didn't fall into the hands of some random person, Chun Zhao didn't mind the bank owning the shares. The richer one was, the more cautious they were. If Rasfa, Stephen, Dell, or Risfar needed money, Chun Zhao would lend it to them without hesitation. Chun Zhao wouldn't ask how or when he would return it. He wouldn't even ask for interest. This was friendship. Of course, it was also trust. He trusted that they had the ability to return the money. Everyone would have times when they were short of money. Even Chun Zhao was no exception. But Chun Zhao wasn't familiar with Nafa Twain at all. From Andrew's words, Chun Zhao could basically tell that Nafa Twain wasn't an excellent capitalist. He didn't have the ability to manage his own assets. So, Chun Zhao wouldn't lend him money. He didn't have two conditions. One was ability, and the other was friendship. Because he didn't have two conditions. One was ability, and the other was friendship. Mr. Chun, I heard that you've invested in a beer factory? Mr. Chun, I heard that you're building a beer factory. Are you the maker of the nameless wine in Mara's supermarket? You're the maker of Mara Supermarket's nameless wine? Andrews asked. Huh? How did you know? Chun Zhao was surprised. Because I heard that the maker of Daydream is going to build and produce a beer factory. Coincidentally, you're the one who built it. Hearing Andrew's words, Chun Zhao realized that Denver had probably started building up their momentum. The first bottle of beer hadn't even been produced yet, but Andrews was already promoting it impatiently. It had to be said that Denver moved quickly. Mr. Chun, do you need a bank loan? I think our bank will be happy to provide you with the best loan service. How famous were Daydream and the nameless wine? Daydream was the world's most famous wine, the most expensive wine. Even the value of Daydream had exceeded its price tag. Sacramento has become a tourist destination because of Daydreams. The number of tourists in the second half of last year was close to 8 million. This was already comparable to the number of tourists in the Hawaiian Islands. Tens of billions of dollars in tourism revenue to Sacramento. Tourism became the mainstay of Sacramento's economy. Daydream wasn't a billion-dollar wine, but a $100 billion wine. Who knew how many people would travel thousands of miles to Sacramento just to catch a glimpse of Daydream, to Mara's Superstore? After the nameless wine was put on the shelves, every month it was sold out in an instant. This led to the rise of the nameless wine's reputation. Moreover, the nameless wine and Daydream were brewed by the same person, which further increased the nameless wine's fame and value. Even if the price of the nameless wine made it impossible for ordinary people to get it. This didn't mean that ordinary people wouldn't fantasize about the nameless wine. The beer that Chun Zhao had invested in hadn't started production yet, but everyone could see its potential. Everything else aside, just the fact that it was brewed by the world's best brewer was enough to attract attention. Andrew's intentions were also the bank's intentions. Did the bank lack money? What they lacked was projects. Customers like Chun Zhao were their favorite. Loans had low risk and stable returns. But customers like Chun Zhao were also the most troublesome. Chun Zhao didn't lack money. However, Andrews was an investment expert. Of course, he had more professional eyes than Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, I know that your investment isn't big right now, but I believe that this time next year, your investment definitely won't be able to support the market demand. By then, you'll either lose your market share or lose the opportunity to take the lead. So, you better consider expanding production as soon as possible. Chun Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hadn't even started production yet. They hadn't even produced one bottle of beer, and Andrews was already considering expanding production. Wasn't that too much of a rush? However, Chun Zhao had to remember Andrews' words. He should ask Denver later to see what he thought. Of course, he couldn't borrow money for now. After the money entered his account, Chun Zhao's cash flow would probably be more than those large companies. For now, Chun Zhao wouldn't blindly expand production. Andrews obviously knew that he couldn't get Chun Zhao to take a loan with just a phone call. However, He was really anxious. Once the aged beer was successful in the market, he would be able to make a profit. Once Qinzhao's beer succeeded in the market, there would definitely be more investors who would pay attention to Qinzhao's brewery. They would definitely be willing to invest in Qinzhao's brewery. After exchanging a few words with Andrews, Qinzhao hung up. Fei Lai, do you want to go shopping? Qinzhao asked. No, let's go home, Fei Lai said. On the way, Qinzhao received a call from Ethan. Chun, there's a customer who offered $200,000. The address is Beverly Hills XXXX. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Qinzhao first sent Fei Lai and Jerlin home. Then, he drove to Beverly Hills. Ding dong, Qinzhao pressed the doorbell. It wasn't a big villa. The owner probably wasn't a billionaire, but he was at least rich. Now, Qinzhao could roughly estimate a person's wealth from their house. Hello, I'm a doctor. I heard that someone here needs treatment. A woman walked out from a small path in the villa. Qinzhao could vaguely see that she had long hair and was wearing a mink nightgown. The woman stood at the metal door and looked at Qinzhao. You're a doctor? Yes. Can I see your medical license? The woman looked very cautious. Huh. Qinzhao chuckled. Do you need a proper doctor? The woman's smile was very beautiful. She opened the door. Come in. Qinzhao glanced at the woman. It was late, and she was already wearing a nightgown, but she still had foundation on. Qinzhao couldn't see her complexion. Qinzhao glanced at the woman. It's bad for your skin if you don't remove your makeup at night. Chapter 1301. Any woman would know that not removing makeup at night was bad for their skin. It was even more impossible for a beautiful woman not to know this. I'm Marcia Klaus. Are you a filmmaker? Qinzhao asked. No, it's a TV show, West, Marcia Klaus said. No wonder Qinzhao didn't usually watch movies. Instead, he watched TV shows at home. That was why he felt that Marcia Klaus looked familiar. Qinzhao also remembered which character Marcia Klaus was playing. However, Marcia Klaus looked a bit different from the character in West, so Qinzhao couldn't recognize her immediately. Marcia Klaus led Qinzhao into the living room. The villa wasn't small, but Marcia Klaus was the only person in it. It was obvious that Marcia Klaus was still wary of Qinzhao. Miss Marcia, is there anything I can do for you? Just then, Marcia Klaus pulled her hair down. Qinzhao looked up. Damn, bald. Marcia Klaus was wearing a wig. She wasn't completely bald, but for a beauty like her, hair loss and baldness were definitely unbearable. Moreover, she was a female star. If her current look was spread, her previous look would be ruined. Can you cure hair loss? Qinzhao looked at her. I need you to wash off the foundation on your face. Qinzhao needed to see Marcia Klaus' complexion to determine the cause of her hair loss. Normally, it was more likely that Marcia Klaus had a problem with her liver, which caused her detoxification to go haywire in hair loss. Marcia Klaus was hesitant. As a female star, she wouldn't show her bare face to anyone other than her close ones, not even her father. That was why she was hesitating. However, she only hesitated for a while. In the end, she stood up and went to the bathroom to remove her makeup. 10 minutes later, Marcia Klaus came out of the bathroom. Marcia Klaus' skin wasn't very good. There were some spots on her face, and her pores were large. She also had undeniable dark circles. In terms of age, Western women aged earlier than Eastern women. This was due to the difference in skin quality. She was already 30 years old and had begun to enter the skin decay period. On the screen, there were always female stars in their 40s who were still sexy and enchanting, but that was the result of meticulous dressing. Besides, there were also a lot of manual surgeries and maintenance outside of the screen. Ordinary people would never be able to understand the price female celebrities had to pay for their beauty. Botox injections, dermabrasion, facelifts, laser spots removal. Female celebrities could sell their souls to the devil for their beauty. Of course, Marcia Klaus was still beautiful. This was her temperament and foundation, even if there were imperfections. Has your schedule been messy lately? Are there any illegal things? Qinzhao asked. Marcia Klaus thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Obviously, Marcia Klaus was poisoned. Of course, it wasn't that someone had poisoned her, but that there was a problem with her detoxification. Apart from the appendix, every organ in the human body was useful even hair. The detoxification of the human body was mainly through the 5 viscera. The first detoxification was through the intestines and stomach. This was the organ that expelled most of the toxins. Then, some of the toxins would enter the bloodstream. At this time, the liver and gallbladder would begin to detoxify the toxins produced by food that entered the bloodstream. But once there was a problem with the liver and gallbladder, the toxin processing system wouldn't work and the toxins would return to the bloodstream. At this time, the body's hair would start to absorb the toxins. This was also the body's protective mechanism. The pores, on the other hand, would die due to the toxins, causing hair loss. Some people's pores were large and filth flowed out because the hair follicles had absorbed the toxins from a body. Some could recover and continue growing through detoxification treatment. This was the so-called detoxification and beautification. Some people's hair follicles were seriously damaged. The cells had been poisoned to death and necrosis. This led to more serious hair loss. There was currently no way to treat this kind of hair loss. The only solution was hair transplant. Your hair loss is more serious than I thought, Chun Zhao said. Your hair follicles are necrotic. If you're going to repeat the diagnosis of the doctor in the hospital, then please leave my house. I heard that you're the best in the industry, so I asked you to come here. I need a solution, Marcia Klaus said. You're right. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes and stared at Marcia Klaus. Do you want a long-term treatment or a short-term one? Oh, you have a solution? Marcia Klaus' eyes brightened. You said it yourself. I'm the best in the industry. Chen Zhao shrugged. Up until now, none of the patients I've accepted have failed or died. Then tell me the difference between a long-term treatment and a short-term treatment. For the long-term treatment, I'll use acupuncture to help you detoxify and stimulate hair follicle cell regeneration, Chun Zhao said. It'll be 6 months and 12 treatments. Each treatment will cost $100,000. Of course, you can start paying when there's an effect. I believe in my ability and your credibility. What about the short-term treatment? I could give you thick hair in a week. At least, it won't be as bumpy as you are now, Chun Zhao said. In this week, I'll come every day. The total cost will be $2 million. You can pay after the treatment. However, because your hair follicle cells have died, there's a high chance that you'll lose your hair again. You might have to pay the same treatment next time. Of course, I'll solve the same problem for you for free in a year. After a year, you'll have to pay because the natural cycle of hair replacement is also a year. Can I do both long-term and short-term treatments at the same time? Marcia Klaus asked. She could accept paying $2 million at a time, but she couldn't afford it if she had to pay it once a year. She was a celebrity, but she wasn't a superstar. $2 million was still a huge expense for her. Chapter 1302. Long-term treatment was a conventional treatment. It relied on Chun Zhao's medical skills. This cannot be sped up. Detoxification and treating liver damage was a long process. It was a problem that modern medicine could not solve, but Chun Zhao could solve it. However, he could not speed it up, at least not with conventional methods. If it was short-term treatment, Chun Zhao would have to use magic. This was not within the scope of conventional treatment. The two treatments could not be stacked. Marcia Klaus was in a difficult position. If it was long-term treatment, she would have to wear a wig for half a year. However, it was very risky for a female star to wear a wig in public. Of course, there was another solution, shaving her head. She could also tell the public that she would change her appearance and style. However, the problem was that she had not finished filming yet. There were still a few unfinished episodes of West. American dramas were usually filmed while they were being broadcast. The script might be changed halfway. If the ratings were not good, it might be cut off halfway. If she hastily changed her appearance, it was very likely that her character would directly die. However, West's ratings and online popularity were very high. She had also received many good reviews, and her popularity had skyrocketed. To her, she could not lose her role in West. Shaving her head was definitely not a good choice. So, she could only choose short-term treatment. If it's short-term treatment, how long can I grow in 7 days? Marcia Klaus asked. About your shoulders. In fact, Chun Zhao could let Marcia Klaus have long hair in an instant, but that would be too rash. But that would be too rash, so Chen Zhao planned to make her hair grow longer bit by bit. Chen Zhao's excuse was drug stimulation. Although I studied drama in university, I know common sense. Under normal circumstances, a person's hair can't grow so fast. Marcia Kloss indeed asked this question. I have special drugs and my acupuncture techniques. I can stimulate your scalp and make your hair grow into a buzz cut in one night. Can you make it longer? Yes, but add the fee, Chen Zhao said. $300,000 per treatment. I need short-term treatment. What I need to do? Shave your head first, Chen Zhao said. Shave? Marcia Kloss's expression changed instantly. If Chen Zhao's treatment didn't work, wouldn't he have shaved his hair for nothing? Who would be responsible then? Should they ask this illegal doctor to compensate them? Whether you shave your head or not, you need to wear a wig. If the outside world sees your bald head, you might as well shave it. At least you can find an excuse to cover it up. Marcia Kloss hesitated for a long time, her eyes flickering. What if your treatment doesn't work? You're not the first hair loss patient I've treated, Chen Zhao said. Marcia Kloss bit her lower lip and thought about it, but still couldn't make up her mind. Will there be any side effects? I won't. All my patients have a 100% positive review, Chen Zhao said indifferently. I've never failed. Okay, I want short-term treatment, Marcia Kloss said. Do you want me to shave your hair, or do you want to do it yourself? You do it. Marcia Kloss couldn't do it, even if her hair was full of holes. Marcia Kloss found a razor for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao pressed on Marcia Kloss' head. Feeling the rustling on her head, Marcia Kloss was in a bad mood. Your abnormal hair loss has been going on for half a year, right? Yes. At first, I thought it was normal hair loss, but in the past 2 months, it's been a bit excessive. Some parts are completely exposed. Chen Zhao quickly pushed all of Marcia Kloss' hair away. Feeling the cold wind on her head, Marcia Kloss' mood worsened. Luckily, she wasn't facing a mirror, or she would definitely go crazy. Then Chen Zhao started inserting silver needles into Marcia Kloss' head. Also, he applied some unknown potions on it. Actually, this short-term treatment was just for show. In reality, Chen Zhao still had to use the healing spell he'd learned from the handsome guy. This acupuncture was actually just a normal detoxification for Marcia Kloss. After half an hour, Chen Zhao started withdrawing the needles. Marcia Kloss asked, "Done? All right, you can reach out and touch your head." Marcia Kloss touched her head. Indeed, her hair had grown by around 1 centimeter. Had this guy really shaved off all his hair before? Marcia Kloss touched the part where she'd lost her hair. Indeed, hair had grown out. This was amazing. How'd this man do it? She'd actually grown such long hair in such a short time. Marcia Kloss picked up the mirror and looked at it. Her hair was very short, only half an inch long. However, it was very dense, and the growth was gratifying. Mr. Chen, thank you for your treatment. No need. It's what I should do, Chen Zhao said calmly. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll come for the second treatment. I'll leave my number. If you're not home or don't have time, call me. Okay, wait a moment. I'll write you a check. Not now, Chen Zhao said. I said that after I finish the treatment, I'll pay in one go. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang again. It was Kohler. Chen Zhao picked it up. Hey Chen, it's me. Kohler, you still remember me, right? Yes, I remember, Chen Zhao replied. What's up? Can you come to our team's training hall? Is there a problem? I can't talk over the phone. Chen Zhao looked at the time. It was only 8:10 at night. He wasn't late. Sure, I'll go. Chen Zhao glanced at Marcia Kloss. If there's nothing else, I'll go. I have another client. Okay, bye, Mr. Chen. Chen Zhao drove to the HR team's training hall. Coach Simpson was there too. Duba was lying on the ground while Ruby sat on the bench with a towel over his head. Did they have another conflict? Chen Zhao wondered. Last time Simpson had come to find him, it was also because of a fight between Duba and Ruby. This time, it seemed that Duba's injuries were very serious. Seeing Chen Zhao, Kohler immediately walked up. Chen, you're here. Quick, take a look at Duba. He doesn't look good. When Simpson saw Chen Zhao, he nodded but didn't say anything. Chapter 1303. Chen Zhao nodded as a greeting to Simpson. He came to Duba's side and squatted down to check his injuries. Duba's injuries were quite serious, but they could be treated quickly. Is it Ruby? Chun Zhao tilted his head to look at Ruby, who was sitting nearby. Ruby kept her head down and didn't look at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't know if she was blaming herself or ignoring Duba's injuries. Duba, bear with the pain. Ah. As soon as Chun Zhao finished, Duba let out a pain cry, accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating and colliding. Chun Zhao moved the dislocated bone back. Next time you fight, you can't touch this part unless you want to go to jail. Chun Zhao pointed an inch below Duba's right ribs. Attack here. This is the liver, and it has the least fat. It can cause serious injuries. Chun Zhao explained as he spoke. Also, don't use your elbows when fighting. The skin and fat on the elbows are the least. It's like a blunt weapon and can easily cause serious injuries or even death. If you don't have irreconcilable grudges, don't fight like this. Don't hit the heart either. It can easily cause cardiac arrest and death, Chun Zhao said. Simpson was speechless at Chun Zhao's teaching them how to fight. However, he also felt that it made sense. At least they would consider not causing serious injuries when they fought next time. Chun Zhao said all this because he was friends with them. However, they didn't have a deep friendship. So, Chun Zhao wasn't in the position to stop them from fighting. Okay, Duba, Chun Zhao said. You need to rest for 3 days. Don't do any intense exercise for 3 days. Chun, thank you. How much? Forget it this time. Last time, Ruby and Kohler went to give a lesson to the players of my school's basketball club. Let's just treat this consultation fee as compensation. Chun Zhao packed his tools. Duba, this medicine is for internal consumption. Soak it in water every day. Duba propped himself up. His abdomen still hurt a bit, but it wasn't as painful as before. Duba, how are you? Simpson asked. I feel much better. It doesn't hurt as much anymore, Duba said. Chun, come be our HR team's doctor. Simpson looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao smiled. How much can you give me? At this, the team doctor needed to be with the HR team every time they competed. A few dozen matches in a season. According to Chun Zhao's current medical fees, the HR team would have to pay Chun Zhao millions of dollars. As for the HR team's current team doctor, his annual salary didn't exceed $100,000. The cost of the entire team of doctors would not exceed $300,000. Don't even think about it. I'll only show you once or twice at most. It's impossible for me to follow the team. Chun Zhao packed up his toolbox and got up to leave. Simpson walked Chun Zhao to the door. Chun Zhao was only friends with them, so he didn't plan to mediate their conflict. He wasn't in the position to do so either. The next day, an uninvited guest came to Chun Zhao's house. Dell brought Faith over, and Faith started playing with Jerlin as soon as she arrived. Chun, Dell said. Master said that my magic has improved. He wants you to choose a suitable spell for me. What kind of spell do you want to learn? How's your Chingy Cloud? Dell shook his head. I've learned Chingy Cloud, but it's too weak. Chun Zhao thought about it. The incantation for Chingy Cloud wasn't difficult. It was a basic spell of the Chingy sect, but Chingy Cloud's effects depended on the strength of the cultivator's magic. When Chun Zhao had learned Chingy Cloud, he couldn't even block bullets. It was like covering his skin with a layer of rubber. And with Dell's current mana, he probably didn't even have 40 mana. He probably wouldn't even be able to cover his entire body with Green Robe's Cloud. Master said that the Chingy sect has many different spells. I'm suitable for a lightning spell. Lightning spell? Chun Zhao hadn't come across such spells before. Li Qing had let Chun Zhao take care of the Chingy sect's records, not only because of their friendship, but also because Chun Zhao had the ability to protect them. If they were handed over to Dell for safekeeping, he wouldn't have the ability to protect them once Dell exposed the books in his hands, and people with ill intentions coveted them. Chun Zhao took out the Chingy sect's records and let Dell flip through them. Look at it yourself. Tell me which one you like. Li Qing wanted Chun Zhao to teach Dell. If Dell learned it himself, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it in a long time. Dell flipped through the books and found a book called Dragonfly, Skimming the Water. Chun Zhao hadn't learned this spell before, but it didn't mean he couldn't learn it now. The spell was really useless to Chun Zhao right now. It was really useless. To put it simply, it was just a Qigong spell. Chun Zhao could already fly in the air now. Why would he need Qigong? But to Dell, it was very suitable. Chun Zhao read it a few times and memorized the incantation. After going through it in his head, he'd more or less learned it. It was like a university professor reading a primary school textbook, even if he hadn't read it before. But with the university professor's comprehension, it was impossible for him not to understand the contents of a primary school textbook. But to Chun Zhao, Dell was a primary school student. No, a kindergarten student. I'll demonstrate. Watch. Dell put down the book at once and looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao walked to the lakeside and used the incantation. He leaped 4 or 5 meters into the air, spread his arms, and glided forward for more than 20 meters. Dell's eyes glowed. To him, this action was too graceful, like something out of a movie. Chun Zhao tapped on the surface of the water again. Then he leaped and glided for another 20 meters. After circling the lake, Chun Zhao returned to Dell. Do you want to try? The key is the water, but with your current magic, it's probably too difficult. You can try on land first. No, I want water. Dell looked at Chun Zhao stubbornly. All right, you can give it a try. Dell took a few steps back, then sprinted towards the lake. But the moment his toes touched the surface of the lake, his whole body sank into the water. Wow, Dell spat out some water. Why didn't it light up? I don't believe it. Let me try again. Dad, you're so dumb. Faith saw Dell's actions. I learned it all. Chapter 1304. Dell's eyes widened. Chun Zhao also looked at Faith in surprise. However, Fisher fell into the water after using it once and couldn't sustain the mana consumption for a second time. Little Jerlin watched from the side. She tilted her head in confusion. Chun Zhao had to admit that Faith's talent surprised him. After all, Faith didn't even know the incantation. Just from Chun Zhao's demonstration, she could use 70% of it. Chun Zhao looked at Faith and then at Dell. Dell's face was bright red. He climbed out of the water with his wet clothes. Faith was almost 2 years old. She was much taller than little Jerlin. Logically speaking, the two requirements to become a spiritualist were either the tribulation of life and death or a natural bloodline. But Faith was neither. She didn't have a natural bloodline or a tribulation of life and death, but she just had magic. Chun Zhao suspected that he'd used the pristine eyeball to replace Faith's original eyes, and the pristine eyeball had mutated, giving Faith magic. But normal people could only gain vision with the pristine eyeball. Only a special bloodline could make the pristine eyeball mutate. This meant that Faith probably had a special bloodline. It hadn't been awakened yet, but the pristine eyeball had still changed in her. But Faith was still too young. Her magic was very weak. Dell and Faith stayed until the night. They didn't leave until after dinner. As for the dragonfly's touch on the water, Dell couldn't learn it no matter what. Faith, how did you learn the pristine eyeball? Dell asked as he drove. I can see the magic flowing in Uncle Chin's body. Faith, who was sitting in the passenger's seat, replied. You can see it? Yes, Faith said, pointing at her eyes. Dell remembered that Faith had been born blind, but she'd recovered her vision because of Chun Zhao's treatment. Was it because of Chun Zhao's treatment that Faith's vision could see more than normal people? Then you can see Dad's magic too, right? Yes, I can. The magic in Dad's body is like a little earthworm. What about your Uncle Chun? Faith can't see everything. She can only see Uncle when he uses magic. But Uncle is definitely stronger than you, because when he uses magic, he has several times more magic than you do. It's like there's a snake the size of Raymond flowing through your body. Dell pouted. Okay, your Uncle Chun is the best. Okay? Where's your own magic, Faith? My mana is also a little earthworm, Faith said with a pout. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, started looking through Qingyi's sex books at home. He wanted to see if there were any spells that were suitable for him and that he had missed out on. Starting from Shangliu Qingyi, the green robe sect had been passed down for 1,000 years. After dozens of generations, it didn't just leave behind Shangliu Qingyi's techniques. There were also many techniques left behind by the later sages. Many of these techniques were similar. Most of them were useless to him, at least not in actual combat. There was another important reason why Chun Zhao had accepted Li Qing's request to look after the Qingyi sect's records. Many of the Qingyi sect spells could be used in medicine. This was also the type that Chun Zhao was most interested in. Some of the Qingyi sect spells were also very similar to Chun Zhao's own abilities. For example, the advanced version of needle thread, countless threads, could turn the thin strands of magic into thousands of strands and spread them out. They could restrain or kill the enemy directly. However, this spell was similar to dark lava. The difference was that dark lava could be seen, while countless threads was made of magic and couldn't be seen. Countless threads wasn't completely useless. For example, it could control certain things, such as sword riding. The effect was similar to rhythmic sword riding. It could be said to be a weaker version of it. Rhythmic sword riding could allow the weapons Chen Zhao controlled to have close to his own speed and attack power. However, the weapons controlled by countless threads weren't as powerful. After all, weapons controlled by magic strands couldn't have tens or even hundreds of tons of destructive power when swung. Chen Zhao suddenly felt that countless threads wasn't so useless. At least it was very good at group attacks. Chen Zhao felt that countless threads' control of weapons far exceeded rhythmic sword riding. If he controlled 1,000 swords and released them at the same time, he could indeed have a group attack effect. Moreover, what Chen Zhao lacked the most was group attacks. Chen Zhao entered the river map to find Old Turtle. Old Turtle, help me get 1,000 stone swords. Your rhythmic sword riding can control 1,000 stone swords. It's not rhythmic sword riding. I thought of another move. Chen Zhao told Old Turtle his idea. But this way, the power of a single sword will be far weaker than rhythmic sword riding. I know, this move isn't for a single powerful enemy. It's for a large number of enemies. Okay, Old Turtle made 1,000 stone swords for Chen Zhao. For Old Turtle, it was a piece of cake. Soon, 1,000 stone swords were placed before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao started using countless threads. Magic strands wrapped around the swords and lifted them. But some swords were lifted and some fell. It was too difficult to lift 1,000 stone swords neatly, let alone control them to attack the enemy. Chen Zhao tried again. It was the same situation. Chen Zhao's control was far from being able to control 1,000 stone swords at the same time. After dozens of attempts, Chen Zhao finally lifted 1,000 stone swords at the same time, but the effect wasn't good. The 1,000 stone swords collided with each other. Before they even attacked, they started fighting each other. Old Turtle looked at Chen Zhao with interest. He didn't give any advice. To Old Turtle, Chen Zhao was like a kid in kindergarten. Chen Zhao wasn't discouraged. He just had this idea. For Chen Zhao, he couldn't use any spell right away. It was just a concept, an immature concept. A spell that matched one's abilities had to be tried dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. He was constantly improving, and at the same time, he was constantly in the process of familiarizing himself with it. Chen Zhao didn't expect to succeed in a few tries. Chen Zhao planned to get used to lifting 1,000 stone swords with countless threads first. The rest would come later. Lift, put down, put down. Chen Zhao kept practicing these two movements. If 10 wasn't enough, he would do 100. If 100 wasn't enough, he would do 1,000. If 1,000 wasn't enough, he would do 10,000. Chapter 1305. Compared to the Demon God Canon or Spell Return to One, Connections was much more difficult than the first two. Of course, this spell couldn't be called Innumerable Threads. It should be regarded as an advanced version of Innumerable Threads. Chen Zhao hadn't thought of a name yet. He would only consider giving it a new name after he completed it. He hadn't succeeded yet. It was just a prototype. To lift 1,000 stone swords at the same time, Chen Zhao tried 50 times. Then he tried 500 times to make 1,000 stone swords float in the air at the same time without interfering with each other. Then he had to control 1,000 stone swords to attack. However, it was even more difficult to control 1,000 stone swords to attack. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, it was too difficult. Every time the 1,000 stone swords moved, they would collide and interfere with each other. Chen Zhao, why don't you reduce the number of stone swords? It'll be much easier. That's boring, Chen Zhao said. If I reduce the number of swords, my ideal group attack effect will be greatly reduced. If it couldn't achieve the group attack effect Chen Zhao wanted, the spell would be useless. Old Turtle didn't try to persuade him anymore. Chun Zhao continued practicing the new spell. Again. He repeated the same process again and again. In the next few days, Chun Zhao went in and out of the river map. Every time, he would stay in the river map for more than 10 days. This was the spell that Chun Zhao practiced the most. Chun Zhao didn't know how many times he'd practiced it, but he still hadn't succeeded. He still couldn't make all the stone swords point in the same direction. To achieve his goal, he needed the stone swords to attack more widely and move more complicated. Chun, I think we should consider the feng shui of our new home. Fei Lai looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Darling, the project is almost finished. It's not suitable to change it, Chun Zhao said perfunctorily. No need. We just need to make some adjustments. For example, our original plan was to plant a row of palm trees. Now, we'll plant 2 rows of crepe myrtle. What crepe myrtle? Chun Zhao was confused. As a Chinese, you don't know about crepe myrtle? Chun Zhao was helpless. He wasn't a botanist. Chun Zhao only knew about the Ziwei from Return of the Pearl. He didn't know about such a plant. Crepe myrtle is also known as purple goldflower and purple orchid. In China, crepe myrtle is also known as mantang red. It is an extremely expensive flower, meaning that wealth and honor fill the house. In feng shui Sha, crepe myrtle is also known as family court crepe myrtle, which means wealth and honor fill the house. All right, you decide. In terms of feng shui, Chun Zhao really couldn't win against Fei Lai. Originally, we planned to plant redwood trees on both sides of the road leading to the villa. Now, we'll change it to grassland and plant an oak tree on the left. It's best if it's an adult oak tree, at least 100 years old. So, it's best to find a 100-year-old oak tree now and transplant it to our new home. What's the meaning of the oak tree? In America, the oak tree is the national tree. In the East, it's also a symbol of good luck. In ancient times, the oak tree was the main beam of a palace. It has to be more than 100 years old to bear the main beam of a palace. The wood is sturdy and heavy. The big ones can be the main beam, while the small ones can be the firewood. The beam bears the weight of the world and bears the weight of the world. The firewood burns the light and illuminates the air. The oak tree is majestic and bears the burden of a pillar. Chun Zhao was stunned by Fei Lai's words. He knew that Fei Lai's Chinese had improved by leaps and bounds during this time. However, he didn't expect Fei Lai's Chinese to have reached this level. Anyway, Chun Zhao was speechless from her words. Then I'll go and see if there's a suitable oak tree to transplant. There were quite a few oak trees in the forest around Mirror Lake, but they weren't old. The oldest was probably only 20 years old. Plant a few more pomegranate trees. Pomegranate trees have the meaning of having more children and blessings in both the East and West. Okay, I'll do as you say. In a classroom at the University of Los Angeles, the lecturer was lecturing non-stop on the podium. At this moment, a soldier in military uniform came to the classroom and knocked on the door. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt your class, but we need 2 students to cooperate with us. Soldier, this is a university. Are you going to arrest my students? The lecturer asked with a frown. No, I'm not arresting you. In America, soldiers didn't have the right to arrest people. The officer held 2 photos in his hands. Ms. Lee, Ms. Westana, can you come with me? Li Mu and Westana glanced at each other, surprised. They vaguely remembered this officer. They seemed to have seen him before. It was in Alaska's Toda snowy mountains. When the military had been in control, the 2 had been left in that area. Just then, the lecturer said, Li, Westana, you have the right to refuse. The 2 stood up. Li Mu said, Sir, we're fine. We know this colonel. Li Mu and Westana walked out of the classroom. Li Mu asked, Colonel, we meet again. How can I help you? Ms. Lee, Ms. Westana, since we've met before, I won't beat around the bush. The military needs 2 professionals to join our team. You mean you want us to join the army? The 2 were surprised. They were obviously not qualified soldiers. They really didn't understand why the colonel wanted them. Not to join the army, but to be a military doctor, the colonel said. We're still students. Yes, I know, but I think you can be trusted. After you left last time, You didn't leak any military secrets. In fact, after the two were allowed to leave, the military had been closely monitoring their movements to make sure they didn't leak any military secrets. Did we come across any military secrets last time? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, your performance is trustworthy. That's why I'm looking for you again, the colonel said. Then what can we get? Freedom. You won't be restricted by your studies. At the same time, I can guarantee that you'll get a degree. Also, you'll receive great benefits while you're enlisted. Of course, we'll also guarantee your safety. Will this mission be dangerous? There's a certain degree of danger. Of course, your mission isn't to take risks, but to treat injured soldiers. Limu and Westana's eyes lit up. They were both very active and adventurous girls. Are we going to the battlefield? Limu asked. No, it's in Alaska's Toda, snowy mountains, the border with the United States, the colonel said. Chapter 1306. It was Limu and Westana's first time taking a military plane. On this military transport plane, there were more than a dozen fully armed soldiers. Of course, they were not there to guard Limu and Westana. Instead, they were sent to the Tawa Snow Mountain, just like them. Hi, two beautiful ladies. May I know your names? A soldier started a conversation, and the atmosphere in the cabin quickly became lively. I'm Matthew from Howard Air Force Base in Southern California. I'm Sauter from the Pacific Fleet. Limu and Westana realized that the soldiers were not from the same place, but from different military units. At that moment, Colonel Mansari, who invited Limu and Westana, came out of the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, you'd better put on your coats. We're approaching Canadian airspace. Hearing that, everyone put on their coats. Soon, they felt the cold air enter the cabin. Fortunately, the plane began to descend soon after. The military plane landed at an unfamiliar military airport. This place was covered in white snow, and the surroundings were all snowy. There was no greenery in sight. Is this the Tawa Snow Mountain? Limu asked. Not yet. We're about 130 kilometers away from the Tawa Snow Mountain, Colonel Mansari said. Soon, Colonel Mansari found a few military SUVs, and everyone boarded them. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at a small town at the foot of the Tawa Snow Mountain. Limu and Westana had been here before. The Tawa Snow Mountain was originally a ski resort, but now there was not a single person in sight. Even the town was empty. Limu and Westana looked at each other, surprised by the change in the place. The last time they came here, there were still many residents in the town. Why was there not a single person now? The car arrived at another base. Limu and Westana had been to this base before. They had been locked up here for a month. There were not many people in this base, and a few soldiers were familiar with them. After all, they had stayed here for a month. But after more than 3 months, looking at these soldiers now, they were a little dispirited. They did not have a good time here. Mansari assigned the new soldiers to their respective rooms, then said to Limu and Westana, "You will be here for 3 months, and these 3 months will be very boring. Mr. Colonel, you've said it before, and we're already mentally prepared. All right, your job is mainly to treat injured or sick patients." Mansari said, "Also, no one lives within a radius of 300 kilometers, so try not to go out, especially at night. Do not go out, got it?" Of course. I remember that there were quite a few residents in this town. Where are they now? It has been relocated, Mansari said. Also, according to the weather report, there will be a snowstorm here tonight. I hope you won't catch a cold. In addition, no matter what you see or hear in the future, it will be a military secret and must not be leaked. Before the two women came, they had been warned many times not to leak anything they saw or heard. Just as Mansari said, at night, the wind began to howl outside. Limu was sleeping soundly when suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Limu rubbed her eyes and got up. She saw light outside the window. It was a machine gun. Soldiers were fighting outside. However, because the wind and snow outside were too heavy, Limu couldn't see who they were fighting with. He could only see the soldiers outside firing at the snowstorm. Limu was shocked. The battle outside lasted for more than half an hour. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. At the same time, Mansari's voice came. "Miss Lee, open the door." Limu hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door. Colonel, what's the matter? You and Vestana's work has begun. There are soldiers who need your treatment. Okay, please wait a moment. Limu quickly put on her coat and followed Mansari to the infirmary. This was not Limu's first time in the infirmary. Back when she and Vestana were detained here, she had also treated the soldiers here. Vestana had already arrived. When Limu came in, she saw Vestana treating a soldier. The soldier's shoulder seemed to be bitten by something, and the injury was very serious. Lee, help me get some tranquilizers and painkillers, Vestana said anxiously. Limu and Vestana began to give the soldier first aid. Although the infirmary was not big, it was equipped with all kinds of equipment. The two's academic performance was relatively average, but their practical ability was good. The first aid lasted for half an hour. Finally, Limu stitched up the wound. Limu and Vestana's bodies and faces were covered in blood. Just as the two were catching their breath, another soldier was pushed in. This soldier's thigh was injured. It also looked like he was bitten by something. Because the wound touched the main artery, the injury was very serious. For a moment, the two women were in a panic. The patient's body temperature is abnormal. Why is it so high? Is it inflammation? No, it can't be so fast. Anti-inflammatory medicine. No, we have to cool him down as soon as possible. Use physical cooling. I'll go get some snow outside, Vestana said. As soon as Vestana left the infirmary, she was stopped by Mansari. Where are you going? I need some snow to cool down the patient. Don't go. Go back inside. But I'll get it for you, Mansari said. Vestana saw Mansari loading his gun as he walked out. It did not look like he was going out, but more like he was going to the battlefield. After a few minutes, Mansari came back with a bucket of ice and snow. Vestana and Limu saw that when Mansari put his gun on the table, there was smoke on it. He seemed to have used it just now. After the two women's rescue, the soldier was out of danger. Then, Mansari handed the two women a gun each. What are you doing? Chapter 1307. The two women were shocked by Mansari's words. We're students and doctors here, not killers, Vestana said angrily. So, if you can't do it, you can inform us, Mansari said. Why? Mansari did not say anything in the face of the two women's interrogation. Since we're already here, can't you just tell us the truth? You called us here because you trust us, right? It's not because I trust you, Mansari said calmly. It's because you're easier to control. The two women were obviously displeased by his words. I hope you can come and leave safely within 3 months. Maybe we will evacuate in less than 3 months. Before that, you'd better stay in this base and don't leave. 3 months later, I'll ask the military to change your files and information, and you'll get a generous bonus. If anything happens to you, all your records will disappear, and your corpses may not even return to your family. So please remember my advice and don't leave the headquarters. There's also the first aid rule. If your body temperature exceeds 42 degrees Celsius and it doesn't drop in 15 minutes, shoot the wounded. What if it's you? Same. The sound of gunfire outside continued until dawn before it stopped. Vestana and Limu dragged their weary bodies and laid down on the bed again. At noon, they were woken up by the roar outside. It wasn't the sound of fighting, but trucks. A large number of supplies and ammunition were being transported to the base. The base felt like a fortress. 10 new soldiers arrived at the same time. Lee, don't you think it's strange here? Are you talking about the 2 injured soldiers? Limu looked at Vestana. They were both bitten. The wounds are very deep. The creature that bit them has incredible strength, and their wounds will quickly cause their bodies to heat up. Usually, if the wound was infected and caused inflammation, the disease would only take place after 12 hours. However, the soldier who was injured last night showed symptoms of high temperature in just 10 minutes. His body temperature was over 40 degrees. This kind of temperature was very scary. It was hard to reach such a high temperature for normal diseases. What puzzled them the most was Colonel Mansari's request. If the patient's body temperature reached 42 degrees Celsius and did not cool down within 15 minutes, they would shoot the patient. The knowledge they had learned in school had never taught them this rule. This was absolutely contrary to their medical knowledge and morals. Tell me, what kind of creature could cause such a wound? There should be North American gray wolves and brown bears living nearby. Brown bears don't live in packs. Only North American gray wolves live in packs. The intense gunfight last night could only have been a battle with a pack species. A single individual couldn't have caused such a serious exchange of fire. Limu said, "It could have been a large wolf pack." A large wolf pack? How big do you think it is? In the world, North America has the largest number of wolves. However, the largest population was found in the grasslands of Inner Mongolia in Asia in 1976. A population of 180 wolves was found. Is there really such a large wolf pack? Vestana asked in surprise. However, in modern society, it is impossible for a wolf pack to reach such a scale. This has to do with their range of activities. They have their own territory, and the amount of food in their territory determines the size of their pack. If there's a large herd of deer in their territory, then the number of wolves will increase, and vice versa. Asian wolves mainly live in grasslands or deserts, and the number of wolf packs on the grasslands is also the largest. This is because the number of bison, sheep, and wild horses on the grasslands is large enough to support their food needs. However, it is very difficult to find such a super wolf pack in recent times. In historical records, there were once a super wolf pack with thousands of wolves. Then you think there are wolves outside the base? Maybe. That's the most likely possibility, Limu said. But if it's a wolf pack, it shouldn't be a secret, right? How would I know? Hello, Mr. West. Hi, I'm Asalisa. West didn't expect Asalisa to take the initiative to contact him. But judging from Asalisa's tone, it didn't seem like she was informing him. Instead, it seemed like she was communicating with him on official business. Hello, Ms. Asalisa. What can I do for you? West asked calmly. It's like this. Mr. Leon contacted me and asked me to contact the supernatural organization. He hopes you can cooperate with the military. Military? We don't participate in military operations. West frowned. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. West hung up. 10 minutes later, West's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. West picked it up. Hello, I'm Asalisa. What is it? West didn't waste time and went straight to the point. Leon should be retiring soon, Asalisa said. What does this have to do with what you just said to me? I don't know the specifics of this operation, but I know that Leon's successor is from the military. Leon wants to retire peacefully, so he's bringing the organization and the military together. West thought about it. Then what's the successor's attitude toward the supernatural organization? The successor is still in the military. He doesn't know about the supernatural organization at all, Asalisa said. Asalisa said, so my suggestion is to take the initiative and let the new head of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department know about the existence of the supernatural organization and the value of its existence. Also, after Leon retires, I should leave the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Does this matter to you? West asked. On the other end of the phone, Asalisa hesitated for a moment and said, this is related to whether or not I will be punished because of Leon. If Leon can retire safely, I can too. If he is punished, I'm afraid I will also. Chapter 1308. That was why Asalisa had joined the supernatural organization. Leon was the head of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Asalisa had been his assistant for 5 years. It could be said that she knew all the secrets that Leon knew. So, her situation wasn't much better than Liang's. This kind of political struggle was the cruelest. Liang's enemies would also include Asalisa in the scope of their revenge. West's heart was heavy as well. The Anti-Terrorism Security Department was the superior department of the supernatural organization in name and also the source of funding. Many of the supernatural organization's actions also needed the support of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. He didn't have a good relationship with Leong, but Leong also knew the supernatural organization's importance. So, Leong wouldn't purposely make things difficult for the supernatural organization. At least after the last conflict, the supernatural organization and the Anti-Terrorism Security Department had always minded their own business. Now that Leong had retired, an unknown head had taken over. What would happen to the relationship between the two? West immediately contacted Chun Zhao. President, Leong is going to retire from the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. Oh, it's best if that old asterisk shoal scram. Chun Zhao still hadn't realized the severity of the problem. Leong might be asshole, but at least he knows the value of our organization. If a new person takes over, our days won't be so good. Do you have a way to make Leong stay? Chun Zhao asked. No, I can't interfere with a change in position like this. That's why I said, since we can't intervene, there's no need to worry about it. That old bastard is so old, and sooner or later, he will be like this. As for the new minister, we can't control his attitude, so we should prepare for the worst first. If the new head is determined to get rid of us, we'll find our own way, our own sponsors, or our own livelihood. We won't starve to death anyway. Chun Zhao actually knew that it would be harmful if the organization became a private organization. Once it became a private force, the other party might make many requests that they couldn't refuse, or even kill people. This was completely different from the original purpose of the supernatural organization's existence. Even idling around was better than being an assassin. The supernatural organization was there to solve supernatural incidents, not to become a dagger in someone's hand. President, it's not like there's no chance at all. It said that the new director of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department is a member of the military, and he's currently dealing with a special case. Leong wants us to take the initiative to contact the new director and show him our value. I believe that when the time comes, the new director will not make things difficult for us after seeing our ability. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. Although this was a little like flattering the new leader, Chun Zhao still felt that it was a good idea. However, it wasn't impossible to reduce some trouble for this. Sure, Chun Zhao said. You'll be in charge this time. Contact them and express our goodwill and abilities. If the new minister is willing, we'll help him solve his problem. Mansari answered the phone with a frown on his face. Are you saying that the Anti-Terrorism Security Department's subordinate department is willing to help solve the problem here? Yes, Colonel Mansari. They also want to use this opportunity to show off their abilities, Leon said. Mansari knew that he would soon be heading to the Counterterrorism Security Department. However, he still knew nothing about it. He only knew that it was a department that mainly dealt with terrorists. But for now, he still didn't know some secrets of the department. He would only know after he was appointed. Mansari frowned. He could more or less understand the other party's intentions. He just wanted to show his value in front of the new leader. However, Mansari was very disdainful of such things. Would a capable department need to do something like this to please their superiors? What's this department called? Supernatural Organization. They specialize in dealing with unconventional incidents, Leon said. Mansari's frown deepened. What kind of messy organization is this? Are they a bunch of charlatans? Colonel Mansari, don't forget that the incident you're facing right now is a supernatural incident. Isn't that? Mansari paused. His tone suddenly turned cold. Do you know what I'm dealing with right now? Colonel Mansari, don't forget that I'm still the director of the Counterterrorism Security Department. As far as I know, this incident here is a secret organization conducting human experiments. Then, it went out of control and caused the test subjects to riot. Huh, Colonel Mansari, it seems like you don't know much. Leon's tone was somewhat disdainful. Toda Snow Mountain has always been a dangerous area. Similar incidents have happened in the past few decades. There have been many records of lockdowns, but the situation in the past 2 years has been more serious. It's not a lab that went out of control. It's a pure supernatural incident. The Counterterrorism Security Department has long recorded it. So, the supernatural organization has the ability to deal with this incident. Whether they have the ability or not, why don't you meet them first? If you feel that they don't have the ability, just reject them. It won't do you any harm anyway. I don't have time. You can ask them to send someone to talk to you. Sure, ask them to be experienced. Leon hung up and pouted. This person from the military really didn't know how to interact with others. His tone was so harsh. It was really uncomfortable. After Mansari hung up the phone with Leong, he picked up the phone and dialed another number. He realized that he'd been kept in the dark. He'd been dealing with this incident for so long, but he didn't know the truth at all. He didn't even know as much as an outsider. This made Mansari very unhappy. Through his contacts in the military, Mansari found some inside information. Just as Leon said, the incident at Toda Snow Mountain last November wasn't the first time. In fact, in the past 50 years, Toda Snow Mountain had been locked down 9 times. Each time, they used avalanches as an excuse to lock down tourists who came to ski. But this time, it was the most serious. Even the residents of the town at the foot of the mountain had to move. However, Mansari's friends in the military couldn't find any more information. Chapter 1309. When Mansari came to the dining room, he saw Li Mu and Vestana sitting at the table. They had only been here for 4 days, but they were bored to death. They had been detained for a month last time, but at least they could play with their phones. But this time, even their phones were confiscated. Mansari took the food and walked to the 2 girls. "Can I sit here? Do we have the right to object?" "You're our commander," Li Mu said unhappily. "You sound like you're complaining." "You don't trust us," Li Mu said straightforwardly. "Since when do I not trust you? You confiscated our phones. Are you afraid we'll leak information?" "That's the rule, not mine." Mansari sat down. "It's not just you. Every soldier here doesn't have a phone. In the entire base, there's only one phone to contact the outside world." Just then, a soldier ran in. "Commander, there are 2 people outside. They say they're from a subordinate department of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department." "Huh? That fast?" Mansari stood up. "Bring him to my office." Mansari stood up and went to the office. He saw a man at the door. He wasn't a soldier, but the man's aura definitely came from a military camp. Klaus glanced at Mansari but didn't say anything. He retracted his gaze and leaned against the wall. When Mansari opened the door, he saw an old man in his 60s. There was still some snow on him. It seemed that he had braved the snow to come to the base. West turned and saw Mansari. He immediately stood up. "Hello, Colonel Mansari. I'm West from the Supernatural Organization." Mansari shook hands, but his attitude was cold. Mansari walked to his chair and sat down. He looked at West. "Are you pledging your loyalty to me in advance?" Mansari's tone was mocking. West smiled at Mansari. "Colonel Mansari, I think you're mistaken. I just hope that you can give us fair treatment after you become the head of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. That's all. Are you suspecting that I won't be fair?" Mansari's aggressive attitude annoyed West a little. But West said patiently, "Because the Supernatural Organization isn't easily accepted. I hate it when people pretend to be mysterious. I hate scammers. I don't think the Anti-Terrorism Security Department needs a bunch of liars." "Liar? Colonel Mansari, do you think we're liars?" West finally couldn't hold back his anger, and his tone carried a hint of anger. "Am I not clear enough?" Mansari looked at West calmly. "When I became the head of the Anti-Terrorism Department, the first thing I did was disband the so-called Supernatural Organization." West took a deep breath. "Leon once wanted to do that, but he compromised with us. Do you want to know why?" "Colonel Mansari, I'm not that kind of coward," Mansari said. "I've been on a battlefield, a real one. You can deny us, but you have no right to disband us. Leon doesn't have that right, and neither do you. Our president once made Leon lower his proud head. I'm telling you now, you'll regret it. You'll lower your head to us, I promise." West stood up and slammed his hands on Mansari's desk. "I've been there too. The Supernatural Organization has been through a war. It was a war far worse than what you know. I won't lower my head to a bunch of scammers. Never. Get out of here. I don't welcome you here." West turned and left the office. He walked to the door and spoke to Klaus in a low voice. "Wait." Mansari walked to the door. "Is there anything else?" West turned to look at Mansari. "I suspect that they have stolen our confidential documents." "I want you to be searched," Mansari said. "Men, search them." Klaus looked at West, and West took a deep breath. "Let them search." 2 soldiers came over and began a full-body examination of West and Klaus. West didn't have anything on him, but they found a gun and a military knife on Klaus. "Sir, other than the gun and knife, they didn't search for confidential documents." Mansari knew this would be the result. He was just using the opportunity to make things difficult for them. He was just annoyed with them. "Give it back the gun," Mansari said. At the same time, he looked at Klaus. "You look like a real soldier. Why don't you work for me?" "Our boss doesn't like traitors," Klaus said calmly. "Also, you don't have the right." "Your boss? The so-called chairman of the supernatural organization? Mansari sneered at Klaus and West. Can we go now? West asked. Yes. I hope you won't humiliate yourselves next time. I don't care about our rudeness, but you better not be rude to our chairman. He doesn't have a good temper. He won't listen to you. I'm looking forward to meeting your chairman. Let's go. West and Klaus left the base. Mr. West, that guy seems to be very hostile toward us, Klaus said. People from the military are all the same, West said calmly. They all have an attitude of distrust and suspicion. I'm also from the military, Klaus said, speechless. If it was you back then, would you believe in supernatural things? Well, Klaus hesitated for a long time. Indeed, Klaus had been a firm believer in materialism. Back then, he had only believed in the gun in his hand and the teammates behind him. Ignorant people are always so arrogant, West said. But that guy humiliated you like that. Can you take it? What should we do? Kill them all? West suddenly stopped. We seem to have guests. Klaus held a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. In the wind and snow, a few figures could be seen. It's such a big snowstorm, West complained. Why can't these guys stay at home and warm themselves? Why do they have to come out and cause trouble? This is too much. They don't understand the elderly at all. Mr. West, I don't have many bullets. There aren't many of them. As long as you don't waste bullets and shoot one at a time, you can still kill them all. Chapter 13:10. Sir, we heard gunshots in the blizzard. Oh, Mansari frowned. Were those two attacked? Send someone to check the situation. If they're not dead, drag them back. After a while, the soldier ran back. Sir, we didn't find any traces of those two at the scene. There are only 12 of those things' bodies. 12. Mansari's eyes widened. Are you sure? Do they have strong firepower? That makes sense. If they weren't prepared, they wouldn't have dared to come here. Sir, the 12 monsters' fatal wound was in their heads. Each of them was shot in the head by a 0.8mm pistol. That's the number of bullets in a CZ-75 pistol. Impossible. Mansari immediately denied. Pistols can't hit those things, not to mention one bullet for one. Also, their skin can't be penetrated by small-caliber firearms. The bullets went through their eyeballs, the soldier said. Mansari's pupils contracted. All 12 monsters? Yes, we've checked their bodies. Suddenly, intense gunshots came from outside. Mansari immediately rushed out of the door. Another fierce battle ensued outside the base. The soldiers who had been stationed in front of the defensive structure outside kept shooting at the snowstorm. Figures were moving in the blizzard. The soldiers began to fire wildly and threw grenades from time to time. Da-da-da, boom. Mansari jumped in front of a machine gun and fired into the blizzard. But at that moment, a figure broke through the hail of bullets and jumped into the fortification. It was a giant white wolf. Its body length was more than 3 meters, and it definitely weighed more than 200 kilograms. The white wolf pounced on the soldier closest to it. The other soldiers immediately fired at the white wolf. The white wolf's body was covered in blood, but it didn't fall. It continued to bite the soldier below it. Boom! The soldier pulled the grenade, and with a loud bang, the white wolf was sent flying. The soldier was also killed. Mansari's expression didn't look too good, but the battle continued, and he didn't have time to mourn the dead soldier. At that moment, the base's door opened. Limu and Vestana heard the commotion and came out to check on the situation. However, when he saw the corpse of the giant white wolf on the ground, he was shocked. What are you doing out here? Go back inside. At this time, the battle was very fierce. The sound of wind and snow mixed with the sound of gunfire. Suddenly, a snow-white figure broke through the blockade and charged in. This white figure wasn't a wolf, or more accurately, it wasn't completely a wolf. He was a size smaller than the white wolf he had killed earlier. He was about 2 meters tall, and he was standing upright. A word popped up in Limu and Vestana's minds. Werewolves. The werewolves were too fast. Even at close range, it was difficult to hit them. Moreover, the werewolf would only stagger a few steps after being hit. It wouldn't cause any fatal damage. Mansari's reaction was extremely fast. She raised the shotgun beside her and locked onto the werewolf's head. Bang! The werewolf's head was blasted open and immediately fell to the ground in a bloody mess. However, the werewolf was not completely dead. Mansari fired another shot at the werewolf. The battle lasted for half an hour. Limu and Vestana watched as the soldiers dragged the dead soldier's body inside and cleaned up the battlefield. Other than the white wolf and the werewolf that had charged into the blockade, there were also a few white wolf corpses outside the blockade. Mr. Mansari, can you tell us what's going on? Since you already saw it, why bother asking? Mansari's expression was not good. After all, a soldier had just been killed. We are facing a pack of werewolves? The legendary werewolves? Is that so? Yes. Mansari nodded. I remember the first time you came to Toda Snow Mountain. It was the day of the incident. A tourist was bitten. The townspeople wanted to cover it up, but the doctor from the clinic was an outsider, and the incident was exposed. Wait, why did the townspeople want to cover it up? Are they afraid that it will affect the tourist income? No, the townspeople are all descendants of werewolves. They have always been in contact with the werewolves in the Snow Mountain. Because of that incident, the military finally noticed it, Mansari said. Why didn't the military exterminate the werewolves? Can't they do it? At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in. Sir, outside, outside. What's going on outside? There's an old man outside. He said he's the representative of the werewolves. He wants to negotiate with you. Mansari rushed out of the base and saw an old man standing at the gate. The soldiers around him were all pointing their guns at the old man. Limu and Vestana followed him out and looked at the situation outside. Mansari stared at the old man. You are a werewolf? We call ourselves the Belvos, the old man said. What do you want to talk to me about? Evacuate, the old man said. Mansari smiled. He did not have the right to order an evacuation. Even if he did, he would not leave. He was going to exterminate these werewolves and this so-called Belvov clan. Do you think that's possible? You humans have betrayed us. Your blockade this time was premeditated. You monsters attacked ordinary people first, Mansari said coldly. And you try to cover up the truth, which caused the situation to escalate. No, you don't understand at all. The person who was bitten asked for it. He and that doctor, they're not ordinary people. They're Kunkka sect disciples. They wanted to use the military to kill us, the Belvos, Jayu said. I don't care if you're a Kunkka sect disciple, and I don't care what grudges you have. My duty is to lock down this place and kill all the creatures that appear in my sight. You only have two choices now. Either we kill you all, or you surrender. Chapter 13:11. Take him away and lock him in our cell, Mansari said. Let him stay with the corpses of his bastards. Watch him. If he dares to do anything strange, kill him. You're keeping me? The old man stared at Mansari. You'll regret it. I've never regretted taking him away. Just like that, the old man was taken away by two soldiers. The two soldiers kept pointing their guns at him. If the old man did anything that made them uneasy, they would shoot immediately. Limu and Vestana stepped aside to make way for the old man. When the old man walked past them, they felt a chill run down their spines. The old man suddenly stopped. The two soldiers behind him raised their guns nervously. Go. Don't move. The old man ignored them. You two don't look like soldiers. Limu and Vestana became even more nervous. Run away. Soon, this place will become hell. With that, the old man went straight into the depths of the base. President, that guy has a bad temper. He didn't even give me any face. He even said that he would disband the supernatural organization. Why does he have the same attitude as that old Astra Leon? Chen Zhao asked, annoyed. West only gave a brief explanation. He didn't go into too much detail. If he told Chen Zhao everything that Mansari had done, Chen Zhao would definitely go berserk. Since he doesn't want to coexist peacefully with us, just ignore him. Where are you now? Klaus and I are still in the Canadian border city. When are you coming back? President, I heard some news. Do you want to hear it? What news? It's about the legend of Mount Toda Snow Mountain, the area that the military sealed off. Yes, the legend here, West said. Wester said, legend has it that there are two legendary creatures in the Great Pagoda, Snow Mountain. One is the wolf spirit, and the other is the snow demon. The wolf spirit is known as the Belvos clan, and the Snow Demon is known as the Kunkka clan. The two clans have been enemies for generations, killing each other until a human which joined the Belvos. The balance of the war finally tilted towards the Belvos. The Snow Demons were slaughtered, and the king of the Snow Demon, Kunkka, was sealed in the Great Pagoda, Snow Mountain. The wolf spirit and Snow Demon actually exist, right? According to the locals, the wolf spirit is probably a werewolf clan. But werewolves came from Europe in the 18th century, while the legend of the wolf spirit is from the earliest immigrants. Wes paused for a moment before continuing. I found out that there's a cult in Canada called the Kunkka sect. They believe in the god of the Snow Mountain. Their teachings are very twisted, and their actions are even more extreme. They often kidnap innocent people and send them to the Snow Mountain before dismembering them. Since the last century, there have been more than 23 suspected Kunkka sect sacrificial ceremonies in Canada. Oh, does this have anything to do with us? It has nothing to do with us, but according to my investigation, someone was bitten by a creature suspected to be a wolf on the Snowy Mountain, and the victim disappeared. So I suspect that the initial victim was just a trap that lured the Belvos and the military into this trap. Actually, we don't need to consider who's right and who's wrong. Don't make things so complicated, Chun Zhao said. Let's consider one thing now. Should we intervene? West froze. If this keeps getting worse and ends up in the hands of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department, we might have to intervene in the end. That's right, Chun Zhao said. So we don't have to wait until it's too late. We have to consider when we can get the most benefits. Then, when do you think we should act? If the information you found is true, then Kunkka's sect goal is to release the king of the Snow Demons. The military base is about to collapse. That's our chance. Under what name? Do we need any name? We're the Supernatural Organization. Chun Zhao chuckled. Have you forgotten our duty? Chun Zhao never felt that maintaining peace in the supernatural world was the Supernatural Organization's duty. In reality, most of what they did was passive. Things happened and people came to them. Only then would they act according to the circumstances. But according to the initial concept of the Supernatural Organization, when they knew of supernatural events, they would act first and solve the problem. In layman's terms, the Supernatural Organization had always been very inactive and irresponsible. In other words, they wouldn't act unless the higher-ups came to them. President, if that guy still doesn't know what's good for him, I suggest we let him die there. What about his background? He's from the military. Will he cause trouble for us? I've checked his basic files. I've looked into his basic files. He first served in the Marine Corps and was on the Wildcat battlefield. He was once the captain of a commando team, then served as a flying instructor at an Air Force base for 3 years, and then served as a military officer at the Overseas Combat Command for 2 years. After that, he was transferred back to the country and became an officer in charge of domestic combat operations. To put it simply, this guy is a substitute who fills in the gaps. He was appointed to replace Leong because of Liang's poor performance in recent years, and also because he's old, so the higher-ups want to send a more ambitious person to take over the position of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department Minister. His parents are ordinary people without any political background, and he was able to take over the Anti-Terrorism Security Department because of his outstanding performance in the military. Then we'll do as you say, if I still feel his evil intentions when we arrive. To be honest, some things were out of one's control. Chun Zhao used to hate scheming and deceiving people. But now, Chun Zhao had become the kind of person he used to hate the most. For example, Chun Zhao used to hate capitalists, but now he was a real capitalist. People would change, and they would change unknowingly. Don't call me tonight. I don't have time. After hanging up, Chun Zhao entered the river map. Chun Zhao needed to continue learning new spells. The Thousand Swords spell wasn't perfected yet. Chun Zhao could already learn basic attacks, but he could only attack without any technique. Chapter 13:12. If it was a small-scale attack, Dark Magma was obviously better than Imperial Thousand Swords. However, Dark Lava's range wasn't large. It could only attack within a 30-meter radius. Beyond that, the density of the attacks would decrease. Royal Thousand Swords was much better in range, but it was much weaker in control than dark lava. Dark lava was produced by Chun Zhao's king of Wrath bloodline. It was as natural as Chun Zhao's hands and feet. But Royal Thousand Swords was more like a craft. It needed to be practiced. Right now, Royal Thousand Swords couldn't compare to dark lava. At least, Chun Zhao couldn't control it as he wished. What Chun Zhao needed to practice now was to split the Thousand Swords into 2 waves. Practicing Royal Thousand Swords was difficult and complicated. However, Chun Zhao could feel that Royal Thousand Swords functionality was even better than his other abilities and spells. However, splitting the Thousand Swords into 2 waves of swords seemed to be easier than he had imagined. Chun Zhao only needed to practice 100 times to do it. It was also easier to control. Chun Zhao started to split them into 4 waves. This was much more difficult than 2. The difficulty suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It was difficult for Chun Zhao to even separate the 4 sword waves, let alone control them. It was very difficult. It might have something to do with human habits. He was used to using both arms, so it was easy for him to split the 2 waves of swords. But he couldn't grasp the point of the 4 waves. Chun Zhao still used the old method, which was the stupidest method. He had to practice tirelessly, correct, and try again and again. Humans had muscle memory, but they also had magic memory. There was no such thing as never being able to learn. As long as it was within his abilities and he practiced enough, he would eventually learn. Chun Zhao practiced almost 10,000 times. Now, he could barely split them into 4 waves, but he still couldn't attack. When Chun Zhao came out of the river map, it was already late at night. Fei Lai was already asleep. Chun Zhao sat in the middle of Mirror Lake and meditated. This was when Cerberus and Little Nine were the most active. But Little Nine was already very big now. Its growth was completely unlimited. Its body was over 30 meters long, and each head was 80 centimeters in diameter. Its waist was even over 2 meters in diameter. Its appetite was even greater. Every time it ate, it would eat 9 cows. However, every time it ate, it would not eat or drink for several days. In terms of diet, they were similar to ordinary snakes. They ate a lot of food at once and needed time to digest it. Every time it was digested, it would grow a lot bigger. Luckily, Little Nine was not a picky eater and would not insist on some expensive beef. In order to provide food for Little Nine, Chun Zhao raised 100 cows on a plain not far from Mirror Lake. Of course, they were all left to fend for themselves. There was no one to take care of them. But these hundreds of cows, it was estimated that in less than 2 months, they would be almost completely eaten by Little Nine. Chun Zhao thought about raising more cows. Based on Little Nine's growth rate, Chun Zhao had no doubt that Little Nine's appetite would triple in a year. Everyone get ready. There will be a terrifying snowstorm tonight. Mansari looked at the howling snowstorm with a hint of worry in her eyes. Mansari looked at Li Mu and Vestana. Both of them were a little uneasy. They all felt that the situation was not good. They did not know if it was the old werewolf's warning. Not just them, but all the soldiers felt like they were facing a great enemy. Do you two know how to use machine guns? Mansari asked. All I have to do is pull the trigger, right? Vestana asked. Forget it. Mansari shook her head. Using a gun was not as simple as pulling the trigger. If they thought that they only needed to pull the trigger, they would only hurt themselves and their companions. Just then, a soldier ran in from outside. Sir, there are more than 10 people outside. More than 10 people? Are they the bastards' companions again? They did not say who they are, but they said they were willing to help us fight against those werewolves. Frowning, Mansari strode outside. When he walked outside, he saw more than 10 men and women. This alarmed him, because werewolves looked almost the same as humans before they changed. He could not help but suspect that these people were actually werewolves. Who are you people? An old man stood out from the group. He held a wooden cane in his hand, and his beard almost reached his abdomen. He looked like the sage from Lord of the Rings. We are the enemies of the Belvos, the old man said. Why should I believe you? Mansari looked at them cautiously. How do I know that you are not those bastards? We do not need to prove anything, the old man said. You just need to see what we can do. Then what can you do? The old man tapped the ground with his cane. and the snow around him suddenly rolled. All the soldiers and Mansari became alert as they looked at the strange scene. Then, an ice wall rose from the ground. The ice wall slowly rose, and the ice wall was covered with spikes. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with astonishment. What is going on? Mansari's expression became serious. How did you do it? Since you have seen werewolves before, are you surprised to see magic again? The old man looked at Mansari. Mansari's eyes were like lightning as he examined the dozen people behind the old man. They're like you? Yes, we have been enemies with the Belvos for generations. The meaning of our existence is to eradicate the Belvos. For some reason, he felt that these people were not as noble as they said. They had their own goals. Can your magic stop the blizzard? Mansari asked. To the soldiers in the base, the biggest enemy was not the werewolves, but the blizzard. The snowstorm affected them too much. Every time, the werewolves would attack during the blizzard. No, we do not have enough power to stop the blizzard. You can stay, but you cannot enter the base. Are you going to let us stand in the cold all day? The old man looked at Mansari. Can't you use magic to build ice walls? You can build your own ice castle. Also, you're not cold, right? Chapter 13:13. The wind howled in the darkness. In the blizzard, pairs of bloodthirsty and violent green eyes appeared. Inside the fortifications outside the base, the soldiers all saw those hostile eyes. Victory or defeat depends on this, children. For our mother, Kunkka. For our mother, Kunkka. Kunkka. Kunkka's followers roared and prepared for battle. Even though Kunkka's followers were scheming and far-sighted, leading the military and the Belvos into a trap step by step. But Kunkka's followers still didn't dare to underestimate their old enemy, the Belvos. They had an army, the Atavism Army. The Belvos were the largest werewolf clan in North America. They were also called the Snow Wolf Clan, and they were different from other werewolf clans. Like zombies, they could bite and infect ordinary humans, and then obtain new clan members. But these infected humans didn't turn into werewolves, but into the Atavism werewolves. They would turn into giant wolves. Their intelligence would degenerate, but their strength and speed were above ordinary people. They weren't afraid of death, and they were cruel and bloodthirsty. They were loyal to the Belvos. As long as it was an order from the Belvos, they would unswervingly carry it out. If Kunkka's followers relied on themselves, they couldn't defeat the Belvos. That was why they needed the military. The battle was about to begin. The sound of machine guns being loaded could be heard everywhere. The soldiers were also very nervous. The situation this time was even more urgent than last time. Mansari came in front of the Kunkka elder and asked solemnly, "Are you sure?" "No, but we will try our best to kill those bastards," the elder said. Mansari was satisfied. He didn't care what these people's intentions were. As long as they could help them fight, that was enough. Can't the military send reinforcements? Now that the Belvos are all gathered there, if we can bombard them now, it will definitely have an extraordinary effect, the Kuin-Ka elder said with glowing eyes. Bomb? In this snowstorm, planes can't even get close to this area, let alone guarantee accuracy. The biggest possibility of a force bombing is that the bomb will fall on our heads. The Kunkka elder looked disappointed and turned to the forest. There were more and more lights in the forest. The Belvos were gathering their army. Inside the fortifications of the base, there were 2 airborne machine guns, howitzers, various firearms, and a large amount of ammunition. Pitter-patter. The base was empty, but there were sounds that made people uneasy. "Lee, do you hear that? It seems to be coming from the dungeon." Since the day when they knew the truth, they had been in a state of uneasiness, especially tonight's vigilance. The 2 of them were considered non-combatants, so the 2 of them were the only ones guarding the empty base, which made them even more uneasy. The entire base was so quiet that only the sound of water dripping could be heard. Should we go to the dungeon to take a look? In the dungeon, is that old werewolf imprisoned there? Are we really going? I remember that there are 2 soldiers guarding it. Nothing will happen. The 2 girls supported each other and carefully walked down the stairs. It sounded like something was chewing, and it did come from the depths of the dungeon. When they arrived at the dungeon, they saw 2 guards lying on the ground. But they were not dead, at least not yet. One of them had a severe bite wound on his neck, and the other had a bite wound on his abdomen. They kept twitching on the ground, moaning in pain. The two girls wanted to go up and save the two soldiers, but as soon as they approached, they saw a figure lying on the ground in the corner of the prison. The old man's tattered clothes were still hanging on his body, but his body had become extremely tall. White fur covered his entire body, but there were still bloodstains on the white fur. This tall werewolf was the old man. The old werewolf was lying on the ground, eating the bodies of his own kind. Vestana and Li Mu were so scared that their limbs turned cold. They had never seen such a bloody scene. The old werewolf turned his head and looked at the two girls, but he ignored them and continued eating the bodies on the ground. Li Mu immediately picked up the gun on the ground and pointed it at the old werewolf. The old werewolf seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Li Mu. "Child, this has nothing to do with you." The old werewolf stood up. He was taller than the werewolves the two girls had seen before, at least 3 meters tall. Was this still the old man? Was he really the old man in disguise? The two girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. The old werewolf easily twisted the iron bars with his claws, as if he was twisting two noodles. When the old werewolf stood in front of Li Mu and Vestana, the two girls were so scared that they did not dare to move. That terrifying aura felt like they would be torn apart if they moved even a little. The old werewolf raised his claws lightly, picked up the machine gun in Li Mu's hand, and threw it far away. "As long as you stay here obediently, you will not be harmed. This war has nothing to do with you," the old werewolf said. "What do you want?" Li Mu mustered up his courage and asked. "What do I want?" "To win this war," the old werewolf replied. At this time, the bodies of the two bitten soldiers on the ground began to change rapidly. The spasms intensified. Li Mu and Vestana could feel the pain they were suffering. Finally, the first soldier's body began to transform from a human into a wolf. Then, the second soldier turned into a wolf. The two snow wolves that had just completed their transformation stared at Li Mu and Vestana like tigers watching their prey. Their eyes were filled with hunger. "Go and eat what's inside. This war has nothing to do with them," the old werewolf ordered. The two snow wolves looked at the two girls, but in the end, they turned back into the prison and began to devour the corpses. "We are not beasts," the old werewolf said. "At least we are rational. Even beasts would not eat the corpses of their own kind," Vestana said angrily. "Yes, only humans will eat people," the old werewolf said. "I have no choice but to do this. Werewolves can't eat the corpses of their own kind. If they eat the corpses of their own kind, they won't be far from death. However, in order to win this war, I can only eat the corpses of my own kind. In order to survive, they have just completed their transformation. If they can't eat, they will die quickly." Chapter 13-14. Do you think that we, the Belvos, started this war? The old werewolf said, "This is all part of Kunkka's conspiracy, and we, the Belvos, have no time to waste. In June, the snow and ice on the mountain will melt, and all of us will turn into snow wolves. This will continue until November, and we will return to our werewolf form. So we don't have time to waste. We must end this war as soon as possible." "Why did that Kunkka do this?" "To break the seal," the old werewolf said. "Before the Belvos came to this land, this place was already occupied by a group of demons. We fought with them for hundreds of years, and then we reached an agreement with the humans to eliminate these demons together and seal their leader, Kunkka, into our bloodline. But that period of history is so far away that the humans have forgotten the oath they once made with us. The remnants of Kunkka's tribe are plotting to hunt us down. As long as they kill enough Belvos, they can use our blood to break the seal. I took the initiative to enter this place and devour the bodies of my fellow tribesmen, so that there won't be any future trouble. Of course, this will also allow me to increase my strength in a short period of time. Then, I will cooperate with my tribesmen outside to destroy this base and kill all the soldiers. This is the only way to end this war. In other words, you are actually the invaders? Whatever you think, but aren't you humans the same?" The old werewolf did not deny it. Once Kunkka is resurrected, you will be banished from this snowy land forever. She used to be the ruler of this snowy land. The Belvos and humans sacrificed countless people to defeat Kunkka, so we will never let this hard-won victory be overturned. But now, you humans are standing on the opposite side. Humans are no longer the barbarians of the past. The human army can crush everything, Westana said firmly. Humans may be able to rule everything outside, but not here. The human army can't even enter this place, the old werewolf said indifferently. The old werewolf said indifferently. He was once a human and hid in the human society. His understanding of humans was no less than Limu and Westana. Kunkka is much scarier than you can imagine. In the era of Kunkka's existence, this place was a forbidden zone for other creatures. Any creature that entered this place could not leave alive. But the Belvos and humans still defeated Kunkka in the end, didn't they? They could still do it now. Your thinking is too simple. Defeating Kunkka is almost equivalent to starting a war. This is the border between the United States and Canada. Do you think the governments of these two countries would allow a war to happen within their borders? The old werewolf's tone suddenly paused as a wolf's howl seemed to come from outside. The war has begun. At the same time, Klaus and Wester were standing on a snow-covered cliff. Below the cliff was the military base. Phew, it's really cold here. Klaus shivered. Fuck you. Wester rolled his eyes at Klaus and tugged at his down jacket. You're the one who insisted on wearing this thin field outfit. How can I fight while wearing a down jacket? Klaus felt cold, but it was not to the point where he could not bear it. Mr. Wester, why don't you learn other spells, such as fire? That could bring me some warmth. The temperature below 20 degrees Celsius, coupled with the attack of the snowstorm, did cause some trouble for him, but it was not fatal. Their battle has begun, Klaus said with a pair of binoculars. It's about time to inform the president and the others. You call the president. I'll call Gaia and the others. No, the president just said not to call him tonight. It's 3 a.m. now. If you call him now, he might kill you. Klaus immediately refused. You asked for Shoal, that's an order. Mr. Wester, why don't you call? Wester did not want to call either. It was scary to disturb Chun Zhao's sleep, especially since Feilai's belly was so big now. Chun Zhao almost stopped anything that could disturb her, especially the phone. Whatever. The military base below isn't that easy to break through. I believe they can last until dawn. God bless them. Wester did not plan on saving the people in the military anyway. If they died, so be it. I think the president knows a little wolf girl. Huh? Does the president know other werewolves? If we just stand by and watch, won't the guild leader blame us? There are so many werewolves in the world. That little wolf girl's fur color is different from these snow wolves, Wester said disapprovingly. Also, that little wolf girl is bigger than these snow wolves. The shape of her head is also different, so I'm sure that they're not from the same tribe. Hearing Wester's analysis, Klaus also heaved a sigh of relief. There were no written rules in the association, but everyone had an unspoken rule. They had to help each other. If they were related to each other's family, they had to help their family. For example, if Klaus saw Gaia's son, Evans, being bullied by other kids, he would also go and kick the kids' butt. Is there a big difference between each werewolf tribe? There are some obvious differences, but most of them are relatively normal. For example, these Belvos are obviously small werewolves. Generally, an adult werewolf is about 5 meters tall, but this group of werewolves is only 2 meters tall. But their speed is really fast, and in terms of defense, they're also stronger than ordinary werewolves. Those spiritualists are Kunkka's disciples, right? Are they the ones stirring up trouble behind the scenes? It should be them. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the distance. Klaus and Wester both realized that a figure had appeared in the distance. Roar! It was a Belvos werewolf. Wester and Klaus did not expect that a werewolf would run here and coincidentally run into them while the battle was so intense. This werewolf was smaller than an adult werewolf, around 7 meters tall, but since it was a werewolf, they could not judge its strength like normal people. All werewolves were dangerous to a certain extent. Chapter 13:15. The little werewolf clearly ignored West's warning and attacked West and Klaus directly. Klaus went forward, and the little werewolf swung its claws at Klaus. But Klaus dodged it easily. He grabbed the little werewolf's arm and twisted it before kicking it. The little werewolf rolled several meters away. The intense pain almost made him unable to stand up, but he still stood up while enduring the pain. He was from the Beowulf tribe. How could he fall at the hands of others? The little werewolf encouraged himself. His claws moved unconsciously, as if he couldn't wait to tear apart the two humans in front of him. Little guy, if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Don't ask for trouble. Awoo. The little werewolf responded to Klaus with an angry howl. The little werewolf pounced forward again, waving its claws even faster, but still couldn't touch Klaus's body. It couldn't even touch the corner of his shirt. The little werewolf's attacks became more urgent. Klaus kicked the little werewolf's stomach again. The little werewolf rolled several meters away again. Wes was not interested in this child-bullying fight at all. That's right, it was bullying kids. Who was Klaus? Before joining the supernatural organization, he was the elite of the elites in the Marine Corps. His combat skills weren't invincible, but he rarely had a match. After joining the supernatural organization, he'd been strengthened by Chun Zhao. His speed, strength, and reflexes were all beyond ordinary people. Klaus was too lazy to kill a kid. He wanted to see how long the little werewolf could last. West, on the other hand, looked at the battlefield below the cliff and took out his phone. Hey, Minister Leon, you need a military transport plane. No, West. Who do you think I am? Your subordinate? Leon received West's call in the middle of the night. His tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Of course, most of them were dissatisfaction towards West and a strong sense of enmity towards him. West's tone had completely climbed over him, which made him even more displeased. Minister Leon, if you want to resign with dignity, you better do as I say. West didn't have any respect for Leon now. It could be said that Leon had abandoned his dignity. If he hadn't had a conflict with Chun Zhao back then, the supernatural organization would still be under his command. Leon was furious, but he couldn't do anything now, because he was about to resign. If he had 2 more years, he might have a chance to slowly fight against West and the supernatural organization. But now he had less than half a year. If he went against the supernatural organization, he would be the one who would be hurt. Especially after he resigned, how would the supernatural organization retaliate against him? Just thinking about it made him shudder. To where? Canada, Tota, snowy mountains. There's no need to land. Our people can jump directly from the sky. Great Pagoda, Snow Mountain? Leon raised his eyebrows. Didn't you reject my invitation? After some discussion, our president suddenly felt that we should contribute to the stability and peace of the region. The little scheme in Liang's heart suddenly emerged. West, what's the situation at Tota Snowy Mountains? It's not looking good. The werewolves have already launched an all-out attack on the military base. That's not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that after our investigation, we realized that some hidden forces are involved. West didn't hide anything and told Chun Zhao the general situation. To put it bluntly, he was asking for credit. Liang's heart raced. West, you're saying that there's a powerful demon sealed in that place? Is that so? Yes. Delay it for a while and release the demon, Leong said in a low voice. West's expression also changed slightly. He realized Lei Ang's intention. Let the demon cause destruction. It's best if he causes casualties in the nearby towns. Then you can act in the name of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department. West laughed. You're too simple, Minister Leong. There are no towns within dozens of kilometers. The closest one is 240 kilometers away from Tota Snowy Mountains. Also, we don't know if the demon called Kunkka has that much destructive power. West had rejected Liang's request, but he had a deeper reason. Chun Zhao wouldn't allow this to happen. They could do nothing, but that didn't mean they could purposely let civilians die for their own purposes. If they did that, the entire organization would be divided. After all, most members definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. Liang's idea was to let the higher-ups of the Anti-Terrorism Security Department know how serious the situation was. If they couldn't solve it, but the anti-terrorism security department could. Then Leon would be able to get enough credit. By then, he might not resign, but get a promotion. West was willing to benefit from the supernatural organization, but that was only if the situation allowed it. He wouldn't destroy the unity of the organization. Chen Zhao trusted West not only because he was cunning. The main reason was that West was always clear-headed. His magic was slow field, but the predecessor of slow field was actually sharp mind. Leon was anxious too. He'd asked the supernatural organization to help because he wanted to do Mansari a favor. Moreover, he didn't think that the situation at Toda Snowy Mountains was that bad. But after hearing West's words, he realized that the situation was more serious than he'd imagined. But it was precisely because of this that he found a trace of hope. "Give me 3 hours. I'll report to the higher-ups." West thought for a moment. 3 hours? Perfect. There were only 3 hours until daybreak. He could inform Chen Zhao and the others, then fly over. The timing was just right. Okay, 3 hours. West glanced at the battlefield below. The military base could still hold on for now. Of course, how long it last would depend on how much ammo and firepower the base had. It also depended on how determined the Belvos were to take down the military base. Up until now, the Belvos hadn't really launched an all-out attack. They didn't seem to be willing to pay the price of more casualties. They'd been restraining their rhythm. But to West, this was the stupidest method. Not contributing to the military base in the shortest time possible would give them more time and increase the casualties. Chapter 13:16. Strange. No matter how stupid the Belvos are, they should know that ending the battle in a short time is better than delaying it like this, right? West looked at the battlefield below, puzzled. At this time, Klaus walked up. No, they're very smart. The Belvos have almost no casualties. They're creating the illusion of an all-out attack, but in reality, they've been moving around in the forest. They're wasting the military's ammunition. If they attack directly, it'll only increase the casualties. Where's that little werewolf? West turned around and realized that the little werewolf had disappeared. He ran away. I want to knock him out, but I didn't manage to knock him out. Then, he turned and ran when he realized that he couldn't beat me. I want to chase him, but I couldn't run fast in the snow. Klaus was also a little embarrassed. West didn't care. It was just a little werewolf, anyway. Klaus didn't kill him probably because he couldn't bear to. If Klaus wanted to, he would have done it long ago. Those Kunkka disciples didn't seem to do much either. That's not strange. They don't have good intentions. They probably want the military and the Belvos to fight to the death. West and Klaus were spectators, so they could see clearly. However, Mansari, who was an insider, also saw something fishy. Why didn't you do anything? You've been watching from the sidelines. Mansari questioned Kunkka. His tone was full of doubt and distrust. What do you want us to do? Charge into the forest and die? We'll be shot full of holes by your soldiers before we even get in. If those cunning bastards don't come out, there's nothing we can do. We don't have much ammunition left, Mansari said. We can't let them stall like this. I can't do anything either. If they could charge out with all their strength, the situation would be better. But if they don't come out, there's nothing I can do, Kunkka said helplessly. Kunkka finally understood. The Belvos had been tricked by them, but they weren't stupid. If one more of their clansmen died, Kunkka's seal would weaken. That was why they used this method to stall for time. They wanted the base to run out of ammunition before launching an all-out attack. The corner of Kunkka's mouth inadvertently revealed a trace of coldness. Mansari saw Kunkka's cold eyes and became even more wary of them. The battle had been going on for several hours. It was already 7 in the morning, but the sky was still gray and there was almost no light. The snowstorm lasted for an entire day and showed no signs of subsiding. Instead, it became more and more intense. Mansari was getting more and more impatient. This couldn't go on. The situation must be changed. Mansari glanced at the base behind her. Retreat into the base. Don't waste your bullets outside. Mansari yelled. In an open space, these wolf cubs could rely on the terrain to dodge, and they could also distance themselves. Medium and small caliber firearms do very little damage to them, unless he could close the distance. However, under such circumstances, there was only one way to close the distance. That was to introduce the Belva werewolves into the facade, using the layout of the building to eliminate these wolf cubs. The soldiers retreated into the building one after another. The followers of Kunkka followed. Just as Mansari expected, the werewolves began to rush into the entrance. The prepared soldiers had already set up machine guns on the opposite side of the entrance. The soldiers immediately returned fire. One of the werewolves was immediately shot full of holes. At this time, the Belva of werewolves that surrounded them began to attack from all directions. They didn't just attack the main entrance. They also used their climbing and jumping abilities to climb the walls of the base and enter from the roof. "We can start now," Kunkka whispered to the people around him. While the soldiers weren't paying attention, one of the followers left. Mansari was already on guard against these followers. When he saw one leave, he immediately yelled, "Stop! Where are you going?" However, the follower didn't care about Mansari's yelling and continued to leave. "Stop!" Mansari pointed his gun at the follower. "Colonel, the werewolves have already attacked from other places. He's going to stop them," Kunkka said. "Awoo!" Just then, a loud wolf howl came from outside. Then, a wolf howl came from the dungeon. Two snow-white giant wolves rushed out of the dungeon and bit anyone they saw. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. Damn it! Mansari immediately turned his gun around. He didn't expect two giant wolves to rush out of the dungeon. The originally prepared defense also fell into chaos. A few more giant wolves rushed in from the entrance of the base. The Kunkka follower from before had already left during the chaos. He found the location of the armory. There was also a large amount of ammunition stored in the armory, including many high explosives. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions kept erupting inside the base. In an instant, the ground shook, and the entire building was on the verge of collapse. This was the Kunkka followers' plan. They wanted the Belva of werewolves to enter the base and then detonate the armory. Terrifying shockwaves were constantly being released, one after another, in an endless stream. Everyone was caught up in the explosion that had been carefully planned, including the old werewolf in the dungeon, Limu, and Vestana. The Kunkka follower used their ice magic to create ice walls and wrap themselves in them. But some Kunkka followers were still caught in the explosion. The ice was not truly indestructible. After all, it was a weapon that could sustain a war. The destructive power of detonating it at the same time was almost unimaginable. At this moment, both the werewolves and the human soldiers were helpless in the face of this sudden disaster. The air was filled with the smell of blood and smoke. The entire base was razed to the ground in the violent explosion. "Great Lord of Winter, King of Ice, Holy Spirit of the Blizzard, I offer my filthy blood to you. Answer my call. Use your power of winter to freeze all the unforgivable. Wake up, my mother, Kunkka. Wake up, our mother, Kunkka, wake up." All the Kunkka followers shouted at the top of their lungs and chanted magic spells together with the old man. Mansari was lucky to not die, but he was seriously injured. He tried his best to prop himself up and pointed his gun at a Kunkka follower. Bang! Mansari fired without hesitation. Chapter 13:17. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chun Zhao was woken up by the helicopter's roar. Chun Zhao glanced at Feilai beside him. She'd woken up too. Feilai's senses had become much stronger recently. Even the slightest movement would be noticed by her. "Are they here for you, darling?" "Sleep a bit more," Chun Zhao said. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Chun Zhao could tell that it was Jerlin. She'd also been woken up by the helicopter's roar. "Dad, open the door, open the door." Chun Zhao got up helplessly and opened the door. Jerlin immediately hugged Chun Zhao's leg. "Dad, are you going out?" "Auntie Gaia is flying the plane outside." Little Jerlin had seen the helicopter outside. It belonged to the association. "Dad, can I take Jerlin there?" Feilai pulled Jerlin over. "Jerlin, if you want to take a plane, I'll have Auntie Gaia fly it herself next time. I have to go out to work now." Chun Zhao didn't want to take Jerlin to the cold, snowy mountains. Jerlin had always stayed in the warmer LA area. She'd never been to such a cold area. She wouldn't be able to adapt. Plus, Chun Zhao was going to fight monsters. No matter what, it would be dangerous. Chun Zhao couldn't bring Zhurlin. With Feilai's help, Chun Zhao finally got rid of Zhurlin. He boarded the helicopter. Gaia, why are you flying the helicopter? Where are they? They went to the airbase first. I'm here to pick you up, Gaia said. Is it West's plane again? Yes. Gaia nodded. Sit tight. Do you need earmuffs? Chun Zhao realized that Gaia's style of flying was completely different from Klaus. When Klaus flew the helicopter, he did all sorts of cool and difficult moves. Gaia, on the other hand, could only be described as stable. It was obvious that Gaia knew how to fly a helicopter, but her skills were average. Comparatively, Klaus was more like a racer. In terms of flying a helicopter, Klaus was clearly better. After arriving at the airbase, Chun Zhao and Gaia were sent to a Hercules transport plane. Everyone from the supernatural organization was on the plane, including Adonis. Aduz, why are you here? Chun Zhao looked at Aduz, speechless. I want to skydive. Aduz said matter-of-factly. If you leave, who will look after the headquarters? Agars and Lady Pamela aren't here. They could just watch. Chun Zhao entered the cabin and sat down. Are we skydiving this time? According to the weather report, there's a level 12 snowstorm in the Totus Snowy Mountains area. We won't be able to get close to the area if we fly at a low altitude. We can only drop it from above, at least 8,000 meters, said Gaia. Chun Zhao yawned. Call me when we're there. The Hercules began to take off. An officer in uniform came out of the forecastle. Hello, I'm the co-pilot of the Blackbird, Sergeant Olan. Euron looked at the strange passengers in front of him. To be honest, he really couldn't figure out who these people were and where they came from. He could tell that a few of them were from the military, but most of the others looked like ordinary people. There were old people, women, children, and even transvestites. What was the point of this transport mission? Also, could they really complete the parachute jump? Skydiving was an extremely dangerous sport. The biggest danger wasn't that the parachute couldn't be opened, but the change in air pressure from high to low. Without proper training, the change in air pressure could cause lung bleeding or even lung rupture. This time, they had to jump from 8,000 meters in the sky. There was also a severe snowstorm in the area. It was very unsuitable for skydiving. There was only a parachute in the plane, not a respirator. Therefore, they could only rely on their own abilities. Euron's gaze swept across everyone in the cabin. None of them paid attention to him. Some were even sleeping. Ladies and gentlemen, do you need me to explain to you the precautions for skydiving? Yes. Aduz looked at Euron, his eyes shining. Apart from Aduz, no one else paid attention to Euron. The Hercules was very fast on a flight mission without any weight. In less than 2 hours, the plane arrived at the Totus Snow Mountains. Teacher, we're here. Time to wake up. Little Grove nudged Chun Zhao. Hey, Grove, you're here too. Little Grove was speechless. Teacher, I've been sitting beside you for 2 hours. Don't you know? Chun Zhao rubbed his sleepy eyes. Are we here already? In the ruins, the blood seemed to be unaffected by gravity. It kept extending upward. The strong snowstorm couldn't blow the blood away. The blood gathered in the air. Gradually, the color of the blood began to change, and a white vortex appeared. Mother, Kunkka, show yourself. Mother, Kunkka. Suddenly, the ruins shook violently. A figure charged out of the ruins and pounced on a Kunkka believer. Mansari was shocked. So big. This werewolf is so big. The fallen believer's neck was bitten off by the werewolf before he could resist. The other Kunkka believers immediately fought back. The old Kunkka looked at the old werewolf. Rosens, you lost. The old man clearly knew him. The old werewolf, Rosenberg, raised his head and looked at the white cyclone in the air. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Just then, more snow wolves and werewolves appeared. The explosion was fierce, but it wasn't enough to kill all the Belvov werewolves. Limu and West Anna also crawled out from under Faith. They looked around and saw Mansari lying on the ground. They immediately rushed over. Colonel Mansari, are you okay? You're still alive? Mansari stared at the two girls in disbelief. They didn't die from the explosion. The old werewolf saved us, Limu said. He protected us. Colonel Mansari, the Belvov aren't our enemy. The real enemy is the Kunkka. Mansari's eyes flashed as he looked at the scene. He could vaguely feel that things were really as Rosen said. It was all a plot by the Kunkka believers. But he couldn't decide who the enemy was. He was just a soldier. He'd always been following orders. The surrounding werewolves and snow wolves started the fiercest battle with the Kunkka believers. The werewolves and snow wolves had an absolute advantage in numbers. The Kunkka believers could barely hold on. Chapter 13:18. Kunkka's followers were few in number. Facing the crazy werewolves, they could only retreat step by step. As the number of Kunkka's followers decreased, Elder Kunkka's chanting became faster and faster. Suddenly, the blizzard stopped. It stopped without any warning. Then, everyone felt something in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. A huge icicle had appeared in the sky. The icicle was at least 5 meters long. It was like a finely cut diamond with distinct edges, and it was shining with colorful light. Just as everyone was intoxicated by the huge icicle, something happened. The icicles suddenly exploded, and thousands of fragments turned into the densest blades, scattering in all directions. The snow wolves and werewolves fell instantly. The blood of the snow wolves and werewolves gathered in the cyclone above Elder Kunkka's head. Rosenberg was also hit by the icicle shards. A few bloodstains appeared on his snow-white wolf skin. However, he did not fall. Rosenberg roared and pounced towards the cyclone. Suddenly, a wave of air rippled out from the cyclone. Rosenberg, who was in midair, was also knocked back more than 10 meters by the wave of air. In the center of the cyclone, a woman appeared. A completely naked woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. Her hair was like silver threads, her face was like frost, and her eyes were blood red. Kunkka, mother, welcome back. Kunkka, mother, welcome back. Is this woman Kunkka? Manzali stared at the woman. Kunkka's face was as cold as ice. His silver hair swayed, even though there was no wind. Facing the roaring werewolves and snow wolves, Kunkka suddenly raised his arm and waved. Countless icicles appeared under the feet of the wolves and werewolves. Instant kill. Mansali's expression was extremely serious. What a terrifying woman. The blood of the wolves and werewolves was absorbed by the icicles. The icicles turned blood red. The corners of Kunkka's mouth finally curled up into a carefree smile, and he gently licked his lips. How many years has it been? Finally, I can drink blood again. Kunkka showed a longing expression. Oh, woo! Rosenberg roared and charged at Kunkka. But an icicle shot out from under Rosenberg's feet. Rosenberg's movements were even faster as he quickly dodged. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, another icicle rose up. He dodged it, and another icicle rose up. Rosenberg was always able to avoid the sudden spikes on the ground. Kunkka's lips curled into a smile as he waved his arm. Hundreds of ice spikes appeared under Rosenberg's feet. Rosenberg's heart skipped a beat. His beast-like instincts made him feel an extreme sense of danger. Rosenberg took a few steps back in shock. The snowy ground where he had been standing had turned into a thicket of ice thorns. The werewolf and the snow wolf took advantage of Rosenberg's distraction to attack again. But Kunkka did not even turn his head. A cold gust of wind suddenly blew past his back. Dozens of werewolves and snow wolves were instantly frozen into a huge, square block of ice. The originally crystal-clear ice cube quickly turned red. Kunkka was absorbing their blood again. How terrifying. The Belvos are simply courting death. It's hopeless. Kunkka's appearance has completely turned the tide of the battle. Even if the entire Belvov clan uses all their strength, they won't be able to defeat Kunkka. Mansari's face was filled with despair. Bang! Suddenly, Kunkka's left shoulder exploded. But Kunkka's shoulder did not bleed. It was as if the ice cube had been shattered. The cold air once again converged on Kunkka's shoulder, restoring it to its perfect state. Everyone, including Kunkka, was surprised by this. They all looked to the left, where there was a steep cliff covered in thick snow. Kunkka also looked at the cliff, and his face turned slightly cold. Suddenly, a huge icicle appeared above the cliff, and the icicle exploded in an instant. Klaus and Wes scrambled away from the scene. The two of them slipped and rolled down the snowy ground from the cliff. Mansari looked and saw that it was West and Klaus. They did not leave. They were here the whole time. Kunkka used the same trick again, and another icicle appeared above the two of them before exploding. Just as the ice shard shot toward West and Klaus, they suddenly stopped. It was as if time had stopped. Mansari's pupils shrank. What was going on? Was it magic? Klaus raised his sniper rifle and fired a bullet. Bang! Kunkka's head shattered. Finished? Everyone stared at Klaus and then at Kunkka, dumbfounded. The arrogant Kunkka was destroyed, just like that. He was killed by a sniper, just like that. The crowd did not know whether to be surprised or happy. But before they could react, Kunkka's head healed again. Several huge ice cones appeared around Kunkka's body and pointed at West and Klaus. Die! Whoosh, the ice cone shot toward the two. Dodge! West yelled. He could not block such a powerful attack with his field of sluggishness. The field of sluggishness was not omnipotent. The stronger the attack, the more it consumed his field of sluggishness. The two split up and fled to the left and right. Rosenberg couldn't care less about the background of these two people. He only knew that since they were Kunkka's enemies, they were his allies on the battlefield. Rosenberg charged at Kunkka. Kunkka was caught off guard and was knocked down by Rosenberg. But the next moment, Rosenberg's claw could not reach him, because his claw was firmly held by Kunkka. Wolf Pup, do you really think you can defeat me? Kunkka's strength was much greater than his. Her 10 fingers were all sharp ice thorns, and she swept them heavily at Rosenberg. 5 ghastly claw marks were left on Rosenberg's face. I've had enough of this farce. It's time to end it, Kunkka said coldly. At this moment, Kunkka's doppelgangers appeared one after another. There were countless of them in the sky and on the ground. Kunkka's doppelgangers began to attack every enemy on the scene. Boom! Suddenly, a flame descended from the sky. A woman covered in raging flames stood on the snowy ground. Everyone was shocked by this woman's sudden appearance. Manzali looked at Gaia in disbelief. Who was this woman, and where did she come from? Gaia swung her flaming sword and spun in a circle. More than a dozen of Kunkka's doppelgangers were instantly killed. Another one to die? Kunkka looked at Gaia. Although Gaia's appearance was indeed impressive, Kunkka's expression did not change. She did not think that anyone could defeat her. Her doppelgangers were endless. No matter how strong Gaia was, she could not stop her doppelganger army. Suddenly, a parachute landed on her head and enveloped her completely. Everyone saw an old man land on the ground. Chapter 1319. Run! Gaia roared as he ran toward Aduz. Aduz was a complete novice. He didn't even realize that his parachute had caught something. Confused, Aduz turned around and saw that the parachute on his back seemed to contain someone. However, before he could get close to see what was going on, the parachute was torn open. Countless ice spikes pierced out of the parachute. Kunkka's back was like a sea urchin. It was full of sharp, slender ice spikes. Kunkka's face darkened. No one would be happy after being insulted like this. Aduz was so frightened that he ran away. Kunkka pointed at Aduz, and countless Kunkka clones attacked Aduz. Suddenly, a bone spear fell from the sky and landed on Aduz's back. The moment the bone spear landed, a gray aura spread in all directions with the spear as the center. The clones that got close to the bone spear instantly melted into ice and snow. Another parachute dropped, and Helis landed on the ground smoothly. Numerous bone spears appeared around Helis and pointed in all directions. Mansari's heart jumped. She looked up at the sky. As expected, there were more than 10 parachutes descending. Were they all members of the supernatural organization? Had they predicted that things would develop like this? Was that why they were prepared? Chun Zhao finally landed. He took off the parachute and loosened his shoulders. When Li Mu and Wes saw him, they couldn't help but be stunned. Professor Chun? That's Professor Chun? How did he get here? Wait, look at that person. Isn't that Lit Grove? Lit Grove was quite famous in the school, so there were quite a few students who knew him. Li Mu and West Anna really couldn't understand why Chun Zhao and Lit Grove would appear here. President, you're finally here. If you were any slower, Klaus and I would probably die here. Chun Zhao looked at Kunkka, but in the end, his gaze landed on the few Kunkka followers. West, should we get uniform-style uniform when we get back? Okay. Is that naked Kunkka? Chen Zhao asked, pointing at him. Guild leader, you can feel it? It's not that I can feel it. It's just that her style is too obvious. Chen Zhao's voice wasn't soft. At least, Kunkka heard everything he said. Kunkka's expression turned even colder. Human, you are provoking a terrifying enemy. Do you think we're here for a vacation? Chen Zhao didn't care about Kunkka's threat. You are here to be buried in this sea of snow, Kunkka said coldly. The wind was blowing. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. He could feel Kunkka's unusual aura. Demonic domain. Kunkka was on the same level as him. Kunkka suddenly spread his arms, and a blizzard suddenly appeared. In the wind and snow, figures appeared one after another. More Kunkka clones appeared around him. It wasn't a few hundred like before, but 10 times, 100 times more. Kunkka's doppelgangers covered the entire mountain. Kunkka's real body floated in the air, facing Chen Zhao and the people from the supernatural organization. Do you really think that you can go against me? Human. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes at Kunkka. The blizzard was her demonic domain. The Belva of Werewolf, Mansari, Limu, and West Anna looked at Kunkka's clones. They finally understood why Kunkka was so terrifying. We're dead. Humans can't win at all. We're dead. Limu and West Anna had the same thought. With so many clones, they could all die if they piled up. Mansari's expression was also very ugly. She even felt a bit regretful. If she hadn't rejected the supernatural organization's kindness before Kunkka broke the seal, things might not have turned out like this. But because of her stubbornness, Kunkka's seal had been broken in the end. From the moment Kunkka broke the seal, they were destined to lose. They had completely lost. The power that Kunkka had displayed wasn't something that humans could defeat. Here, I have boundless power. You can't beat me. Kunkka looked down at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Kunkka. Here? In other words, she hadn't truly reached the state of emptiness. She still needed the help of the Great Snow Mountain to be able to cast this doppelganger spell. For someone like Chen Zhao, he could run around with his little world. But Kunkka was much stronger than Count Mosa. Kong Mosa had a demonic domain, but he didn't have his own spell. On the other hand, Kunkka hadn't completely reached the state of emptiness, but she already had her own spell. She'd reached this level with her own power, not Kong Mosa's opportunistic method. Chen Zhao secretly took out an angelic crystal. To Chen Zhao's disappointment, Kunkka didn't move at all. Wasn't she affected? She wasn't a demon? Kunkka didn't notice Chen Zhao's actions. Or rather, she didn't care about Chen Zhao's group at all. She didn't think that anyone here could defeat her. Kunkka ordered, kill. Leave no one alive. Countless clones charged toward the supernatural organization's front line like a flood. The supernatural organization members moved too. Kunkka's clones weren't strong, but there were too many of them, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Only Chen Zhao didn't move. He stood where he was, facing Kunkka. Gaia leaped up. She turned into a fire dragon and dove across the snow. She spat out dragon breath at the ground. That's the legendary fire dragon, right? So powerful. We're saved. Only Mansari frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. Limu and West Anna had hope, but Mansari was more experienced. Although this was also the first time he came into contact with such supernatural warfare. But he knew some basic knowledge about war. Gaia's fire dragon was strong, but she was like a cannon. If there were 100 cannons, she might be able to threaten the enemy. However, she was just an individual, and a cannon was too insignificant in the close combat battles of ancient times. Of course, the other members of the supernatural organization were also fighting, but they weren't as eye-catching as Gaia. Only Chen Zhao stood where he was. He crossed his arms and stared at Kunkka. Chapter 13:20. They're more tenacious than you think. They won't be defeated so easily. What a joke. They'd all been in the Tower of Trials before. If they couldn't even last a few minutes, they might as well go back to their mother's wombs. Kunkka's clones weren't too strong. They weren't as strong as the monsters on the first level. Even Adu's wouldn't retreat. Kunkka's only advantage was numbers. Kunkka frowned. She could feel that the clones were being destroyed in large numbers. But soon, she felt relieved. So what if they were destroyed? She could have as many clones as she wanted. She was never afraid to compete with others in numbers. But these people were indeed difficult to deal with. Kunkka had to admit this. Kunkka had always been careful. She didn't want to make the same mistake she'd made 300 years ago. This mistake had sealed her for 300 years. Kunkka looked at Chun Zhao. Was this guy really not worried at all? Or did he still have hope for the current situation? Just then, there was another change on the Belvos side. A group of werewolves appeared on the south side of the battlefield. Werewolf wizards. Kunkka's eyes glinted fiercely. There was even some resentment in them. The new batch of werewolves were slightly smaller than ordinary werewolves, but they were all holding wooden staffs. Kunkka suddenly raised his arms above his head. Then, a huge ice pillar appeared in the sky. This icicle was close to 50 meters in length. It was like a giant, sparkling, and translucent sword that could hold up the sky, pointing at the werewolf shamans. Mansari, Limu, and Vestana were all dumbfounded. Was Kunkka a god? The huge ice pillar smashed toward the werewolf wizards. The werewolf wizards immediately waved their staffs and chanted a spell, releasing a shield together. However, a single blow shattered the shield. Some of the werewolf magi collapsed to the ground, while others were dispirited and listless. Kunkka raised his arm. The ice pillar rose into the air and smashed down again. "They're dead," Mansari murmured. She thought that a new group had arrived, but they only managed to block Kunkka's attack. Kunkka coldly snorted. "Die." The dark lava under Chun Zhao's feet suddenly spread to the werewolf wizard's feet, instantly enveloping all of them. Puff! The ice crystals smashed into the dark magma, but it was like a wooden stick smashing into mud. Although the dark magma splashed everywhere, the force of the impact was greatly reduced. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. It turned out that he also had combat power. Previously, both the Belvos and Mansari's group had thought that Chun Zhao was here to watch the show. It was all because Chun Zhao hadn't done anything yet. But Chun Zhao's move was quite extraordinary. Kunkka looked at Chun Zhao. Under her control, the ice crystal changed directions and flew toward Chun Zhao. The huge ice crystal was about to hit Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't dodge. Instead, he punched the ice crystal. Bang! Half of the ice crystal shattered. Chun Zhao kicked the remaining half of the crystal. The ice crystal flew back to Kunkka, and half of Kunkka's body was instantly sliced off. The ice crystal was still flying backward. The 100-ton ice crystal flew for hundreds of meters before landing in an arc. The Belva of Werewolf, Mansari, Limu, and Vestana were all dumbfounded by the terrifying force. Kunkka's body had been sliced in half, but she'd recovered once again. She didn't seem to be injured at all. This time, Kunkka finally looked at Chun Zhao. Compared to the group of werewolf magi who had long since weakened, this person in front of him was the true enemy. Kunkka finally didn't hold back anymore. A terrifying aura was completely released from her body. Kunkka's body was surrounded by a white mist. Huge ice crystals appeared above Kunkka's head, all pointing diagonally at Chun Zhao. In the eyes of the Belvos and Mansari, Kunkka was like an inviolable god. She was high in the sky, looking down at the tiny enemy below. And that insignificant enemy was Chun Zhao. He couldn't win. Humans couldn't defeat gods, even if they all hoped that Chun Zhao could win. But they'd seen how terrifying Kunkka was. Amidst the biting cold wind, these two people seemed to be about to engage in an unfair duel. "Go!" Kunkka waved her arm and pointed at Chun Zhao. A dozen huge ice crystals shot at Chun Zhao. Each ice crystal weighed hundreds of tons. With a boost of speed, it was even more unstoppable. Chun Zhao moved too. He quickly threw a few punches. Some of the ice crystals were instantly shattered by Chun Zhao. Ice shards filled the sky. "President, do your best." Aduz was probably the most relaxed person here. No, he wasn't relaxed either. He was at the back, but he still had to fight against the blizzard. He was a bit regretful. It was so cold here, Los Angeles was indeed more comfortable. He'd come here just to experience parachuting. He couldn't interfere in the battle either. He could only cheer for Chun Zhao from the back. A patch of dark lava appeared behind Aduz. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to protect him from Chun Zhao and Kunkka's battle. Chun Zhao still had some strength left. He also believed that Kunkka hadn't gone all out either. President, press that little bitch to the ground and ravage her. Since when did Aduz become so bad? I learned it from the president. Klaus and the Lightning team worked well together. Fighting against Kunkka's clones wasn't enough to make them feel pressured. Compared to the first level of the Tower of Trials with 5 people, Kunkka's clones weren't difficult at all. At least before they reached their limits, they wouldn't feel pressured. Kunkka pulled back his arms and pushed his palms forward, as if he was throwing something with both hands. Above their heads, a huge icicle appeared. This icicle was bigger than any of the previous ones. It was as big as a building. Chun Zhao raised his right arm. The moment the ice pillar fell, a beam of white light shot out. The ice pillar evaporated instantly. Kunkka's chest heaved, but he quickly calmed down. It's indeed a demon's domain, Chun Zhao mumbled. He'd used so much magic power, but he'd recovered so quickly. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao and Kunkka nervously. The battle between the two was too shocking, but everyone could feel that the two of them were still holding back. The Belva werewolves were even more incredulous because they knew better than anyone else how terrifying Kunkka was. Chapter 1321. Kunkka grabbed at Chun Zhao through the air. Instantly, a terrifyingly low temperature engulfed Chun Zhao. It might only be a fraction of a second. Chun Zhao was sealed in a square block of ice. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Had the battle been decided just like that? The next moment, the ice cracked and Chun Zhao walked out unscathed. The dark lava suddenly shot toward Kunkka and grabbed him tightly. The dark lava had wanted to corrode Kunkka. Kunkka wasn't like the normal opponents Chun Zhao had faced in the past. The dark lava couldn't corrode Kunkka at all. Chun Zhao immediately changed tactics. He grabbed Kunkka and smashed his head with a punch. Kunkka's body also turned into ice water. The next moment, the ice water reformed in the distance and turned back into a human shape. As expected, an empty enemy wouldn't be defeated so easily, even if the opponent wasn't truly empty. As long as they were in the snowy mountain area, she was on the same level as Chun Zhao. Watching the battle, the others couldn't help but be in disbelief. The battle between the two completely exceeded their imagination. Both Kunkka and Chun Zhao. Mansari found it even more unbelievable. If only he'd known the supernatural organization's power earlier. If only he'd known the supernatural organization's leader's power earlier, he definitely wouldn't have treated Wes like that. Now, he needed to consider how they would get along in the future. Continue the deteriorating relationship with the supernatural organization? As a superior and subordinate, he could indeed target the supernatural organization. But this was definitely a very stupid action. Of course, the existence of the supernatural organization had its value. For example, now, if something similar happened in a certain area, he would have to take responsibility then. But how could he take responsibility? He could just send his subordinates or lower departments to deal with it. But only the supernatural organization could deal with this. Mansari looked at Chun Zhao's back and the members of the supernatural organization. Every member was so extraordinary. He really shouldn't have been so impulsive. Chun Zhao was a bit tired of this soft battle. Are you done playing? Chun Zhao asked. Kunkka stared at him. Do you want me to be serious? Do you think you can fight me? I'll try. Chun Zhao shrugged. Kunkka narrowed her eyes at him. She could feel it too. With the intensity of the previous battle, he indeed wouldn't be able to defeat Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao turned his head and said to Aduz, Aduz, have our people retreat. What? You want to escape? Kunkka was a little surprised. I don't want to hurt my subordinates, Chun Zhao said honestly. It's not easy to train them. Aduz sent a signal to the supernatural organization. Everyone saw the signal and started to slowly but orderly retreat, leaving the battlefield. Gaia kicked a werewolf beside him away. Get lost. Don't get involved. The werewolf who was kicked glared at Gaia without saying a word. His strength was inferior to theirs, so whatever he said was useless. However, they clearly had no intention of retreating. They and Kunkka were mortal enemies, and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Gaia ignored the Belvos. She began to move closer to her companions, covering their retreat. West retreated to Mansari's side. He turned around and smiled mockingly. "Colonel Mansari, do you need help?" Mansari's face was cold, and he didn't speak, but he knew that anything he said now would be embarrassing. Limu and West Anna helped Mansari up. Gaia was at the front and was in charge of the retreat. Gaia turned into a fire dragon again and spewed out dragon breath. All the clones that got close were melted. How could Kunkka let Chen Zhao's people retreat so easily? He immediately controlled more clones to attack Gaia's group. Chen Zhao took out the 1,000 stone swords. When they appeared, everyone was stunned. They'd never seen Chen Zhao use this move before. Suddenly, the 1,000 stone swords flew up and shot toward Kunkka's clones. In an instant, Kunkka's clones fell down in droves. Everyone's expression froze. "Wolf pups over there, if you don't want to die, get lost," Chen Zhao reminded. Chen Zhao hadn't mastered the 1,000 swords manipulation yet. This was also why he'd told his people to retreat. Once the 1,000 swords manipulation was activated, it wouldn't differentiate between friend and foe. The werewolves of the Belvov clan were also startled by the commotion. The scene of 1,000 stone swords flying in the air was truly spectacular. Of course, it was also frightening. Kunkka also attacked Chen Zhao. Countless icicles suddenly rose around Chen Zhao. These icicles obviously weren't a threat to Chen Zhao. Kunkka didn't expect to use them to defeat Chen Zhao. This was just the prelude to her real attack. The next moment, countless icicles exploded and pieces flew everywhere. The entire area was covered in ice dust. The 1,000 stone swords moved at this moment, shooting towards Kunkka. Kunkka immediately flew higher and avoided the attacks of the 1,000 stone swords. Chen Zhao dashed out of the range of the ice dust and jumped up to hug Kunkka. Icicles grew out of Kunkka's body like a porcupine. Chen Zhao had to let go. Kunkka pulled away and looked at Chen Zhao in the air. One had to admit that Chen Zhao was the toughest and most troublesome enemy Kunkka had ever met. Even the enemy who'd sealed her back then wasn't as troublesome as Chen Zhao. Back then, she hadn't been sealed because she'd been defeated. She'd only been ambushed. But this time, she was facing an enemy who could fight her head-on. After fighting for so long, Chen Zhao wasn't at a disadvantage. He didn't even show any signs of fatigue. At this moment, she had to admit that Chen Zhao was an enemy of the same level. Kunkka's eyes hardened, as if she'd made up her mind. Kunkka's clones started gathering toward her main body. Chen Zhao saw that Kunkka's actions looked like they were fusing. However, unlike Chen Zhao's 10,000 techniques return to one, Kunkka was purely fusing her clones with her main body. Her clones were all made of ice and snow. After fusing, Kunkka's body grew larger and larger. Soon, Kunkka had become extremely huge. This was Kunkka's limit, even though there were still many clones that hadn't fused. If he continued to grow, Kunkka wouldn't be able to move. Everyone had been retreating from the center of the battlefield. Seeing Kunkka's huge body in the distance, they couldn't help but jump. "So big. Your leader can beat Kunkka. Our leader won't lose," Wes said calmly. Even though he was worried, he definitely wouldn't show it before Mansari. Chapter 1322. Looking back from Munsa's distance, one could vaguely see a small figure in the air confronting the giant. The giant was really too tall. It was clearly 3 or 4 times taller than the surrounding trees. The trees in the snowy region were at most a dozen meters tall. In that case, the giant was at least 60 meters tall. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, was much smaller. But when they clashed for the first time, Kunkka was at a disadvantage. Everyone saw the giant get knocked down. This made everyone feel as if they were watching an extremely realistic movie scene. After a few seconds, the impact came too. The impact brought up a wave of snow and rushed toward them. Thankfully, they were far enough from the center of the battlefield. The impact was strong, but it wasn't enough to cause harm to people at this distance. Even so, they were still shaken to the core. If they were half as far away, they would definitely die from the impact. Kunkka didn't expect that even though he'd turned into a giant, he would still be suppressed by Chen Zhao. Just how much power was hidden in this tiny body. Kunkka swept his foot out again. Chen Zhao didn't dodge. Instead, he kicked toward Kunkka's foot. Instantly, Kunkka's leg was broken. But soon, Kunkka's clones fused in again and repaired Kunkka's leg. An icicle appeared beside Kunkka. Kunkka grabbed the icicle and smashed it at Chen Zhao like a baseball bat. This time, Chen Zhao didn't take it head-on. Instead, he flew higher to avoid the icicle's radius. Then, he turned and charged at Kunkka. Bang! Kunkka's huge body was crushed by Chen Zhao. Like a skyscraper collapsing, the impact swept in all directions again. 10,000 techniques returned to 1. Chen Zhao's power instantly increased, and he punched. Kunkka's huge body instantly cracked, and it completely collapsed. The impact of this punch was also unprecedented. It even caused an avalanche. The surrounding crust was slightly deformed. Even Kunkka felt danger now. She wasn't truly immortal. She could still die. Kunkka immediately broke free from his collapsing body and reformed. He couldn't let this human get close. He couldn't have any close contact with him. He had to distance himself. Kunkka's magic exploded. Dozens of icicles fell from the sky. But Chen Zhao was already charging at Kunkka. He wasn't going to play anymore. From the moment he activated 10,000 techniques return to 1, he started to get serious. By now, both his speed and strength had reached their peak. Before Kunkka could dodge, Chen Zhao was already right in front of him. The fist landed on Kunkka's body, and Kunkka's body crumbled again. Chen Zhao saw that there was a core in Kunkka's broken body. The surrounding ice dust was rapidly gathering toward this core. Chen Zhao could end it immediately, but Chen Zhao didn't do that. After Kunkka reformed, he quickly pulled away from Chen Zhao. She felt a sense of danger, completely different from the feeling of being sealed 300 years ago. Although she had been sealed, the human witches and the Belvos could do nothing to her. But this time it was different. She felt death. Kunkka's eyes became serious. She felt that her weakness had been discovered. If it was an ordinary person who discovered her weakness, it wouldn't matter. Even if those people knew her weakness, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to her. But Chen Zhao was different. This human had power that was above him. I'm done. Chen Zhao suddenly lost interest. Kunkka wasn't as strong as he thought. Seeing Chen Zhao suddenly turn around, Kunkka was confused. You want to escape? Chen Zhao stopped and turned to Kunkka. Are you sure you want me to kill you? If you can do it, why don't you kill me? There's a saying in China, Chen Zhao replied. Chen Zhao had considered many things. If it was like what he thought in the past, he would definitely eliminate all evil. But now, Chen Zhao had to consider more problems. Kunkka's expression wasn't so good. She had survived not because of her own power, but because Chen Zhao had let her live. Hide in the mountains. If I receive an order to kill you next time, you won't be so lucky. Everyone realized that the battle had calmed down. Even the snowstorm had stopped. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Finally, they saw Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked toward them unhurriedly. President, is it over? Is Kunkka dead? Chen Zhao shook his head, looking tired. No, I can't kill her. She escaped into the mountains. Why didn't you kill her? Mansari asked, dissatisfied. Chen Zhao looked up. Who are you? What right do you have to yell at me? I represent the military, Mansari snorted coldly. Soon, I'll also be your superior. Chen Zhao strolled forward and slapped him. I don't care who you are. Anyway, you're just a bug in my eyes right now and in the future. Mansari covered his face. The burning sensation kept irritating him. What was even more intolerable was that this slap was given to him by his future subordinate. I'm going to squash you like a bug. Chen Zhao looked down at Mansari. You have to show enough respect to me and the supernatural organization. Otherwise, we won't clean up your useless superior's mess anymore. Mansari looked at Mansari. Chen Zhao's words stabbed deeply into Mansari's pride and self-esteem. Chen Zhao's attitude was no different from falling out with Mansari. Mansari couldn't do anything about it. Clashing with the supernatural organization head-on was clearly the most unwise choice. Chen Zhao left with his people. Everyone looked at Mansari with disdain and mockery. President, is Kunkka really not dead? West asked. No, I can defeat her, but I can't kill her. West didn't ask anymore. To be honest, he was happy with this result. As for whether Chan Zhao really couldn't kill Kunkka or let her live, what was the difference between that and letting Kunkka live on purpose? If Kunkka was alive, Mansari couldn't leave the supernatural organization. West also suspected that Chun Zhao had let Kunkka go on purpose. But West and Chun Zhao had a tacit understanding about this. Some people in the organization could guess what Chun Zhao and West were thinking. A few kids were naive and didn't know about these things. Chapter 13:23. The people of the supernatural organization immediately became alert and got into a fighting stance. But West waved his hand, gesturing for them to relax. He didn't think that the Belvos were here to find trouble. Finding trouble depended on who they were. They could face the military head-on because the military couldn't do anything to them. But if they went head-to-head with the supernatural organization, they would be massacred. This group of people were not good people. Go and ask them what they want, Chen Zhao said to West. West walked up. What's the matter? Sir, we want to talk to your president, a Belvos in human form said. He clearly didn't want the supernatural organization to misunderstand, because they knew very well how powerful the supernatural organization was. Plus, they didn't have any actual conflicts with the organization. You can tell me directly, West said. If it's a small matter, I can make the decision. If I can't make the decision, I'll pass it on to the president. West's answer was very cunning. His words were useless. The representative of the Belvos wanted to talk to Qin Zhao more. But now, it didn't have the initiative. We, the Belvos, have been living here for hundreds of years, the representative of the Belvos said straightforwardly. We have never stirred up trouble. I hope we can return to our homeland, and we hope to receive the protection of the supernatural organization. We are powerless against Kunkka. Most of the Belvos had transformed into humans and lived in a small town at the foot of Mount Toda. They relied on skiing tourists to make a living. If Kunkka's followers hadn't caused trouble, they'd still be living like normal people. So, to be honest, they were actually the most innocent. Although West sympathized with them, he could not make the decision on this matter. Even the supernatural organization couldn't help. It depended on the military's attitude. Wait a moment. I'll discuss it with the president. West turned back to Qin Zhao and told him the Belvos' request. Should we care about them? Qin Zhao asked. The Belvos didn't have any relationship with the supernatural organization. So, Qin Zhao considered the problem more from the perspective of benefits. The Belvos looked pitiful and homeless. But that wasn't the case. They wanted their own territory and a way to survive. If they wanted, they could leave and truly integrate into human society. There was no such thing as not being able to survive after leaving this place. However, staying here meant that they had to face two problems. One was the conflict between the military, and the other was their archenemy, Kunkka. West had a way to deal with the military. After all, it wasn't difficult for West to explain the situation. As for Kunkka, with the strength of the Belvos, it was impossible for them to compete with him. This was also the biggest problem they faced. They had hoped that Kunkka would be destroyed. But now that Kunkka wasn't dead, their hopes were dashed. They didn't care if Chan Zhao really couldn't kill Kunkka, or if Kunkka had escaped on purpose. It was meaningless to pursue this. They couldn't find out if Chan Zhao had done it on purpose either. What they needed now was protection, the protection of the supernatural organization. President, keeping them is good for us, West answered simply. Yes, Chan Zhao said. Do you have a way to get the military to stop the attacks? That old bastard Leon can do it. We helped him this time, so he has to return the favor, West said. It's just that Kunkka has some trouble. We'll stay here for a night, Chan Zhao said. I'll talk to Kunkka myself. I think she'll give in. President, the Toda Snow Mountains stretch for more than 600 kilometers and cover an area of nearly 50,000 square kilometers. Are you sure you can find Kunkka? In my eyes, she's much brighter than a third wheel. Hearing this, West didn't say anything else. Instead, he started talking to the Belvos. What was the point of working with the Belvos? It was to make them a time bomb. If a supernatural organization and the government fell out one day, the bomb would explode. Kunkka was a bandit. As long as the military or government couldn't destroy Kunkka, they had to consider the supernatural organization's attitude. In ancient times, why did so many generals support bandits and say that they were rebellious? Most of them had no choice. It was just to ensure that they wouldn't be killed. At the same time, it was to get food. As long as Kunkka existed, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department would have to keep providing funds. Of course, Chun Zhao had at least some professional ethics. At least he didn't create his own bandits. If Pamela led the evil spirit group and took over the mountain, the Anti-Terrorism Security Department would be dumbfounded. Although the supernatural organization didn't get involved in politics now, they were already close to the government. So, both Chun Zhao and West had to consider the future of the supernatural organization. The supernatural organization wasn't a private organization, so they would definitely have connections with the government. So, under the premise of keeping their moral bottom line, it was necessary to raise the supernatural organization's importance. Manchurikan could guess Chun Zhao's and the supernatural organization's intentions. But now, his weakness was in Chun Zhao's hands. The Toda Snow Mountains incident had gone out of control because of his carelessness and arrogance. If he'd accepted the supernatural organization's suggestion and let them take over, this wouldn't have happened. Kunkka wouldn't have broken the seal either. At night, Chun Zhao, West, and a representative of the Belvos entered the depths of the Snow Mountains. It didn't take much effort for the three to find Kunkka. Kunkka was hiding in the Great Snow Mountain together with her followers. With a big radar like Chun Zhao here, it was meaningless for Kunkka to hide anywhere. Kunkka didn't expect to clash with Chun Zhao again so soon. Kunkka and her followers stood before the three, wary and confused. "I can't even recognize you after you put on your clothes." Chun Zhao's words almost made Kunkka's nose go crooked. Her followers were even more furious. Kunkka was their faith. How could they tolerate Chun Zhao's insults? "President, we're here to negotiate," West reminded in a low voice. "We're not here to make enemies." Chapter 13:24. Long time no see. Kunkka looked at Chun Zhao. Was this human crazy? They'd only been apart for less than 12 hours. More accurately, it had only been 10 hours and 51 minutes. Unlike Kunkka's followers, Kunkka was extremely calm now. No matter how much she hated Chun Zhao, she couldn't change the fact that she was only alive because Chun Zhao had spared her life. Chun Zhao definitely wasn't here to kill her now. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. Of course, Kunkka knew that she didn't have the initiative right now. Unless she wanted to die. Kunkka didn't want to die, so she could only suppress her anger and hatred. "Tell me what you want." Kunkka ignored the representative of the Belvos standing beside Chun Zhao. West walked up. "Ms. Kunkka, we want to sign an agreement with you. The supernatural organization and me?" "Us too," the representative of the Belvos said angrily. Kunkka had clearly seen through his background, but she'd purposely ignored him. This infuriated him. But what could he do? The Belvos were too weak. If it weren't for the supernatural organization, Kunkka would have killed him immediately. "You, Belvos? Do you losers have the right to sign an agreement with me?" Kunkka's attitude toward the Belvos was very rude, but it was understandable. After all, she'd been sealed by the Belvos for 300 years. It would be a joke if she had any good feelings toward the Belvos. Her hatred for the Belvos was much stronger than Chun Zhao's. "What's there to be proud of?" the representative retorted. "You're just struggling at death's door now." "Say that again? Do you believe I won't skin you alive?" "Okay, shut up," West scolded. "This time, we are here for a discussion between the three of us, not to watch a quarrel." "Discuss what? What's there to discuss?" "I have nothing to discuss with you." Kunkka snorted coldly. "I think this discussion is beneficial to all three of us, so I'm hosting it. If you think there's nothing to discuss, then fine. Let's start an all-out war." West's attitude was even more unyielding. Just as the saying goes, the fist is the greatest reason. Chun Zhao and him weren't here to reason. They were here to set the rules. Kunkka's face darkened. "What do you want to talk about?" "You and your followers, as well as the Belvov clan, the division of territory in the Toda Snow Mountain, and the rules. This used to be my territory. I have no intention of sharing it with others." "You're talking about something that happened 300 years ago. If you still think like that, then you'll either die here or be banished from the Great Pagoda Snow Mountain." Kunkka stared at Chun Zhao and West angrily. "How so?" Kunkka finally relented. Kunkka was not stupid. Even if she was out of touch with the times for 300 years, it did not mean that she was a fool. Moreover, she had so many loyal followers. Her previous tough attitude was just to fight for more benefits for herself. West took out the map of the Great Snow Mountain Range that he had prepared earlier. With this line as the division, this place will belong to you. The Belvov clan will return to their territory. This place will belong to them. No way. Why is their territory so much bigger than ours? The representative of the Bellwave clan immediately objected. Because we're stronger than you wolf cubs. Isn't that reason enough? Kunkka sneered. At this time, one of Kunkka's followers came to Kunkka's side and whispered something. I object to this division. Kunkka immediately said. Why can they get a tourist spot? You also want a tourist spot? West was surprised. I don't need it, but my followers do, Kunkka said. Kunkka was not alone. Of course, she had to consider her followers. After all, her followers have been trying hard to help her break the seal for 300 years. Kunkka was not the kind of person to be ungrateful. The so-called evil was just a matter of different interests. If Chun Zhao was sealed one day, he would probably be labeled as evil or something. You want to trick humans into your territory and then torture them to death, right? The representative sneered. You've done this many times. Maybe they've done it before, but it's no longer necessary, Kunkka said calmly. In short, I will never agree to this plan. Then we'll divide the tourist spot into a neutral area, West said. Both Kunkka's followers and Belvov werewolves can enter this area, but no fighting. Xinjiao looked at the map and thought for a long time. Do you need to invest? Kunkka and the Belvov representative both looked at Chun Zhao. The supernatural organization can invest in hotels and supermarkets in this area. Chun Zhao did not know how to do business, but he knew the basic business rules. The Great Snow Mountain Range had many tourists every year, but it had almost no basic facilities. Most of the time, tourists would need to rent a house in the town. Previously, the residents here were mostly Belvov. Because they were xenophobic, the public facilities here were very simple. If Chun Zhao could invest in these hotels and supermarkets, he would not only get some jobs. He could accept both Kunkka's followers and Belvov's to work here. The supernatural organization could also make some money. It might not be very high, but it would at least make some money. Right now, the supernatural organization still had a lot of cash in their accounts. But the cash would depreciate in their accounts. The supernatural organization did not have any profit points. So, it might be a good thing for the organization to have a way to make money. I'm fine with it, Kunkka said. She did not understand either, but she saw her followers secretly making eye contact. I'm fine with it too. The Belvos couldn't wait for the supernatural organization to enter this area. Only in this way could their safety be guaranteed. Moreover, the Belvos weren't rich. Because they rarely interacted with the outside world, many of them worked as lumberjacks or provided food and lodging for tourists to earn meager income. Their first request was to return to their original land and avoid Kunkka's revenge. Of course, they would be happy to see the supernatural organization enter this area. Also, my territory needs to expand and be connected to the neutral area.